YouTube met je livestream. Zo, wie is zelf ook op als laatste? Ja!
Hier is je knop in. Hier is je knop in.
Good morning here from the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn for the Cricket South Africa Hollywoodbets Pro50 match between the host, the six-gun girl Gardenwood Badgers, and the visitors from Cape Town, Western Province. Gershon, a beautiful day?
Yes, thank you, Mr. K, and good morning to everybody watching this live broadcast this morning. As you said, Mr. K, Hollywoodbets Pro50 game versus Gardenwood Badgers versus WSB Western Province women. Gardenwood Badgers having elected to bowl first after having won the toss. Nicole and Janssen van Rensburg have decided to put that, Mr. K.
No, I will actually pose that question to you. I think we will debate that for quite a while today. It's a beautiful batting wicket. You can also see that the surface will become a little bit drier as the day progresses. So, by the way, it's not a very hot, typical December day in Oudtshoorn. I think it's quite mild, but a very interesting decision. I just had a quick chat also to Claire Blanche, the coach, a very respected ex-South African player of Western Province, and they also felt a little bit surprised when the Badgers won the toss and opted to have a bowl first. They would have preferred to have a bat first, and it's indeed what is the course here today. The Western Province, quite a strong outfit. They're currently second on the lot. They only lost the one match against the Dolphins, so they're sitting secondly, a very competitive team down from Cape Town.
I have to agree, Mr. K. Kazimate opening the bowling to Babette, the leader. First ball punched out to cover, and fielding is done by Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg. Yes, Mr. K, I have to agree with you. The wicket does look very flat this morning. It looks like it is a proper batting surface out there. I can only think that the Badgers would like to make use of the swing, that there might be two brand new balls being used at both ends.
Yeah, it is obviously for them to prove us wrong on the money there from Kayakaze Mate. No addition to the total. But better leader, quite a good season thus far. He scored 175 runs in total, a high score of 69, and an average of 35. So quite a good batter. You obviously spent a lot of time in the Western Province. You're familiar with her?
Not really, Mr. K. I think she joined them. She's been joining them from the Netherlands for the past 2 seasons now. I think this might be a third one, as we see her clipping this one off the pads into the leg side.
And the first runs of the bat will be a couple down to square leg behind DP's shot.
Very wayward, but she's been on the money to the leg side.
One spoke about it, and that's straight down for a wide, and that's the one thing which the Badgers cannot afford, to concede a high number of extras, specifically in the form of wides.
I think we need to make sure that we minimize those extras today, and we can, if we bowl properly today, restrict the WSB Western Province women to a pretty decent total to come and chase on this wicket later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking about the leader, the top partnership for the first wicket this season was 110, which she and Laura Goodall scored against the Knights up in Bloemfontein. So this is a very good delivery from Kayakaze Mate.
Yes, Mr. K, speaking on that, Lara Goodall unfortunately missing from the Western Province setup today. She's joined up with the Proteas. They look to prepare for the upcoming test against the English ladies that's currently touring in the country.
The chess match, of course, starting in Bloemfontein tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. K.
And that after South Africa unfortunately went down in T20 series and also in the 50 over series against the tourists from England. A very good opportunity for the new coach, Laurens Mahlane, to establish his authority on the team. No better team to play against than England.
Definitely, Mr. K. I think the English women have been world beaters or on top of the world rankings for the past couple of years, them, Australia and the likes of India. It will definitely be a good contest, the test match starting tomorrow between these two countries.
Yeah, Oudtshoorn and Babette de Leeuwen, they saw out the first over and 4 without loss. What do you take of last night's match up in Pretoria, Pakistan?
Absolutely brilliant batting from both first Pakistan and then the Proteas meant to come and chase down 203 and get there quite comfortably. Riza Hendricks finally coming good.
always a quality player. Also from a smallish town like Kimberley, they always produce or sometimes produce the goods, so we can mention them. So, as expected, the badges will start with spin from the Freda Street end and nobody less than Janae Winster. In the previous outing against the Knights here in Oudtshoorn, she had quite a more than satisfactory performance.
Yes, Mr. K, I think she had a bit of a slow start to the season, and then at this point she's finally starting to hit her straps. If we go by the last game that was played here at the recreation ground between the 6-gun Gold Garden Badgers ladies and the iTech Knights. In that game, I think she was the pick of our bowlers, taking a forfeit in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 game. And it'll be good to see how she goes here today.
Big responsibility on her shoulders, and very good start, quiet start from Janae Winster, very experienced player. She knows the conditions here. She played a lot of cricket here. Sloppy fielding, but unfortunately for her, but good news for WSB, World Sports Betting Western Province. There's a single to the credit of Babette de Leer. One slip in position. Other than that, quite a conventional power play field for the off spinner. Oh, that's a good delivery from Winster. Straight through the gate.
On the money from the get-go, Mr. K. Janae Winster hitting a strap from ball one, making sure that she's getting these batters onto the front foot and making them play. Doesn't seem like there's any turning off at this stage with that new ball in hand.
Nicely fielded by Michaela Andrews. Quite a formidable batting lineup that Western Province has sent up to Oudtshoorn, including the like of Faye Tunnicliffe and obviously Danae van Niekerk.
Very experienced lineup that they have there, Mr. K. Yes, they're missing Goodall, but they still managed to put quite a decent experienced outfit onto the field or onto the park today.
Absolutely.
It definitely will be key how these two openers set them up for those big hitters to come in at the back end of the innings.
Today is the 19th 50 over contest between these two sides. Western Province won 17. I can only recall way back in 2006 and 2007 when Southwestern Districts, as they played at that specific stage, record their maiden victory against Western Province. So the firm favourites here are the visitors from Cape Town, as I've mentioned earlier. They're sitting quite well under lock. They're chasing the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Hollywoodbets Dolphins, very successful campaign. They played 5, they won 5.
Leading the charge at this stage, Mr. K, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They had a very good start to the season, as we see Mate running into Babette de Leer.
Oh, that's a good appeal. That is a very good appeal. It's beginning even out. That's a very good delivery. Gerson, your take on that?
That's a very good start to the morning here by Kayakazi Mate. Mr. K, full and straight this one. Babette de Leer looking to hit it into the leg side.
Yeah, you can take us through that. She didn't move her feet. So umpire Andre Olivier, Jason de Leer out, leg before. There you can see lots of celebrations there in the Badgers camp.
I think a couple of early wickets here, Mr. K, just to get the cat amongst the pigeons in that Western Province dressing room. That would definitely inspire some confidence in the Garden Route Badgers women's team this morning. Great start from Kayakazi Mate, full swinging delivery, hits Babette de Leer in front, and Mr. Andre Olivier, very experienced umpire from this region, does the rest.
Yeah, he's obviously officiating here the commentary box end. As you've mentioned, very experienced. He played here for the then Southwestern Districts as an opening batsman. And he took on the challenge where he's been extremely successful. He's on the Cricket South Africa first-class panel. And I don't think we can fault him at that specific decision. As we see the new batsman at the crease.
Yeah, Mr. K, new batsman around the crease, Sarah Smith. She's been part of the Western Province setup for quite a number of years. Very experienced cricketer now. Also represented South Africa. I think she took part in one World Cup as a 19-year-old. She's probably looking to fight her way back into that setup. That's
Yeah, obviously great prospect. Never really kicked on with all the potential. It's a very similar delivery, just a little bit more towards the leg side from Kaya Mate, but negotiated. Talking about international experience, the Badgers obviously without their two international stars, Annery Derksen and Mika de Ridder, the wicketkeeper, and for that reason, Nadine Moodley has got the gloves on today. Gershon, whilst you're speaking about that, Annery Derksen is becoming one of the star performers of the Proteas.
I agree with you there, Mr. K. She's definitely putting up her name in terms of performances. As we see Smith hitting this one into the leg side, fielding done there by Julia Hall, restricts them to one single run. Yeah, Mr. K, over the past couple of games past couple of tournaments actually that Annery Derksen has played for the Momentum Protea women's team, she's really made quite a few notable performances.
Yeah, she obviously comes from quite a strong sporting family. So watch this delivery from Kaya Mate outside. Oh, that was hit very well. That's a magnificent shot from Seo. That's 4 runs. Beautiful played. Pardon, is that Smith that hit that foul boundary?
You are correct, Mr. K. That is Seo that struck that fall through the covers there.
Beautiful shot.
I don't think Mate will be too unhappy about that, Mr. K. Was a
Went airborne.
But airborne. But well executed in the end by Seo.
Yeah, talking about Henri Derksen from the small Karoo town of Beaufort West, on the other side of Meiringspoort. She attended school there at Central High School. That one is nicked down to third man, where Michelle May. She's from the other side of the province, from Riversdale. That's a very good 400 kilometers apart. Oudtshoorn in the center. She does the fielding on third man. Talking about Derksen, from a mother's side, her uncle was a formidable rugby player. He played for Southwestern Districts. And then her brother, Septimus, he represented the University of the Free State, the Shimlas in the Varsity Cup as a centre. Giselle Abrams must feel that. Lara Maritz run around, does the fielding, but it will not prevent a single taking the score to 13 for 1.
I have to say, Mr. K, ever since the departure of Babette de Leader, lost the first wicket Western Province ladies, we've now moved on to 3 overs and score swiftly moved on to 12 for the loss of 1 wicket. These two batters at the crease now, Mr. K, they look to be very aggressive and punishing anything off the wicket, anything slightly short. They're looking to climb into it, and I have to say, quite positive intent shown by these two at the moment.
I would like to compliment what you're saying. They've definitely got a game plan here, and the game plan is to be aggressive and take the momentum towards the visitors from Cape Town. Janae Winster, she will be into her second over. She only conceded 1 run in that opening over, and given that she has bowled pretty well, she'll bowl to Smith. Just forward offensive. Obviously, Tunnicliffe and Danae van Niekerk still to come. It's part of the lineup. Danae van Niekerk played a single match for the Badgers 2 seasons ago. Giving herself some room.
Oh.
I think the single was almost always on, but sloppy fielding there from
I think it was Kaya Mate.
Kaya Mate.
I think it's a decent throw there, Mr. Kane. We would have had Seo in trouble.
Yeah, Andre Williford was in the match.
Yeah, just a bit off target with the throw, throwing off balance. Interesting to see, Mr. K, that they're looking to take on the pace bowling of Kaya Mate from the other end. But with Winster, they're just looking and waiting for that loose delivery.
Yeah, you're 100% right. They've definitely got a very definite game plan on how they would like to approach things here.
I can only think that in the pre-match analysis, they must have highlighted Winster as a probable match winner for the Garden badge, just looking to rotate the strike of her, waiting till she misses her length and take care of the other
Oh,
bowlers.
that one was well hit. In front of square, will run away. There's a long chase for Michelle May, and she's going to stop the ball just before the boundary. I don't think that's a boundary. We'll keep an eye on umpire Sunmarie Strydom.
Poor signal there by umpire Sunmarie straight on Mr. K. That one only just making its way to the boundary, beating Michelle May, who did the chasing. Janae Winster missing her length slightly on that occasion. So LSU sweeping her into the leg side and brings 4 runs. Winster into seal again. Back on the money.
Yeah, I just thought that Michelle May basically, she dived to stop that ball. She dived with it into the boundary fence.
Into the cushioning there, Mr. K. Third over, Mr. Morning, Mr. K. See Sarah Smith getting some running repairs done on a thigh guard at this stage. Probably came a bit loose. Score has moved on 17 runs after 4 overs for the loss of just one single wicket. Still have the one solitary slip in Jana Nel.
Yeah, as we see Jana Nel there on first slip. The Badgers will rely quite a lot on their spin bowling department with Jana Nel and Giselle Abrams.
Kaya Kazimate has definitely been impressive this morning, Mr. K. As that one, as she gets another edge down to third man off the bat of Sarah Smith. She's found the edge on 2 occasions already, and she's really looking to cause a stir amongst these batters at the moment. Okay, getting her straps from the word go today, unlike the previous game.
You're 100% right. Great delivery to get rid of Babeta Leder. She runs in on that as you spoke. Straight at one down leg. Umpire Andre Willefeld adjudicate that as a wide.
I think at this stage we should stop complimenting her, Mr. K, every time she says something
Yeah,
nice
absolutely.
about the bowler.
Commentary skills.
Just slips one down the leg side and is wide by umpire Andre Willefeld. Martin to Shio again.
Oh, that's a very good delivery. What impresses me on this Western Province side, irrespective if they set a target or they chase down, they're consistent in the way how they win matches. It's not that they're only setting good targets, they also manage to chase down quite a few competitive targets.
Definitely, I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. Like we alluded to earlier, it's a very experienced side. They've got the likes of Dane van Niekerk, who used to be the captain of the Proteas amongst their ranks as well. I think that's where some of that experience comes from. Mr.
Oh,
K.
that's a brilliant delivery. That is a magnificent delivery. You spoke about Kaya Mate, and what is it's fundamental. Both the wickets, she deceived the batter with movement through the air.
Movement through
Swing.
the air, Mr. K. This one again swinging back into the right-hander, and she disturbed all of the stumps for loose left heel as she walks back, swinging through the air.
There you can see the
Completely
beautiful
missed.
sight for any fast bowler, and not something that the batter would like to hear behind the ears.
I agree with you there, Mr. K. She really made a mess of the furniture of Seal at the back.
Yeah, Kirsten, you alluded and you said it, I mean, right from the beginning. Compare, we sit here 2 weeks ago commentating on the match against the Knights, where she really was off target. And yes, she bowled a few wides, 2 of them to be precise, but she often beat the outside edge of the bat or getting a nick. And this is a magnificent delivery.
I agree with you, Mr. K. Seems like today she's swinging it the other way around. Mr.
You're
K.
100% right. I mean, as a former fast bowler, you should know. And that tail is definitely up.
Definitely, Mr. K. As we see a new arrival at the crease in the form of Faith Tunnicliffe.
Talking about Faye Tunnicliffe, last season she of 135 deliveries at Newlands in Cape Town against the Badgers. So the home side will be very keen to see the back of Faye Tunnicliffe.
Yes, Mr. K. I think she is one of the key batters in this lineup, along with someone like Danae van der Kerk. And yeah, I think to get them in as early as possible while the ball is still swinging, that is ultimately what the Badgers would have wanted this morning after winning the toss and putting the Western Province side into bat.
Absolutely. So there's a discussion there going on between the umpire and the captain, Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg. That should be quite interesting to know what's happening there. Referring there to the team sheet, Gershon.
Yes,
Is that what's out there?
Yes, Mr. K. They should be in this.
Yeah, look, it's a very interesting observation here, and thank you to one of the scorers who alerted us. When we received a team sheet, the name of Sarah Smith, and fortunately my co-commentator knows her, her name was not on a team sheet, so she's been dismissed, and I think that is what the discussion is all about. We will try to find out for you what will be the way forward. I'm not an umpire, I don't know the rules, but we will just try to get hold of the umpire at some stage via our connections and just try to find out what is the situation. But I mean, she obviously played, and I think we will just try to look forward. I've never in my life experienced something like that. That is something that you normally see at a third division club match where there's a dispute about a player's name that's not on a team sheet that plays. And that's a very good delivery from Kaya Kazemate once again.
KK Martin definitely with a tail up here this morning, Mr. K. She is on the money almost every ball apart from the two wides that she's bowled this morning. She's definitely getting them on the front foot, making that ball swing through the air, back into the right-handers here today, and that has been a lethal delivery against these Western Province women this morning.
So Kaya Kazemate in, driven straight to point. Giselle Abrams does the fielding. Kaya Kazemate, very, very impressive. We'll just try to find out what will be the way forward. As I say, that is not something that you expect at this level. There's a team sheet. As per the rulings that's presented, or the laws actually, to the umpires, we'll just find out what is the way forward.
I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. Normally these team sheets get handed to the umpires as well as the opposing captain at the toss, or as soon as the toss is done. Very bizarre moment in this game here this morning, and we'll need to get some form of information with regards to the way forward here, because at this stage we see Sarah Smith still at the crease batting with Faye Tunnicliffe. The score after 5 overs, then 19 for 2. Batting together with Smith at the moment, we've got Faye Tunnicliffe as Janae Winster is about to start her third over of the morning. Winster into Smith. There's a bit of turn on offer there this morning, Mr. Case. We see this one from Janae Winster turning back into the right-handed Sarah Smith as she plays it out to the fielder at point. No run conceded there.
Winster. One. I don't think the Badgers will mind the visitors at 19 for 2.
Me neither, Mr. K. Me neither. This is exactly what they would have wanted when they won the toss this morning. Slightly short from Winster. Brilliant fielding.
Giselle Abrams diving towards her left.
Brilliant fielding there by Giselle Abrams. think the big story coming out of this morning is Mr. Andrew Oliver still looking towards the Western Province changing room to find out what exactly is happening here.
I've got the news. I will share it with you. Let's just get through this over. Obviously, it's not wasting a lot of time. It's one of those interesting things that can happen. Should not happen, but it did.
Knocks this one straight to mid wicket as the fielding is done there by Michaela Andrews. Winston again, slightly short this time. It played behind, Spear on the offside. Giselle Abrams does the chasing. And they get back for two. Unfortunately, couldn't stop them from taking the 2 runs there, Giselle Abrams. Janae Winston just playing around with the pace a bit in this over, making sure that she keeps these batters guessing. She's got a fielder behind Spear on the leg side and another one sweeping on the boundary on the offside. She now removes the slip fielder into a short third man as she bowls to Faye Tunnicliffe again. And this one goes to exactly where the slip would have been. Julia Hall does the chasing. And 2 runs added to the scoreboard here for Faye Tunnicliffe. The score sheet in his hand, looking at the team sheets and making sure that he knows exactly what is happening here at the moment. Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg having a long chat here with the umpire, and I think they've come to some sort of agreement now. She's about to go take her place back in the cover region again, where she will be doing a fielding. To the bowling of Kaya Kazemati, who will now start with her 4th over. Figures at this stage 3 overs, 0 maidens. She's conceded 13 runs, but the key thing here this morning is that she's taken the 2 wickets, removing both openers in Babette de Lede as well as Oluth Lesio.
Yeah, thank you. What happened is it's one of those comedy of errors. Western Province submit a team list to the umpires, which obviously also landed on our desk. And there was a change, a late change. They actually represented the wrong team list. So you just watched this delivery. Short. Abrams got a hand to it, not prevent a single. So on the initial team list appears the name of Kyla Reineke. It should not be there. It should have been Sarah Smith. She's on 6 not out. So in the spirit of the game, Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg obviously has agreed that Sarah Smith can play. And for that reason, there was a discussion earlier amongst the umpires and the respective players. And the score now 25 for 2. And we're into the 7th over. And Kaya Kazemate is bowling. She's operating from the commentary box end. That's a short pitch delivery, widened by umpire Willowfield. And also misfielded by the wicketkeeper Nadine Moodley. Quite sloppy play. But it will then not obviously present 2 runs. So that was the hold-up, as I said, Gershon. These are the type of things which you normally expect in the lower leagues, which end up in disputes, normally at the CEO's table on a Monday morning. But there will be no dispute. The umpires has resolved accordingly. And Kaya Kazemate, she's been successful. She got a leg before for Babette de Lede. And that is a typical delivery that swings, which she got the wickets with, as Lara Maritz run in and does the fielding.
Yeah, just this over, I've seen Kaya Kazemate now swinging the ball in the other direction. After having been successful with the 2 wickets that she's gotten, swinging it back into the right-handers. If I was a captain, Mr. Guy, I'd be in here to make sure that she turns that ball around again to get it going back into the ladies, which has brought her some sort of success here this morning.
I don't hope there's some fatigue there. Still early days. That one very wide and widened by umpire Willowfield. So Kayla Reineke is then not in the initial team list as we received. The batter on the non-striker end, Sarah Smith, has subsequently replaced Reineke. Mate in to Faye Tunnicliffe. Speaking about Faye Tunnicliffe, that is one of the batters which the Badgers will definitely like to see back in the dressing room, in the pavilion. Just remind our viewers that last year she scored 136 of 135 balls against the same opposition at Newlands.
Marty into Faitani Cliff, full and swinging away from the bat. She just punches this one into the offside for another dot ball. The fielding done there by the skipper, Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg. She must be very happy about the start here this morning, Mr. K.
Yeah, absolutely. Just checking. Carson Martin is quite an experienced campaigner. This is a 55th 50 over match at this level. And she has bagged 42 wickets with the best bowling analysis of 5 for 28 for Border against their neighbours, Kai in Tata.
As we see Martin bowling another wide here, Mr. K.
Yeah, that is becoming unacceptable. And Yashin is a bowler, former bowler. You think there's some fatigue there?
Definitely looks that way, Mr. K.
She bowled with quite high energy levels her first few overs.
I think one of her fellow teammates should just go up to her and ask her to turn the ball back around, Mr. K.
Correct. Talking about that one, he's still swinging a bit.
Zala Abrams does the fielding at point. 1 run, can't stop the 1 run. Added to the score of Faitani Cliff as she's starting to bowl the innings here, Mr. K. Like you alluded to earlier, she's one of the key batters that the Gardenwood Badgers need to make sure that they send back to the dugout there.
That is definitely the case. Yeah, talking about fatigue, she's only into her 4th over and it's not that hot. I mean, the way that she delivers that ball will suggest that there's a little bit of fatigue. And there's another one, and I can't see that the captain, Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg, in spite of the fact that she got 2 very, very good, vital wickets early up front, will continue with her.
I think it's something that we have to mention as well, Mr. K. What we've seen over the past first half of the season from the Gardenwood Badgers, men and women, is that we have the advantage now having gotten those 2 early wickets, and we seem to just be giving the advantage back to the opposition, allowing them back into the game again. As we see Mate swinging it away again from Sarah Smith. This time it goes through to the keeper unarmed, where Nadine Woodley does the fielding, which brings it over to an end. To get back to the discussion, Mr. K, it's been a habit of us this season, both men and women's teams, where we've now gotten ourselves on top of the game, and then we just allow the opposition to build a partnership like this to be able to get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, that is a bit of a habit. There was one exception, and that was in the Pro50 match against the Knights here, where the Badgers really, from the word go, picked up early wickets, kept the pressure, and launched the final knockout punch to win by a bonus point. Janae Winster, very economical. She bowled 3 overs. She conceded 11 runs. And she will bowl to Faitani Cliff, who's on 5, score 32 for 2, and we're into the 8th over.
A bit of turn on offer there for Winston, Mr. K. Yeah. Definitely some sort of turn back into the right-handers.
Yeah, the way Tunnicliffe is playing reminds us quite a lot on a visitor that scored plenty of runs here, Sarah Candler from the Dolphins.
Yes, Mr. K. Winston to Tunnicliffe.
Nice bounce there.
Turn and bounce on offer on this wicket this morning, Mr. K. Very interesting to see how Janae Winston goes about her business, how she sets up shop here this morning, as there is definitely some turn on offer early morning. Just happy to knock it into the covers.
Talking about Winster, she is the Badgers' most experienced player, homegrown. She played 78 matches, bagged 124 wickets, and that is very good. At a run economy rate of only 3.06 in 50 over cricket goes, and that is exceptional figures.
That is definitely exceptional figures, Mr. K. And I think she's making use of all that experience here today.
She'll have to. She's a key player. Nicely worked into the gap by Tunnicliffe, and she will pick up to very well executed shot. And she put that one into the pocket to pick up a couple. Short pitch. Got away with a dot ball there, as she did out to Giselle Abrams on point, and no run added to the total. End of the over, end of the 8th over, 34 for 2. And I'm sure that the plan will be that Tunnicliffe and Smith will rebuild those innings. And as expected, we will see a bowling change here from the commentary box, or as we also refer it, to the Garden Route Mall end of the ground, the northern end of the ground, where the captain, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Jansen van Rensburg, a very good season in the opening game here against the Dolphins. She bagged 5 wickets in an innings, and also a brilliant fielder, a match-winning catch in the previous fixture against the Knights. Blonde hair, a town there on the eastern side of Johannesburg, Secunda. She hails from there. She runs in, and just a nice loosener.
There should be some shape on offer here, some swing through the air this morning for even Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, Mr. Case. We see this one drifting slightly away from the right-handed batters through the air. I would like to see another slip added there, Mr. K. Especially with that type of swing that we see this morning. Get these province batters driving, get them in front foot.
You're 100% right, and I mean they're using a ball from each end, and that is exactly why you asked for a slip to be moved in. Jana Nel into my way this morning. That's a third flying slip. She can move closer towards the wicketkeeper, because in the same line there's protection on the third man boundary with Michelle May. Doesn't really make sense to me, but nevertheless.
This one dropped short by Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Square cut.
And that's a
Brilliant fielding by
piece.
Julia Hall on the boundary.
Yeah, very good fielding from Julia Hall. She's back into the team, but it will not prevent the batters to take 3 runs.
Just speaking about that extra slip fielder again, Mr. K, I think a fielder at mid-wicket at this stage is wasted, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think if they can move Janae Winster out of that mid-wicket position and maybe have a catching behind.
Playing without a fine leg. A bit risky.
Very risky, Mr. K. Very risky.
And as you specifically refer to the fielder, it is Janae Winster at mid-wicket. Not really, I think, efficient there. And very early a boundary rider on the offside. Good bowling from Nicolien. The shape is away from the right-hander. And as we spoke, it's nice to see some spectators coming into the ground. It is holiday season, and we also know that Western Province, they always have a great follow, specifically when they travel the 440 kilometers on the R62 to Oudtshoorn, all the way from Cape Town. That's nicely fielded. Talking about Cape Town will be the venue for the Elite Cricket South Africa tournament, the Kaya Majola tournament that will start in Cape Town on Monday. Great opportunity, Gershon. You coach numerous Western Province teams in that tournament.
Yes.
Successful coach.
You see Van Rensburg running into Faye Tunnicliffe again.
Nicely fielded. And there's an opportunity for a run out.
Oh.
That was a massive opportunity there for a run out. And the Badgers will kick themselves. And there was a lot of time for that, Gershon. We will wait to see that again.
There is a definite opportunity missed there, Mr. K. Faye Tunnicliffe halfway down the track. Giselle Abrams doing the fielding, getting it into the keeper.
Just have a look at that, and that is the few seconds when the heart of Faith Tunnicliffe was in her mouth.
Definitely agree with you there, Mr. K. Brilliant fielding done by Giselle Abrams.
Yeah, very good stop. She was up like a real jack in the box, but unfortunately, the last part was a bit wild, and that was the throw. There is the hand from Lara Maritz to Giselle Abrams. She'll kick herself as this partnership slowly but surely start moving on. 37 for 2, and we've got 9 overs bowled. So right from the word go, they're batting at 4 per over. On the other side, Winster is very economical, as she will bowl to Sarah Smith. Oh, it's a good delivery from Janae Winster.
Find it a little bit fascinating here this morning, Mr. K, that I see them just trying to play Janae Winster out and not really taking any unnecessary risks against her. Only attacking when she misses a length, as she drops this one short. There's definitely
Once again, there's a lot of hesitation.
Here, Mr. K, between these two batters. As Sarah Smith set off with a run sent back by a partner. There's definitely some communication issues between these two at the moment.
Yeah, talking about batting conditions, very good batting conditions. Just watch others, one delivery. Oh, and she beats the bat of Smith. And they will scramble through for 2. We'll just have a look. And there's another opportunity. The Badgers really missing opportunities as umpire Sanmarie Jansen van Rensburg signals wide. Yeah, obviously we're living in an era of social media and commentary WhatsApp groups. Former South African, he played for South Africa, played a lot of cricket for the Dolphins and the Lions. Vaughan van Jaarsveld just posted one of the greatest batting wickets in the country, and Oudtshoorn, always nice to bat here. He played, obviously, I can recall he played here for the Dolphins in quite an exciting match a few seasons ago, when this was also a venue of the Cape Cobras here in Oudtshoorn. We're back here, the action as Winster runs in. Short pitch. Lara Maritz does the fielding. And I think Smith will feel that she's missing out there.
Definitely agree with you, Mr. K. Short and wide. Struggling to pierce that offside gap, as we see the offside is pretty packed at this stage, Mr. K. Winster into Smith again. Floats this one up. No run added to the total. So now Winster now has bowled 5 overs, Mr. K. 0 maiden, 1 maiden, 13 runs only, and no wickets.
Yeah. And a lot will depend on the support role from the other end. Bowlers, as you know, operating in tandems. And you the other day referred to when you was a bowler, Goshen. I know we're commentating on a female version of the game, but the likes of Wessel Hartsleaf, Dougie Bartman, the great Othniel Bartman, Genton Stierman, Marcelo Pitt bowling from the other side, allow you to pick up all the wickets.
Definitely, Mr. K. Definitely, and I have to. It's a fruitless exercise at the end of the day, Mr. K. I think Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, into a second over now, she will have to start backing up Janae at the other end.
And she will need to put a slip into a fielding. One is hit in the gap. You can see the way the Tunnicliffe is playing. Got a good eye for the gaps.
I just think in terms of the field placing, Mr. Case, we see another fielder being added to the offside there. Finally, we're getting Jana now to move closer into that.
Specific ball is only into over number 6.
Some sort of assistance for the bowlers playing with 2 new balls in the 50 over game, Mr. K.
That was not the case when you played Gershon.
Not at all. Not at all.
Just wide. She hang out the bat to that, Sarah Smith.
But in saying that, Mr. K, playing with 1 ball per 50 over game, that at least on the surface such as this, which is very abrasive, like the one we're playing on this morning, that allowed some sort of reverse swing to come into the game towards the latter part of it.
Yeah, and as the years progress also, although the field is very firm, the deterioration of the ball was much better those years with a firm more drier outfield than the green one that we've got here. But nevertheless, bowlers need to adapt to the conditions.
Agree with you, Mr. Gate. I agree with
And thank you very much to our loyal sponsors, Hollywoodbets, for the inaugural professional sponsors of this event. The Cricket South Africa Hollywoodbets Pro50 series, the badges against Western Province. Straight to Giselle Abrams, who's in business again.
Colleen Jansen van Rensburg, pretty tidy over so far.
Very tidy. She's
No runs conceded off the overs yet. And I think that adding that extra slip in there has definitely got the batters thinking twice here this morning.
Yeah, not a lot of room for error as she plays without a third man. So without a fine leg, pardon.
Another dot ball. This one is played out to Giselle Abrams at point again. Just think she's missing her length quite a bit there, Mr. Gate.
Yeah, lucky to get away unpunished.
I have to say, Mr. Gate, I haven't seen Sarah Smith hit anything to the offside yet. She looks a strong leg side player, but at the minute it's just on or outside of stumps. She struggled to get it through the offside here this morning.
And there's a swing and a miss just outside the lines, warded by umpire Andre Olivier.
She's been missing those ones, Mr. K.
Absolutely, you just spoke about it. Just missed the outside edge of the bat. And there's another swing and a miss. You can see the disbelief from wicketkeeper Nadine Moonley on that.
The only thing that was missing on that delivery was finding the edge, Mr. K.
That is correct. Firmly hit, but couldn't pierce a gap on the offside.
Just get the sense that something is about to happen or take place in this game. Mr. K.
Absolutely, it's quite quiet here.
You can see that the batter is itching to get going, just waiting for something loose to pounce on something to get away.
Very good response from the bowler.
Keeping it quiet at that end, Mr. K. Making sure that they bowl enough dots here to Sarah Smith this morning. Do get the sense that it's just a matter of time before patience runs out there, Mr. K. She's looking, and she seems as if she's itching for something to score off.
You're 100% right. We anticipate that something can happen very soon. Interesting change in the field here as Julia Hall moves out, inviting Sarah Smith to play that shot. Oh, that was a well played shot, well negotiated, drop short and punished for 4. Immediately, she was onto that bad ball to capitalize, and I would say the shot of the morning thus far.
I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. That one and the one that Loosely Seal played earlier on, the exclusive cover drive that she punched into the covers. But yet again, Mr. K, Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg dropping this one short, slightly wide with the ball swinging away from the right hander still. Sarah Smith able to capitalize freer hands as Western Province moves on to 52 runs. They've gotten their first 50 of
13 overs.
Of the first 13 overs. For the loss of 2 wickets. Batters at the crease at the moment. Sarah Smith along with Faith Tunnicliffe as they move their partnership on to 53 runs. Pretty crucial partnership for the Western Province women. As they look to rebuild their innings after the loss of early wickets, Babette the leader, as well as Olu Plesio to the bowling of Kaya Kazemate. You see Janae Winster about to continue a bowling spell. Round the wicket. into Faye Tunnicliffe. Tunnicliffe punches this one into the offside. Kaya Kazimati doing the fielding, not able to restrict and taking a single. What do you make of Janae Winster coming around the wicket here, Mr. K? She's bowled the whole morning spell, the first 6 overs she bowled over.
Yeah, I was actually asked that question to you.
Bowled over the wicket.
It's quite interesting. She has been successful also bowling around the wicket. Unlike the trademark Janae Winster bowling, that one was given a lot of flight. She's normally bowling. Keep it below the eye line. Bit of variation, maybe trying something here.
Agree with you there, Mr. K. Maybe she was of the meaning that the batters are starting to line up a bit. Winster into Smith. Smith punches that one straight back to the bowler, where Janae Winster does the fielding herself.
Yeah, I can only recall that one boundary, which was a full toss, which was dealt with by Tunnicliffe. Other than that, she's been pretty much on the money. That's upwards, just short of Lara Maritz. That ball was airborne, and I must say, Smith.
When she hits it, Mr. K. They stay hit it.
The Badgers missed out one opportunity this morning here to run out Faye Tunnicliffe. This partnership is slowly but surely start growing. That one is misfielded by Lara Maritz. She'll be furious with that. And that's the small things, Gershon, as a coach. You're building up pressure and then there's a misfield, conceding a single, stay on.
Just releases that pressure that you've been building up as a bowling unit, Mr. K, and makes it easy for the batters to get a strike. As we see this partnership moving on to 35 runs now between Sarah Smith and Faye Tunnicliffe. Score after 14 overs, 54 for the loss of the 2 openers that's back in eye. Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg, the captain of the Garden Roof Badgers, wanted to continue bowling here from the commentary box in. As we have a look at the dugout there in Western Province.
There's one thing about the dugout. Everybody's in the shade.
Just having a look at the field there for Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg. Only the 2 fielders on the leg side. Back offside, 1 slip as well as a galley.
Yeah, it's good to see that there's a slip in action. That's a fielding position that can definitely come into action.
Catch.
That's a magnificent catch taken. That is a magnificent catch taken by Lara Maritz. And we spoke about the trademark delivery of Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg. That was also your trademark delivery, Gershon. The one that moves away from the right-hander. And a good catch. Very good catch by Lara Maritz.
Beautiful catch at galley by Lara Maritz, Mr. K. Don't know if Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg has got us on speaker down at the bottom, but we've been asking for catches to be in the right positions. Getting this one nice and full, swinging away from the right-hander. Could only find the edges. He's looking to go over the top, Sarah Smith. Brilliant catch by Lara Maritz. You see the score moving on to 54 for 3 at this stage. That partnership that looked threatening between Sarah Smith and Faye Tunnicliffe being brought to an end by a brilliant catch by Lara Maritz at galley. Score now moves on to 54 for 3 after 14.1.
Yeah, that was indeed quite a threatening partnership. 35 runs between Sarah Smith and Faye Tunnicliffe. And the Badgers, we said that a wicket in the next few overs will make them happy. We also spoke about that magic number that they would like to chase down. And we can accept they will not want to chase more than 150 to prove us wrong.
They definitely have to prove us wrong here this morning, Mr. K. 3 wickets down for the loss of 54 runs. As we see Kelsey Adams coming to the crease. I can safely say that you'll have most of Ravensmead watching her come out to bat as she hails from that area. If I'm not mistaken, the father is still the chairperson at Tigerberg Cricket Club, so she's got a very big following there. and they will be watching this with very, very keen eyes.
So good morning to all the viewers from Ravensmead that tune into our telecast this morning. And Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg will continue with her fourth over.
Yes, it's full swinging delivery again, Mr. K. That's caused enough trouble here this morning. Yeah, speaking about Ravensmead, Mr. K, that's also the area where the legendary Vernon Philander hails from. The people of Ravensmead love their cricket.
Absolutely. Vernon Philander, obviously, also known as the surgeon. He needs no introduction.
Jansen van Rensburg swinging this one again away from Kelsey Adams. The armless return to the keeper as the score remains on 54 for 3. Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg into Kelsey Adams.
Good delivery.
I have to say, it looks like the Hollywoodbets women have done their homework here, Mr. K. They've got a packed offside field, only 2 fielders on the leg side, which ultimately suggests to me that the batter or both batters at Carolina strong leg side players. That's why we've been looking to get them driving further offside, making sure that the catches come into play.
Inspirational leader. Inspirational player, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg.
This one rolls out, another ball rolling out the gully, Mr. K. That ball is really talking. I think this is something that the surgeon, as we just spoke about, you would be proud of, or something that you would have loved to make use of here this morning, Mr. K. Swinging ball, it's nipping both ways through the air as well as off the seam. As we see again, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg having conceded no runs is over, posting another field out on the boundary. Van Rensburg into Adams.
Oh, beaten the outside off of the bat. Very good delivery.
Beautiful.
And a very good over from the captain. So 54 for 3, 15 overs bowled. And I think the Badgers, they will be quite happy. 2 more overs to the drinks break. Another wicket before the drinks break will definitely lift the spirit of the home side.
What are your thoughts on maybe getting Seam on to come and bowl from both ends, Mr. Guy? I know Janelle Winster has done well this morning.
Yeah.
But it seems like Seam bowling has actually gotten us 3 wickets.
I must tell you. And I mean, they've still got other resources in the seam bowling department. But the leg spinner, Giselle Abrams, will replace Janae Winster from the Freda Street end of the ground.
I would like to see the likes of Michaela Andrews or Laura Moritz taking the ball from that.
Yeah, Michaela, specifically, the ball is still relatively new.
As you see the leg spin of Giselle Abrams coming on.
Oh, that's a very good start from Abrams. Kayakaze Machi was impressive. She bowled very well. She bagged 2 wickets. But loose towards the end, and good captaincy to replace her immediately. Full toss hit. Very good fielding there. There's an excellent stop from Janae Winster diving towards her right to prevent a boundary. Of course, that ball from Tunnicliffe was flying towards the boundary. Other one dropped short.
Dropped short by Giselle Abrams.
And unlike Tunnicliffe, who normally capitalize on those deliveries, she couldn't pierce the gap.
Abrams into Tunnicliffe again. Gives this one a.
Oh,
is that a chance?
That's a chance. There's definitely a chance.
Another one put down.
You can see the disappointment. It was a tough one, But it should have been taken. It should have been taken. And oh my word, I think she hurt herself.
That one was hit very hard, straight back at a by Faitanico. I think in a professional era, Mr. K, you expect bowlers to take those.
No, I completely agree with
Coming
you.
straight back at them.
I mean, she's not the first bowler who will ever drop a catch from her own bowling. But I mean, she set it up nicely and unfortunately couldn't capitalize. And Tunnicliffe, well, she's not really yet a cat with 9 lives, but she's got 2 here noted today.
She received 2 already, Mr. K. Abrams into Tunnicliffe again.
And again. But compliment to the bowler, and I must say, it shows a bit of weakness in Tunnicliffe. She couldn't control herself and contend herself, and Abrams unfortunately hurt herself again.
2 chances in 1 over.
Yeah, she'll be very, very disappointed. She's all of a sudden now a cat with 3 lives.
You see the physio come onto the field and the umpire's calling for drinks as the physio is about to treat the injured hand of Giselle Abrams.
So as drinks are served, we're going to take a break. Just to recap on what happened here this morning. The Badgers, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, won the toss. And surprisingly, they opted to have a bowl first, 54 for 3 after 16 overs. And we will have drinks.
As we're back live again at the recreation ground after the drinks break. Score at the moment 54 for the loss of 3 wickets after 16 overs. At the crease batting at the moment, we've got Kelsey Adams on 0 and Faith Tunnicliffe on 14 runs. Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg to resume to the start of the 5th over. Jansen van Rensburg full swinging delivery. Adams just hitting this one into the offside, straight to the cover fielder, Julia Hall, and no run is added to the score. Well, obviously an eventful last over where we had Giselle Abrams given 2 chances of caught and bowled, offered off the bat of Faith Tunnicliffe, both chances being put down, resulted in drinks being taken slightly earlier, as we see Van Rensburg running into Adams again. Beautiful line being bowled at the moment by Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, making sure that she's just on about that off stump, getting the batters to come forward and not really giving them any room to be able to score or hit the ball through the leg side.
Yeah, she's into her 5th over, only conceded 10 runs. And as you quite rightly said, there's an opportunity to use pace from both ends. It's a very good delivery once again. She beat that bat, an outside edge, and straight to Giselle Abrams, who does the fielding. Abrams, unfortunately, she dropped 2 catches from her own bowling earlier today.
Yeah, Mr. K, I just alluded to it earlier, just as we started or resumed play again after the drinks break. Giselle Abrams putting down 2 chances of catching and bowling Faith Tunnicliffe twice in the exact same over.
So it's a lady from Ravensmead on strike, Adams, and that's the first one which Van Rensburg has dropped down the leg side. Remember, she's playing without a fine leg, really bowling to her plan. Unfortunately, no damage to that, as Nadine Moodley does the rest.
I think just Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg just being a bit greedy there, Mr. K, asking the ball to swing from outside of leg stump, trying to get it nice and straight. Just think that she needs to exercise a little bit more patience here. She's into bowl again and she's right back on it again. Good comeback there from Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg.
Obviously, great catch taken by Lara Maritz in the gully to get rid of Smith from the bowling of the skipper.
The current partnership, only 1 run at the moment, Mr. K. The Western Province ladies really need to rebuild here if they're looking to post a competitive total.
Yes, there was a threatening partnership of 35 runs between Tunnicliffe and Smith, and that is a poor delivery, and punished, just hit behind square on the onside for 4 runs to Western Province, taking him to 59 for 3.
Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg just bowling this one a tad too full. Kelsey Adams making sure that she cashes in on the full delivery, taking it through the leg side. There's no fielders posted, and she adds 4 to her total. Jansen van Rensburg back into Adams. And she bowls the final ball of the over right on the money, right where she wants to be. Making sure that she's getting it full and swinging outside the off stump, straight through the keeper. Harmlessly, as that brings the end to the 17th over. The score has now moved on to 59 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. Western Province currently going at a rate of 3.5 to the over.
So the end of the over, 59 for 3 after 17 overs. And once again, a threatening partnership here between Adams and Tunnicliffe. Tunnicliffe on 14. Remember, she's been dropped twice in the previous over from the same bowler that's operating, Giselle Jansen van Rensburg. And Van Rensburg will continue with a leg spin to Tunnicliffe. And I must say, it's a tempting game between the two here.
I agree with you there, Mr. K. She's definitely posing a different threat, a different challenge here to fight Tunnicliffe, Giselle Abrams with her leg spin. Giving this one enough air.
But there's protection out there. Asaki and Giovanni runs in, does the fielding.
Giselle Abrams here, Mr. K will get a first chance to bowl at Kelsey Adams. Think she's definitely got a tail up here, Mr. K, thinking that she should have definitely had 2 wickets. It was hit straight back at her with some force by Faith Dunnicliffe.
Yep, and there was also obviously the run-out opportunity earlier. Adams. She seems to be quite an attacking batsman.
Very attacking, Mr. K. But similar to Sarah Smith had reported just before, looks to exploit the leg side as she knocks this one on into the leg side again. Fielding done by Julia Hall, and 1 run is added to the total.
End of the over, 61 for 3, and it's not the end of the over yet. Still 2 balls left. Sorry for that.
Giselle Abrams now to Dunnicliffe.
Oh, that's well played, but there's protection out there.
Asaf Nyuvani does the fielding and restricts it to just the 1 single run.
It's out to Michaela Andrews at mid-wicket. No addition to the total.
I would be itching to have a bowl if I was Michaela Andrews at this stage, Mr. K, especially seeing the amount of swing that Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg and Kaya Kazimati got with that new ball this morning. Still surprised to see that we haven't seen seam being bowled from both ends. The captain going to the spinners fairly early on this morning.
Yeah. Jansen van Rensburg, she's into a 6 over. Very economical bowling. Previous over, she dropped 1 short, which was well dealt with for a boundary. And Dunnicliffe is on strike. And the score 62 for 3. And once again, Jansen van Rensburg playing without a fine leg.
As we see another change in the field, Mr. K, the gully fielder has come out and gone into a square leg position just on the edge of the ring.
We saw that. Well, very good fielding there. It's excellent fielding, diving towards the left. Was that Asaki and Giovanni?
Kaya Kazimati.
Kaya Kazimati.
Very interesting, Mr. K. She bowled a full toss previous over, got hit through the square leg, and now she's posted the fielder there.
Yeah, that is interesting indeed. Short, it's straight to Julia Hall. No, that's Janae Winster, pardon, who does the fielding and a dot ball.
She's now taken the attacking fielder, or the fielder in the attacking position at gully, and posted her in a more defensive position at square leg.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I will also support what you said earlier, is that one is hit upward to Kaya Kazimati, who does the fielding. I don't think it'll be a bad option to use pace from both ends.
There's definitely something in the wicket for the pace bowlers this morning. In saying that, we have had 2 chances put down off the leg spinner Giselle Abrams, putting down those 2 chances herself. But I have to say, Mr. K, seam definitely seems the way to go here this morning. There's still some swing through the air and definite seam movement off the wicket. As we see Van Rensburg running into Dunnicliffe again. Nice and straight this one. Hit down the ground where Michaela Andrews does the fielding.
Yeah, and as Michaela Andrews does the fielding, that's obviously the bowler which we've got in mind to bowl from the other end or support from the other end.
Does seem to be limping a little bit after fielding that ball. Yeah.
That's a serious limp, that. Oh, that's wide. And she's a bit naughty, bowling a few wides, very wide outside of the nature in which she's bowling. She's obviously exposed to The straighter one a bit wideish.
See Janssen van Rensburg having to rebuild that one, Mr. K. She's into Adams again.
Oh, that's not one that she mind to rebuild. She beaten the outside edge, and the outside edge just wide of a diving first slip, Jana Nel. Very good delivery, that.
Very good delivery.
Have a look at that again. Just wide of Jana Nel.
Just out of reach of Jana Nel. I think I almost want to say Jana Nel has taken up a second slip or
Yeah.
1.5 position in Mr. K.
Correct.
And this is a result of having moved the gully into the square leg position. You see Van Rensburg running into Tunnicliffe, swinging again, swing and a miss from Tunnicliffe. I definitely would be tempted to put that field
No,
back.
absolutely. I
catch him back,
completely
and start
agree with
pitching
you.
back.
And Tunnicliffe also losing her composure. I mean, to be honest, it's the first time that I saw her batting or see her batting today. I mean, her numbers this season looks very impressive. But she's vulnerable. I mean, she offered 2 drop catches to Giselle Abrams. And I'm not saying that, I mean, she's not a great player. She's a fantastic player. I mean, the numbers definitely indicates that. But there was a loose shot outside of. And it's also evident, in a way, that the game plan of the Western Province is built on quite aggressive batting.
I agree with you, Mr. K. They look to take the game forward every chance and opportunity that they are presented with. Giselle Abrams to continue from the Freely Street end.
No, that's
No, that's
not a very good delivery.
That's
It's been dealt with appropriately by Adams. Picked up a boundary. It's indicated by umpire Sunmarie Strydom.
It's unfortunate for the leg spinner here, Mr. K, but ultimately this is what you get from leg spin. They're not really bowlers or spin bowlers that can contain the rate of scoring. You will either get one short or one loose with him.
That is evident.
Abrams to continue to Adams.
Adams also seems to be very strong on the leg side, the way that she's played that shot. Very accomplished batter.
Besides the edge previous over, Mr. K, I can't really recall scoring any runs to the offside here this morning.
Exactly. Tunnicliffe, dangerous batsman. Was Abrams.
She's definitely having a few difficulties here. Abrams.
Yeah, no, she's definitely giving Tunnicliffe a few headaches here this morning. The cat with 3 lives on strike.
Just harmlessly lets this one go through to the keeper, Nadine Woodley, who does the cleaning up behind the stumps.
And for a leg spinner, she's very economical early up. She's from the Boland, Giselle Abrams to Tunnicliffe. And
Abrams into Tunnicliffe again. This time she gets it through the offside. Work to be done by Kaya
very tiny fielding from Kayakaze Marty. And on the other hand, Western Province has done their homework on the arm of Kayakaze Marty, because normally in a women's game that's a couple.
It's a couple.
Very strong arm.
That brings the over to an end. Scores moved on to 71 runs for the loss of 3 wickets after 20 overs. Western Province going along steadily at the recreation ground at a rate of 3.5 runs to the over. As we see bowling change at the commentary box in. Or not. Yes. Michaela Andrews about to start a spell of bowling.
Yeah, after 6 overs, Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg has conceded 18 runs. She called it a day, and Michaela Andrews will continue from the commentary box end of the ground.
It'll be interesting to see what line of attack Michaela Andrews will employ here, Mr. K, because if you look at the field that she's got no third man, no fine leg, fielder at doing deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and the sweep on the offside.
In her first over into Tunnicliffe, short and hit. There's some work out for Julia Hall. She runs around. And also, she has a very strong arm. Not the same as Asaka and Giovanni, but I mean, who cares? She protects that boundary and prevent a couple.
Pretty quick in the outfield.
Absolutely agree with you.
Julia Arms again.
Sloppy keeping from Moodley. And I'm sure umpire Andre Willefeed will wide that. Oh, and it's a scamper through for three wides. And Andrews will be very disappointed with herself.
I think we've been calling for her to come on and bounce again. She's actually not done herself any justice this morning. Dragging the first one short, second one wide down the leg side.
And she's playing without a fine leg. There's no margin for error. Wide and wide it.
Wide on the offside, wide on the leg side, wide on the offside now. As we see Nadine Moodley moving up to the stumps now to Michaela Andrews. Suggests there's quite a lack of pace in this wicket that we're playing on today. But again, like you alluded to earlier, where for the Garden Route Badgers to have any success here today, they need to cut down on these extras, as this partnership has already moved on to 23 runs between these two batters.
Oh, that's a very good delivery. That's more than Michaela Andrews that we know. And remember, we said it here, and we don't want to be too pedantic, but they will need to restrict Western Province to less than 160 maximum. They're not a very good team chasing down targets.
One surefire way of restricting them, Mr. K, is making sure that they minimize these extras as far and as low as they possibly can.
I agree with you, and that was one thing which was a bit disappointing for us. The previous Pro50 match here on this very same ground between the Badgers and the Knights. The Knights bowled like 22 extras out of 142. And that normally, it's not supposed to be, but that's a big game changer.
See Michaela Andrews just pulling out of that one, something wrong in the run up there.
And on the other hand, that was an area where Kayakaze Mate struggled, but she was pretty much on the target, getting 2 wickets. Good delivery. Just wide of Yana Nell. Brought Asake and Giovanni into the action. Andrews to Adams. Oh, good delivery.
I think she's definitely found her range.
Yeah, I was about to say, if she can find her range, she can be a handful. Very experienced player also, obviously. High risk shot, well executed. The chase for Lara Maritz. She will cut it off, but Adams will pick up 2 runs behind square on the leg side. Not a good opening over from Andrews. She conceded 9 runs, and out of that 9, there were a few wides. It was an 8-ball over. End of the over. And end of the 21st over, Western Province 80 for 3. And I'm very sure that Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg will urge her troops to come into business here.
And I just think they've gone a bit quiet out there.
Seems to be the case.
Couple of wides, couple of drop catches. Things not quite going their way at the moment. But still think things can change fairly easy. We see Abrams into
Lots of flight. Yeah, that is unacceptable. Unacceptable basics there from Abrams. Just wonder the way that she didn't want to catch that ball, if there's maybe a niggle in the finger.
Definitely something wrong with those hands, Mr. K. Especially after putting down those 2 catches from Fate Cliff. But also what causes concern for Coach Martelis is nobody was backing up the bowler.
Agreed. Drop short. Brings Kayakazi Mate into action. She does the fielding.
Abrams into Adams. This one goes through arms into the wicket keeper. Abrams about to approach again into Adams.
Gives herself room.
Again, I have to allude to the fact, Mr. K, not really looking to score for the offside. A power line when she's hitting it through the leg side.
Yeah.
And just with that being said, Mr. K, from a coach's perspective, I would not have a sweeper for on the offside. Maybe get Kayakazi Mate up in the ring to try and
I agree with
prevent her
you.
from taking that.
I agree with you.
There.
Talking about it, that's exactly what she did. She did softly into the offside, into the gap. And if Kayakazi Mate was, as you suggested, on the circle, it would have been a dot ball.
Would have been a dot ball train there, Mr. K. Unfortunately, the fielders on the boundary and they get a single there. Adams retained the strike as the 22nd over has come to an end. Western Province 84 for 3. Run rate 3.8 at this stage.
Yeah, and more importantly, that partnership is slowly but surely growing to 30. And that is where the Badgers will need to be very cautious to not allow partnerships to get out of hand here.
One thing that I have to say, Mr. K, is just having a look around the field, and I can easily pick up that the body language of the Garden Badgers also dropped a little bit from where it was this morning after taking those early wickets with a new ball.
It is. It is.
Just too many hands on hips at this stage. You see Andrews running into Adams. Well done.
That is the Michaela Andrews that the captain would like to see.
I think it's definitely a ploy here by the Gardenwood Badgers just to make sure that they keep on hanging the ball outside of the off stump to Kelsey Adams. So far scored only 1 run for the offside, and it was an edge through the vacant slip area. Andrews into Adams.
And that's poor cricket, Gardenwood Badgers. Wide, misfielded by the wicketkeeper. 4 byes. 4 wides, actually.
Badgers actually at this stage being their own worst enemy, Mr. K, allowing the total of the extras increasing rapidly. Keller Andrews into Adams again. Definitely something wrong in that run up there.
Yeah, it's definitely something wrong in that run up, and the Badgers must just also keep an eye on their bowling tempo. We know that there's been an incident where Giselle Abrams injured her finger and there was quite a delay, but I think they're slightly behind currently. Good delivery from Abrams. Adams just playing that one forward defensive.
Andrews to continue to Adams. And
Sloppy wicket keeping there from Nadine Moodley.
had a fairly rough day behind the stumps this morning.
I agree. And I think by her own standards, she'll be very disappointing.
As we see her now moving back to stand, moving away from the stumps to go take up a normal position.
I mean, she is an ex-international player. And the coach will not be very happy. And that's a wide.
Tunnicliffe on strike. Swinging wide delivery by Michaela Andrews.
Now, I just sense the period from over number 16 to where we currently are. The Badgers has definitely lost momentum and they make it very easy for Western Province to escape and to start building on a very competitive total. As the score now is 92 for 3. Firmly hit, straight to Yano now.
Just sense that after the drinks break, the energy is gone out of the garden with Badger women a little bit there, Mr. K.
Yeah, just looking at the body language, all in all. And it is in situations like that, and when you've been a previous captain, as we just watched that. Well, firmly hit. Work for Julia Hall. She is quite quick around. No, sorry, that is Janae Winster. That's the fielding, and only one run added to the total. Once again, Kelsey Adams very strong on the leg side.
So waiting for something straight, Mr. K. Something missing the stumps that she can knock into the leg side and pick up a couple of runs. But I have to agree with you, Mr. K. Just body language, body language, body language, body language. If we can up our body language as the Garden Route Badgers woman, that already would bring some.
And a wicket will do magic. But that one is hit straight into the gap. Work done. Very good fielding from Asake and Giovanni. Sorry, that was Kayakaze Mate. That's very good fielding. She definitely prevented a boundary there. Kayakaze Mate. But after that fielding, there is also, unfortunately, a limp in the way that she's walking. That's not good news.
The concerning thing at this stage, Mr. K, Michaela Andrews bowled 2 overs and she's conceded 20 runs.
Yeah, that is a risk and a red light for the home side. So another bowling change as Jana Nell will replace Giselle Abrams. Giselle Abrams bowled, I think she bowled well. She only conceded 13 runs. Unfortunately, she put down 2 catches in the same over against the very dangerous Faye Tunnicliffe.
Those 2 catches could have changed the complexion of the game completely, Mr. K. Tunnicliffe is still batting at this stage, having 27 runs added to her name. Building this partnership with Kelsey Adams is currently on 15 not out.
And adding to that, there was obviously also that run-out opportunity for Faye Tunnicliffe. The partnership now 42, and it is approaching the half-century landmark. Nell, airborne, into the gap. 1 run for Kelsey Adams.
pretty experienced campaigner here in Yana now, Mr. Ken. She's about to take aim at Faith Tunnicliffe. Tunnicliffe hits this one out too long off. Just the one run as the fielding is done by Lara Moritz on the boundary. Score now moves on to 98 for the loss of the 3 wickets. Brings Adams back on strike. Into the leg side again. And one single taken to Asaki Nirvana who runs off the deep mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding.
Yeah. I mean, you're playing the team that's currently sitting second on the lock. You're not going to have an easy stride here. They will make you work for wickets. Nell into Tunnicliffe. Very cautious approach from Tunnicliffe. Spoke about it earlier. The way that he structured the batting reminds us quite a lot on just watch this delivery, and that's wider down leg.
That brings up 100 runs for the WSB Western Province ladies. Gianna now into Tunnicliffe again.
That's a good delivery.
Single stop there by Janae Winstone, does an excellent bit of fielding in the cover region. That brings it into the Ananel of Mr. K. Western Province women have now reached 100 from 160 deliveries. It's taken them 101 minutes. 6 boundaries being scored during that 100 runs. Partnership also between these two ladies have now reached the 46 run mark, and they'll definitely look to build this partnership to make sure it becomes a big one. We see a change in bowling from the commentary box, and as Michaela Andrews has gone for 20 runs of 2 overs, is being replaced by Lara Moritz.
Yeah, just to give you context, that out of that 100, there were 16 wides bowled. And that is completely unacceptable. And that is something that can potentially hurt the home side going forward.
Lara Moritz into Adams. Starts really straight. This one is hit down to the vacant fine leg area. And the fielding is done by Kaya Kazimati. It is well to say 1 run in the end, Mr. K.
Correct.
Preventing it from going for 4.
Laura Moritz, her second match for the Badgers, after she's been recruited from Ireland to join the Oudtshoorn based team, as Tunnicliffe will take strike. That is partnership.
Partnership is now moved on to 49 runs, Mr. K. Lara Moritz into Tunnicliffe.
Almost hit that one into the throat of the captain, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Short delivery, well negotiated, and that boundary 4 from Tunnicliffe will bring up the 50 partnership for the 4th wicket. Yeah, as you correctly said earlier, Gershon, the Badgers will first need to up their body language, which is from where we sit, we can definitely see the shoulders are hanging, and I think that extra 16 deliveries is also not very inspirational for any team. 2 drop catches and an opportunity to get the wicket of Tunnicliffe by a run out. Moritz in. Oh, that's a good delivery, but well played by Tunnicliffe as she moves to 32.
Fielding done by Kaya Kazimati. Draw now moves on to 108 for the loss of 3 wickets after 24.4 overs. Lara Murray's into her first over. She's already conceded 8 runs off the first 4 balls.
And more importantly, that one will be a hit away for 4. Well played by Adams, and her first boundary towards the offside, which I can recall. Well played, Adams. And more importantly, Gershon, the run rate is also increased. It was well under control for the first 18 overs, and all of a sudden it is increased to 4.53 over.
It shows us what a partnership can do, Mr. K. These two ladies have really made sure that they've picked up on this body language that's not really ideal for a professional outfit, and they've decided to cash in on it. I mean, the partnership has grown to 58 runs at this stage. Tony Cliff on 33 and Elsa Adams on 24. Score now 112 for 3 after 25 overs. One thing that I can say, Mr. K, by looking at these two going at the moment and how they're setting up the game for the experienced Danny van die Cape to come afterwards, as well as 1 or 2 other batters that the Western Province ladies still have in the arsenal. Garden Route Badgers really need to up the intensities and the energies in the field, otherwise they could be in for a very long afternoon here.
That is true, and remember, they won the toss and they opted to bowl on a very batting friendly wicket here in Oudtshoorn.
Also, I have to add to that, Mr. K, that there's been some assistance for the spin bowling as well as the seam bowling this morning.
Yeah, and that's what we thought, that bowling second on this wicket will be ideal. Stanislav hit that one nicely into the gap, and that will be a couple added to her total. Now a very experienced player, airborne, nicely fielded by Giselle Abrams. And by the way that she fielded there, it doesn't suggest that there's any injury to her hand. Remember, there was 2 very difficult catch and bowl opportunities, caught and bowl opportunities. Well played, Tunnicliffe, that's 4. And slowly but surely, Western Provinces start taking the momentum here away from the Garden Route Badgers.
The Garden Route Badgers need someone to provide some sort of spark for them here this morning, Mr. K. They do have the bowlers within the arsenal to try and create something. Just that the energy and the intensity of what they are trying to do out there needs to be upped a little bit. Jana Nel into Faye Tunnicliffe. 4 defensive, back to Jana Nel, no run added. To get back to the intensity and the energies, Mr. K, it's not even that warm this morning in Oudtshoorn.
No, it's a very mild, modest day.
Nothing like a couple of dot balls here could get the Garden Route Badgers energies right back up to where they're supposed to be, Mr. K.
End of the over, 26 overs gone, 118 for 3. A very healthy partnership here between Kelsey Adams, who's on 24 not out, and Faye Tunnicliffe, who is on 38. And that's the end of the over. Still 24 overs to be bowled, and we spoke about the magic 150. Well, Badgers will definitely need something special here, and we saw a change in bowling as Giselle Abrams, who operated from the Freda Street end of the ground in her first 4 overs, very economical, only conceded 13 runs, will now bowl from the commentary box end, and that's wide outside leg, missed by keeper Nadine Moodley, and another wide added to the total, and an extra ball. in the gap. Well played. That's a great shot from Tunnicliffe.
You can definitely see Faye Tunnicliffe and Kelsey Adams starting to put the hammer down there, Mr. K. They're not missing out on anything loose, anything that's not hitting the stumps. They're making sure that they're cashing in and dispatching it to the boundary at this stage.
Yeah. Tunnicliffe, she offered opportunities earlier this morning, but now we can definitely see that she finds her rhythm, and the way that she's hitting the ball suggests that she's on form. That one is hit out to Julia Halls on the boundary. That's the fielding, and 1 run added to the total. Whilst we watching for the next over, I've got a question which I will post after this. Short, just outside the jumping Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg, 1 run added to the total. I mean, as a captain, you won't go back to Janae Winster and Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg herself just to try to break this partnership.
You definitely need one of your strike bowlers to come on now, Mr. K, to try and break this partnership, to try and get yourself back into the game. If it does mean going to yourself as a skip, who also bowls, or your main spin bowler, I would definitely have gone there, Mr. K.
Absolutely.
To get back into the game, to get the rest of the momentum back, I definitely think they need one of their main bowlers to come up here. Also, sloppy fielding in our field like that doesn't help your cause at all this morning.
Yeah, speaking about body language and the appearance of the players, it's not looking good at this time. But compliments to Western Province. They've got a definite game plan. Lots of flight presented there by Abrams. Mishit by Tunnicliffe.
I definitely think that bowling, there's a definite match-up there. Giselle Abrams against Tunnicliffe, Mr. K. She's caused enough problems this morning, especially when she gets it above the eye line. Tunnicliffe seems to have some sort of trouble getting it away.
Yeah, this partnership is already 72 runs. The main contributor, I think it's pretty even. Adams is on 25, and Tunnicliffe is on 44. And Jana Nel will continue to operate from the further street end of the ground. Yeah, as we wait for Jana Nel, we also would like to share some sad news with our viewers. The mother of the strength and conditioning coach of the Badgers, Enver Venter, we received the sad news that she passed away. So let's also keep Enver in our thoughts. Jana Nel in to Adams, airborne and dropped. Now, this is unacceptable because that was set up by Nel, and what should have been a regulation catch has been put down by Michaela Andrews. And she normally has got a very good pair of hands. And Tunnicliffe, she's now becoming the cat with 4 lives. Was Adams the offer the catch?
Adams off
Sorry.
the catch, Mr. K.
Correction. Sorry for that. Tunnicliffe, forgive me for that.
I'm actually a little bit stunned by how she dropped that catch, Mr. K.
Yeah, no, that is unacceptable.
Straight in, over her head.
And as I said, she's got a safe pair of hands. I saw her taking some breathtaking catches. So Adams put down, and that is now 3 catches and 1 run-out opportunity. And in a context of a game against strong opposition like Western Province, this is unacceptable.
Tunnicliffe just hitting this one into the leg side where Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg does the fielding on the boundary. Turning the strike over back to Kelsey Adams. She just offered a life straight into the hands of Michaela Andrews. Another chance being put down. That has now been 3 catches been put down by the Gardenwood Badgers.
Once again, sloppy fielding by Andrews, fielding on the edge of the table. End of the over. Disappointment for the Badgers. Another drop catch. The score now 128 for 3 after 28 overs. As we will see, Giselle Abrams, she's operating from the commentary box end. She bowled 5 overs. Give that one another flight. Hit out to long off where Asake and Yuvane does the fielding. And 1 run added to the total of Faith Tunnicliffe, who is approaching the milestone of yet another half century. She's on 46. Lots of flight. Presented some room for Kelsey Adams. She hit that one out to Julia Hall, who's the boundary driver on the offside just underneath the scoreboard. And two consecutive singles for WSB Western Province. Short, straight to Lara Maritz, who does the fielding, and that's a dot ball. Abrams conceded 23 runs thus far. Remember that there were 2 drop catches that was presented by Tunnicliffe from a very own bowling. Lots of flight. Hit out to Asake and Yuvane at long off. She does the fielding. So the 3rd single from the over as Kelsey Adams is on strike. Straight hit from Adams, and once again it brought Asake and Yuvane into the action. Wide of Lara Maritz, Julia Hall runs around, and 2 more runs added to the total. End of the over. That is the end of the 29th over. A very healthy run rate of 4.6. The score now 134. Tunnicliffe is on 49 and Adams on 28.
I think, Mr. K, for the Gardenwood Badgers to get themselves back into the game, they're going to have to find a way to break this partnership. At this stage, this partnership looks very, very threatening between these 2 ladies, Faith Tunnicliffe and Kelsey Adams. Tunnicliffe has moved on to 49, Kelsey Adams on 28. And they're looking as if they want to bet the Gardenwood Badgers right out of this game at the moment.
And more importantly, they must take the opportunities when it presents itself. Just the previous over, we saw a drop catch. Michaela Andrews put down a regulation catch, and Kelsey Adams survived. Nell in to Adams. Yeah, you can't bowl there without a fine leg, and it will run away for 4.
These 2 ladies, Mr. K, I think you'll agree with me if I say that these 2 ladies, they've not really missed out on anything loose.
No, compliment to them. Their strategy and approach is very clear to keep the game forward, to move the momentum. And I think where we sit now, the Badgers, I think if they don't put the brakes on here, they're going to chase 260 today. Because that is on the cards. So remember, the dangerous Danae van Niekerk must still come into bat.
I do, however, think, Mr. K, that Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg are going to troop set out the target for themselves this morning. Something
There's a wide appeal. Jana now asked the question, and that is the end of Adams. A long hesitation there from Sunmarie Stradom, and Nell gets the breakthrough. Gershon, please take us through that one.
This one by Jana Nel, nice and full on the stumps, hitting the back leg of Kelsey Adams. Running with the bat in hand, pointing the bat at the umpire, but umpire suddenly straight him even out already. Probably thought that it was bat first before it hit the pad, or pad first before it ran onto the bat. But that's the end of Kelsey Adams. That's just the breakthrough that the Gardenwood Badgers women would have wanted, to try and stop this rate of scoring from the Western Province women.
Yeah, as Kelsey Adams walking back to the dressing room, she doesn't look very happy, throwing down her equipment. And that's a departure of Adams trapped leg before. But compliments to a well-played innings from Kelsey Adams. She batted well, she's aggressive, and she contributed to a very good partnership with Faye Tunnicliffe. And that brought Danae van Niekerk to the crease. Now, Danae van Niekerk, in the context of South African women's cricket, she doesn't need any introduction. She played 107 ODIs and 86 T20 internationals. She's got a very healthy average of 36.2 in one-day international cricket. Yeah, I can remember, I think it was around about 2008, right at this ground as a scholar of Centurion High School. She played here for Northerns in the girls under 19 national tournament. That's the first time that I saw her, and that one is played forward defensively. Her record for the past season is also impressive. She is a very, very competitive cricket player, and she also played one single game for the Badgers 2 seasons ago.
I can see the amount of respect being shown by the opposition captain to her here, Mr. K. I would have definitely had a couple of fielders in close, make sure that we keep her on strike for a little bit longer, try and dot her up, ask her to do something that she wouldn't necessarily do, having just got into the crease. All just too easy, Mr. K, allowing her to get a strike and get off the mark.
And play herself in.
Like you said, Mr. K, and alluded to earlier, she is a very dangerous player. The Gardenwood Badgers would want to see the back of her as soon as they possibly can.
Yeah, just this season, she's averaging 79.5 with the bat. She played in 4 matches, high score of 84 not out, 159 runs. Yes, to her credit, there were 2 not outs, but those 2 not outs where she played a pivotal role in taking Western Province over the line.
I think I have to share with you, Mr. K, with one of our technicians on the side here, just informing me that the last time she played here for the Gardenwood Badgers, or representing the Gardenwood Badgers, she actually didn't bother the scorers by scoring a duck.
Yeah, I can remember, that was quite in the time where she wasn't selected for South Africa because of her fitness results. And I can still recall that a big Sunday newspaper sent a photographer down to this ground to take a photograph of her batting to make a story of it. So that is a profile of player that she is, but I dealt with her. I can remember a very respected professional.
As you see, Tunnicliffe getting a single to move on to a half century. Abrams into Van Niekerk, straight to Jana now does the fielding in the covers.
Yeah, a lot of energy shown there by Jana Nel, diving towards the left to stop that ball. And well played, Faith Tunnicliffe. I mean, she batted, and you can see why. Oh, that's a well-bowled delivery. That's a very well-bowled delivery by Giselle Abrams. As Tunnicliffe got to 50, yes, she was put down twice, but I like the way how she's approaching and constructing her innings. Reminds us quite a lot of Sandra Candler, which we saw a lot here. Both the same style, getting the ball into pockets. That one, Van Niekerk gets out. There's a long chase there from Kayakaze Mate, and only 1 run added to the total.
True to form, Mr. K, that's an arm that they don't take on.
Yeah,
Think about too.
Just on another note, and that is still applicable to cricket, that besides what we're doing today here, I mean, I've listened to Danae van die Kerk doing commentary in various leagues, including the current England tour, and I must say she is a brilliant cricket commentator, besides the fact that she's obviously a fantastic player. But that's besides why she's here today. She's here to do a job for Western Province and to keep them within striking range of the Dolphins.
I agree with you there, Mr. K. A proper dog fight between those two provinces at this stage of the competition. I think we can also throw the Lions into the mix, the top three.
Yeah, the top three and the bottom three now. It's one of the top three that's playing one in the bottom three here today. Nell in to Van die Kerk. Just worked this one around. And she picked up a single. Oh, that's well stopped by Nell.
That was it.
That was it on the finger as well as on the ankle. And I will anticipate that the medical team will make their way. No, they will not. Jana Nell, she's also around for a few years. Hails from Kaberga, played lots of cricket for Eastern Province. But she's back and will continue.
That was it with some power straight back at her by Faith Cliff, Mr. K.
Yeah, she definitely played together with Danae van die Kerk when they played for Eastern Province. So they will know each other quite well, spending lots of hours together in the team environment, in the dressing room. Edged. Work for Michelle May.
Michelle May does the feeling and restricts it to just two solitary runs. I don't know, really going about the business here, Mr. Cake, today. I have to say she's been getting the ball in the right areas, asking all sorts of questions from the batters. And like you alluded to earlier, she does know someone like Danae van die Kerk quite well. Probably played quite a few games against Frank Cliff as well. Into again, Cliff knocks this one into the leg side. Aside Nirvani prevents him from taking a single. Yeah, and now another dot ball ball to Faith Cliff. Faith Cliff won't be too worried about facing all these dot balls. As soon as she's getting something loose, she's making sure that it goes to the fence or over the fence.
Oh, that's a very good catch taken. That's a magnificent catch taken by Giselle Abrams. Well. There's a song, they call it The Circle of Life. She dropped 2 catches. She put down Cliff twice, but eventually, with a very good diving catch, she dived forward. And that is a magnificent catch taken and an important breakthrough for the Badgers.
Faith Cliff's not very happy with herself as she's walking off, Mr. K. That should have been a boundary, short, wide, cut straight to the fielder at backward point when Giselle Abrams completed the catch.
Yeah, the big question is, of course, will this present an opportunity for the Badgers to claw themselves back into this game?
Yes, Mr. K. Diving forward is always a difficult one. Giselle Abrams at this point diving forward and grabbing that one, grabbing hold of it. Very difficult to dive forward in any form of the game. There we see it again. Wide delivery by Anna Nels diving forward. Abrams claiming very. I won't say dangerous, but there's definitely some element of danger to that diving forward, Mr. King.
Yeah. And for the same time, they will also take a drinks break. So with the departure of Faith Tunnicliffe for a well-played half century, she's been joined, or Leah Jones has joined Danae van Niekerk, and a very good call to bring back Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg into the attack. I think, Gershon, that's a good ploy.
That's definitely a good ploy, Mr. K. She bowled well this morning. She's probably looking to get 1 or 2 wickets here. Especially with Leah Jones coming to the crease, she's also the captain of this Western Province outfit. I think, Mr. K, for all accounts, we can, the Gardenwood badges, they're probably thinking that 1 wicket here could potentially break it open to have the lesser batters come to the crease.
Yeah, van Rensburg in to van Niekerk, and I just want to say one thing, and you also alluded to, yes, van Niekerk is a very experienced batter, but she's near the crease, and I think there's too many respect shown for her. No slipping position, very defensive field once again. I mean, there's no way that she will immediately, and I also saw her bat previously, I mean, she plays herself in and then accelerate. This field placing is too defensive for her as a new batter. And we spoke about the same thing in the game against the Knights.
I agree with you there, Mr. K. I would love to see 1 or 2 more fielders being put up in the ring, asking Danae van Niekerk, who's new at the crease, to try and go over the top.
You've got 4 boundary riders for a batter that hasn't yet played a son of in.
Van Rensburg into Van Niekerk.
And there's what we're talking about. I mean, this is, and even the top batters that played here before will always say, you must first play yourself in here at a recreation ground. You're not in from the first ball.
I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. They're just making it too easy for Danae van Niekerk to try and get herself in, to try and get herself going. I think key for Western Province women here would be to build another partnership between these 2 batters that's at the crease at the moment.
I mean, I don't want to run things ahead, but we will very soon see how Van Niekerk exploit the weaknesses in the field placing to get herself in. She's an experienced player, very, very high levels of awareness and cricket intelligence. Giselle Abrams does the fielding, and the fielding has been done. Van Rensburg bowled very well thus far. She picked up 1 wicket. She only conceded 18, and she almost completed 7 overs.
One more ball to go in the 7th over, Mr. K. She's really done a good job here for her side today. She'd be very happy if she can get another breakthrough here and get another wicket to get
That's
them.
exactly what we spoke about. Just punched it out. Michaela Andrews, end of the over. So we watch Jana now from the furthest end of the ground into Danae van die Kerk. Oh, just wide of Jana now. And out where there's protection. And once again, the way that van die Kerk is playing, the field is set for her to play herself in.
We're allowing the golden badges room is allowing herself to get in and get going here, Mr. K. I don't want to keep on harping on the fact that it can become a bit tedious, but if that fielder have been up in the ring, chance, possibly another wicket as the
Absolutely.
total instead of Danae van die Kerk just knocking it down for one, getting herself in, trying to set a platform from where she can launch and capitalize on at the back end of the innings.
And exactly, Gershon, they were listening to you, or to us. As Lara Moritz comes in, and Leah Jones just let that one go through to the keeper, Nadine Moodley.
I think Jones will also be aware of a target that they have in mind, something that they would like to bat towards. Get a partnership going with Van die Kerk and make sure that they reach that goal at the end of the innings.
That's airborne, just dropping short of Michelle May. I must say, Jana Nel is very impressive. Well bowled, Jana Nel.
I have to say, Anna Nel has been the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, she came back. She put off target in the first over.
Then Van die Kerk will also keep in the back of her mind, Mr. K, that there's still plenty of overs for them to try
That
and
is
get
100%. 16 overs left after this one. She has been instrumental this season, Danae van die Kerk, in the success of WSB Western Province. So Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg will continue. Very impressive. She bowled 7 overs, 1 for 19. And Gershon, I know we're hammering a lot on this. Oh, that's a very well bowled delivery. I mean, you can definitely see the difference, and I'm not discrediting Jones, but she must still play herself in. To apply pressure on Jones.
Definitely agree with you there, Mr. K. You can keep her on strike for a little bit longer while she's trying to get herself and trying to get used to the pace of the wicket, trying to see what the bowler is doing, instead of just allowing her to get off strike easily with the field that we've set very defensively at the moment. That could build pressure on this Western Province.
Oh, well bowled, Nicoline.
Definitely think Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg has got an earpiece of some sorts down there, Mr. K. Because just as we speak, she's definitely bringing up the field.
Well, we're sitting next to a Cricket South Africa level 4 coach, Gershon. So what? I mean, you should You should know what's going on in this game. You played a hell of a lot of cricket yourself. Nicolene in, and I must say she is really bowling very well. And I must compliment her. She's backing herself. In all the almost 8 overs that she's bowled thus far this morning, she played without a fine leg. And I can only recall one ball that she straight down leg.
Just the one ball, Mr. K, that went there. She's been really able to control her line, control her length throughout this entire day with the new ball as well as with this older ball. As you see, Jones looking to cut this one behind, square on the offside.
Michelle May did well to prevent a boundary there. It's only a single. And that will bring Danae van der Kerk on strike.
We have to admit, Mr. K, that Nicolene Jansen was quite a good acquisition for the Garden.
No, absolutely fantastic athlete, full of energy. Oh, well bowled. And once again, you can just sense the experience and the awareness of Van der Kerk. Just tap and a go. Just to keep the scoreboard ticking, release the pressure, irritate the bowler.
Agree with you, Mr. K. And while she's doing all of this, Mr. K, she's getting herself in, getting used to the pace of the wicket. And that brings 150 runs up for the WSB Western Province women for the loss of 5 wickets.
And that is an over number 35. Leah Jones, Michelle May dives over that one, and it's 4 more.
Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg, Mr. K. That's the first boundary she's conceded that I can remember.
That's correct.
She's gone for 25 runs of 8 overs, 1 maiden, and only has the 1 wicket to her name. Definitely think she deserved a little bit more in terms of the wickets column. Been the pick of the seam bowlers here this morning.
So the battle between Nell and Van der Kerk continues.
Okay, Kazi Martin does the fielding in the cover region as Jana Nell making sure that she's applying enough pressure here on the Nathan Nikek and not letting her off the hook easily.
Correct. Oh, there's an appeal there. I think that one was hit outside the line of off stump. It's Michaela Andrews runner out. Yeah, surprised that we haven't seen Kayakaze back into the attack.
I think at this stage, Mr. K, Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg is quite happy to keep Jana Nell on. She's taken 2 wickets so far for 23 runs.
Oh, there's another well-bowled delivery from Jana Nell. KK Mate bowled well this morning. She bagged 2 wickets. Great delivery. LBW and dislodged the furniture. It's straight to the same Kayakaze Mate who does the fielding.
Playing on the leg side this time, Jones knocks it into the leg side.
Good fielding there from Asake and Yovane, but it will not prevent Jones coming back for a couple. 157 for 5. Just interesting. I know there's been stoppages. The badges can be penalized for a slow over rate here, and I'm sure that the umpires will obviously communicate this with the captains.
think added to that, Mr. K, also the amount of wides that they've got
Yeah.
could also play a vital role, a pivotal role in terms of how quickly they're getting through their overs, how slowly.
But the onus is on the captain to get in front.
Definitely agree with you.
And I can also see that there's not a lot of urgency in changing between the overs.
Quite a bit of walking to get to their positions, Mr. K.
Yeah.
Not really rushing to get into position.
And they're all wasting time. And just as you spoke, Van Rensburg has posted herself on the long on boundary, as we saw Michaela Andrews. She's been very, very expensive. She conceded 20 runs in only 2 overs. She runs in to Leah Jones. Oh, and that is a good start. That's a very good start.
Seems like there's a definite understanding between these two at the crease at the moment, Mr. K. Looking for the drop and run on the offside. And on that instance, Julia will just make sure that they don't get the single there.
Yeah, Leah Jones is a very experienced player. She played 56 matches in this format. Her average is not very threatening. She's on 9.28.
Andrews into Jones.
Oh, that's very good fielding. That is very good fielding, and it's almost a run-out opportunity. That is Julia Hall, who dive and does the fielding.
I think the experience from Dane van der Kerk showing there, Mr. K. The minute Julia Hall went down, she was through for the single.
Valuable experience. Oh, intent shown there by Dane van der Kerk. But the field placing allows her to take a single and to take the risk.
Michaela Andrews into Jones again. Nice full delivery. This time Jones hits it out to
There's a
Yana
bit of
now.
a misunderstanding, but not yet. So just got back into their respective creases.
I think there's a definite flaw here, Mr. K, between Jones and Van der Kerk. Jones just looking to hit the gaps, get one, get Dane van der Kerk back on strike. And Dane van der Kerk at this stage, I think they've targeted Michaela Andrews here this morning, Mr. K, looking to take her down and get her out of the attack.
Oh, Andrews strikes. And that's the end of Jones. A vital wicket for Michaela Andrews. 180. It's 160 for 6. Pardon, 160 for 6. And that's a very well bowled delivery, Michaela Andrews.
Michaela Andrews sliding this one in off the wicket, hitting middle stump halfway up from Leah Jones. Leah Jones, unfortunately, has to depart.
So with the departure of Jones, who's been clean bowled by Michaela Andrews, we've got Caitlin Weingard on strike. She joined Dane van der Kerk. Oh, that's a well bowled delivery. I must say the second spell of Michaela Andrews has been very impressive. She only conceded 2 runs in this, her third over, and she picked up the wicket of Leah Jones, and Danae van Niekerk, who's on 9, together with Weingart, Western Province, 160 for 6, 13 overs to go. And I think we could say that 200 is on the cards here.
There's an opportunity here for the Garden Badgers women, Mr. Kathy. If they can make sure at this stage of the innings, allow Danae van Niekerk to take one, don't give her any loose delivery or free scoring deliveries. Make sure that she gets only one and bowl to the lesser batter and Caitlin Weingart. Try to open up and then make sure that the rest of the bowlers come to the crease. 200 is definitely still on the cards, but if we box clever as the Garden Badgers woman here, I definitely think we can restrict them and make sure that we prevent them from getting to that.
Yeah, and a very good decision to bring Janae Winster back into the attack. She bowled 7 overs this morning. She hasn't been successful, so it's the battle between Winster and van Niekerk. Can also sense a bit of a lift in the energy levels of the Badgers.
Winster into van Niekerk, knocks this one down to a long one, and should just take the single. Difficulty batting at the recreational ground, especially as a new batter just coming to the crease, facing up to spin. That can sometimes be very crucial in how the rest of the game pans out.
Correct. Caitlin Weingart, and I'm sure she will get a lot of advice from the experienced non-striker on the other end on how to deal with the business, as Giselle Abrams does the fielding.
Is it just me, Mr. K, or did I see Weingart taking up strike outside of her crease with the...
Yeah, I also picked that up. She went airborne, and a very great effort from Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg, but great intent shown by Weingart. I must say, I must compliment the new batter. Only playing in a 10th match on this level, as she picked up a boundary. Just look at that. Stand and deliver.
But given there by Janae Winster and Weingart has taken full advantage. Great effort on the boundary by Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg.
Yeah, and we must compliment Western Province for their positive approach. Always try to take the game forward to score runs quickly.
Can't say I've seen this before, Mr. K. Spinner bowling, batting outside of a crease, wicket keeper up.
Yeah, she's definitely a few centimeters out of that popping crease. And can Winster exploit this? End of the over. That is the end of over number 38. 150, 165 for 5. The run rate still 4.3. There was a stage when it was 4.7 earlier, specifically when Tunnicliffe and Adams batted very well. And will Abrams continue? Once again, Gershon, just keep an eye on how slowly the Badgers change between the innings. Walking to their positions.
They're definitely not in a rush to get to their fielding positions here, Mr. K.
Yeah, if I'm the coach and the captain, I'll be very, very concerned about the bowling rate. The bowling tempo, rather. As Andrews runs in to bowl to van Niekerk. Full toss.
Straight down the ground.
That's a magnificent shot from van Niekerk. You can clearly see that she has played herself in, well played to Danae van Niekerk.
Also added to the fact, Mr. K, we must also make mention of the fact that as Garden Badgers woman, we've allowed herself to get herself in.
Absolutely. We spoke about that.
And she's definitely the type of player that can take the game away from you completely if given the opportunity.
Low risk cricket. Punching it out, rotating the strike. One more added to her total, and that's 170 now.
We've seen from Caitlin Wyangaard, Mr. K, from that first over, she's not afraid to take on the bowling.
No, definitely not. Andrews to Weingart. And poor delivery, dealt with by Weingart. Good chase by Lara Maritz. And it's one more added to the total. That's actually a couple. I must compliment Weingart. I mean, coming in batting here, number 7, number 8. She's definitely not afraid to take on the bowling and to move.
They need to move the game forward at quite a rapid pace here. You see Andrews into Weingart again. This time she walks across the stumps and just plays this one out into the covers. Kayla Andrews still looking to redeem herself here after going for 20 runs off the first 2 overs that she's bowled.
Into Weingart.
Powerfully struck by Weingart.
Yeah.
Down to a south kick
Very,
boundary.
very impressed with Weingart. And seems that Danae van Niekerk has found a partner. They can bat for the next 10 overs. I mean, we can anticipate a score of close to 260, which will be a long bridge to get over this afternoon when the Badgers start batting.
That is well bowled by Michaela Andrews. No run added to the total. End of the over, 173 runs for 6, end of 39 overs. Danae van Niekerk on 15 and Caitlin Weingart, who's coming, trying to take the game forward, looking to hit the ball over the top, making sure that they get to a total that would possibly be out of reach for the Garden Badgers. Still have to come back there this afternoon. They, on the other hand, will look to make sure that they restrict this batting unit of the Western Province women to a total that they feel they'll be able to chase on the okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting, given the way the Gardenwood Badgers performed in that Hollywoodbets Pro50 game the last time they were out there at the recreation ground, they'll take some confidence into their batting innings later on this afternoon, Mr. K.
Yeah, I agree completely. Where Jana Nel and Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg and Nadine Moodley has been impressive.
As we've seen Giselle Abrams into the attack again, into...
Well bowled. Be interesting to see that Weingart is moving back into a crease for the leg spinner. No, she's still batting outside the crease.
Still outside.
That's a hack. Andrews. And that's a beautiful catch taken. That's a magnificent catch taken by Michaela Andrews. She made up for what she did earlier. Weingart is furious. Andrews dropped a catch earlier. She's got a safe pair of hands and a very well taken catch on the boundary.
A brisk innings of Caitlin Weingart coming to an end, looking to take the bowlers on.
Yeah, there you can see that's a magnificent catch on the boundary fence.
I think we found a spot for Michaela Andrews, Mr. K. On the boundary, that's where you belong. Taking catches like that, not in the inner. As you see the departure of Caitlin Weingart, we welcome Tatum LaRue, who's better known for a bowling, walking to the crease to come and take up her place. She'll look to provide some much needed support here for Danae van Niekerk. Also have to allude to the fact that Danae van Niekerk is slightly running out of partners at this stage. She will need one of these bowlers that's currently coming to the crease to try and stay with her for a period of time so that she can propel the WSB Western Province women to a respectable total. Giselle Abrams picking up her first wicket of the day. She's now taken 1 wicket for 30 runs in 7.2 overs. 1 maiden. She did, however, drop 2 chances of her bowling earlier on this morning. 2 very difficult chances, I have to say, of Faye Tunnicliffe. 2 in the very same over. I have to say there's been a massive shift in the momentum in this game towards the latter part of the innings of the WSB Western Province women. The Garden Route Badgers banging them back by taking wickets, making sure that they slow the rate down, and in so doing, putting the Western Province women under some sort of pressure and getting themselves back into this match.
Yeah, there's the ebb and flow of the nature of a 50-over game. The Badgers, at one stage, we were critical about the shoulders that were hanging, as we saw Tatum LaRue coming in, and Abrams put that one through, no run added to the total. And the experience of Danae van Niekerk will be vital in the remaining 10 overs of this innings. I mean, we will admit that 220 will be a tough ask. I think that is what they will be aiming towards with Van Niekerk there.
With 10 overs to go after this one, Mr. K, that will definitely be what they'll be looking for. As we see Tatum LaRue finding the gap on the leg side here.
That's too easy.
Salmain chasing.
That is too easy.
And Tatum LaRue adds 4 vital runs to the total. Zala Abrams with 1 over left in her 8th over. Into Tatum LaRue. Dot ball to end. That will bring to a close the 40th over. The WSB Western Province women 177 for the loss of 7 wickets, going at a rate of 4.4.
Yeah, just scrolling through the scores of the past season. This is obviously the 6th game of Western Province this season in this format. And today is only the 2nd time that they will be batting first, or where they are batting first. Against the Knights, they posted 210. And I think we can confidently say that that's more or less what they will be aiming at. A very good team in chasing down targets. And the crucial players with that is the batter that's on strike now, Danae van Niekerk, and Faith Tunnicliffe, as we watch. Jana Nel, who is now bowling from the commentary box end of the ground. She bowled 4 overs. She's been expensive. And what a well-executed shot. The experience from Van Niekerk, noticing that there's no fine leg in position, and she picked up a couple.
It's the first time today that we've seen the lap being employed. Danae van Niekerk, obviously very experienced, making sure that she exploits that vacant fine leg area, and she gathers herself another 2 runs to move the total on to 179 for 7.
Jones in field. Janae Winsor runs around. She's now at fine leg on the circle. Van Niekerk, very experienced, just punches it into the gap. And she also realized,
Run out chance.
yes, I think missed.
I think Danae van Niekerk is toying with the captain, Nicolene Jansen-Van in terms of her field placing at the moment, Mr. K. First ball she played that lap shot there. As we see the run out chance again. Unfortunately missed by Anna Nel behind the stumps.
Yeah, sorry to say it, but Van Niekerk's playing games here with the Badgers.
Definitely, Mr. K. Definitely.
It's a real cat and mouse game here. And I assume Van Niekerk is the cat. Nel to Van Niekerk. That's a wide. And Gershon, you will also agree, Nadine Moody is an international wicketkeeper. Her glove work today.
She hasn't had the best of days.
Yeah, let's
She
be.
definitely hasn't had the best of days. Yeah, and now to Danae van Niekerk. Van Niekerk just happy to play this one out into the counts.
Yeah, it's always easy to be critical from where we're sitting, but I think we must also be, putting things in perspective. Nel to Van Niekerk. Just hitting this one out, and the fielding has been done by Sinead Winston.
5 runs with the over so far, Mr. K, without the boundary. 6 runs. 6 runs with the over without looking for a boundary. That's the experience of Dane van der Kerk.
So Tatum LaRue, she's on 4. And once again, Gershon, the slow change in the overs. I think that's between overs, and we've got a right-hand, left-hand combination as well. It's all eating up some time. And from where the Badgers are currently sitting, it's the last thing to be docked with match points because of a slow over rate.
Did you see Anna now bowling into LaRue? Is this one to the fielder at cover? No run added. Yes, Mr. Guy, I agree with you there. That is definitely the last thing that Coach Martelis and the team would want to happen because of moving slowly through the overs or in between overs. See, LaRue just happened to be holding up an end so that Dane van der Kerk on the other end can make sure that she scores all the runs.
Yeah.
With 9 overs remaining, Mr. K, what do you think would be a target or total that the Western Province ladies will be?
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier that it's only the second game where they batted first. We speculate right up front for the Badgers to have confidence going out there. They will be aiming to restrict Western Province for less than 160. Remember, they won the toss earlier this morning. I would say, you know, psychologically, anything above 200 will be a steep hill. I'm not saying that the Badgers can't do it, but realistically, the Badgers, history has also told us they're not very good chasers. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I think 210, and also saying that the previous T20 game that was played here, the Knights produced a great performance.
Catch.
And that is the departure of Van Niekerk. That's well taken. Another wicket. Well, that's a very good catch taken there.
Violeto Bonya, who's on the field in place of Kai Kazimatu, who's had some repairs done by the physio. That's a brilliant catch though by Vuyo. Giselle Abrams picking up another wicket.
Yeah, and that, all of a sudden, the Badgers was now aimed just how quickly the ebb and flow and the complexity of this change. They can now knock out Western Province for 190, 195. And in doing so, and we've been critical about that the whole morning, they will not be in trouble for a slow over rate.
Yes, I think we're definitely into the bowlers now. Nicolinian Rensburg at this stage should be either looking to get her strike bowlers back to make sure that she finishes off the innings of the Western Province woman now. 183, still a very competitive total for the bowling lineup that they do have, but I just have the feeling or sense that if we can get these another 2 wickets very cheaply from a Gardenwood-Burgess perspective, they've definitely given themselves a chance to come out and chase later on in the day. As you see the arrival at the crease of Rivka Issa.
Yeah, Rivka Issa, play number 24 on her shirt. And what can she offer? As Giselle Abrams has picked up 2 wickets. And bearing in mind, earlier today she dropped Faye Tunnicliffe twice from her own bowling.
Big
appeal there.
Appeal. Not given by umpire Sunry Stradom. Giselle Abrams felt very confident there, Mr. K.
Yes, everybody looked very confident. But umpire Sunbury Stradom is unmoved. But difficult to say when you can't really see.
Abrams in again.
Oh, Michelle made us the fielding very quickly and nicely. No run added to the total.
All of a sudden you get the sense that the Garden and Badgers women feel like they can actually finish off the WSB Western Province for many youngsters. We see a slip also being put into place.
Yeah, I like that. Being aggressive. And compliments. I mean, it's not over yet, but they've done exceptionally well to turn the tide around here. They picked up wickets. I mean, we've been critical on Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg about a lot of things, but she somehow managed to get her troops back into the war here. Oh, well bowled. And bearing in mind that Nicoline, as well as Janae Winster, has still got some overs left.
That brings it to an end. Over number 42. Score currently 183 for 8. So we see Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg bringing herself back into the attack. He now has a chance and an opportunity to try and finish off these last 2 wickets.
Yeah, to me, a critical wicket obviously was that of Caitlin Weingart. She really looks if she could take the game forward. It was a great catch taken by Michaela Andrews on the boundary. The dismissal of Tunnicliffe was vital. So was Adams. They've been involved in a very good partnership. And also what is encouraging from a batter's point of view is the fact that the whites are also drying up.
Very encouraging. Let's not put the commentator skills on them now. I think it's been a while since we've seen either umpire signal, stretch out the arms to signal a while.
LaRue, she's just played this one back. Inspirational leadership from Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg. Oh, that's well played. With offered, great execution from LaRue. That's 4 runs. That's a great cricket shot.
See it again on the replay. Short and wide, she backs away slightly towards the leg side to free up the arms, getting it through the offside, and it races away.
Yeah, as we look at that picture of the outfield, you can also see that it's been a while since we had a good bit of rain here in Oudtshoorn. It is summertime. 2 weeks ago, the outfield was lusciously green. It's still looking very good, but you can also see that we are due for some rain at some stage. Full toss, and it's only 1 run added. She hit that one out to Winster, who does the fielding. 1 run added to the total.
You see the new batter Issa on strike. Changes to the field here by Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg. Fielder being posted out at deep mid-wicket or cow corner area. Slip wouldn't have been a bad option, Mr. King.
Yeah, sometimes the captain was listening to you.
Pulling straight.
Oh, and
Punch to the offside.
there's no hesitation. That one was short. Prevented a boundary. Good fielding, good energy levels in this time of the innings by the Badgers. Is that Asake and Giovanni?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's Asake. She's complimented there. Just look at it again. Yeah, and that's well stopped. That's definitely preventing a boundary there. It's not necessary to refer this back to the umpire, but in this case there is no umpire. But we also saw that as Asake Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg into the left-hander LaRue. 191, Michaela Andrews.
I think she's taken one in the jaw there, it's okay. Just off the square. Taken LaRue looking to give herself some room, backing away towards the leg side, try and free up that offside. Jansen van Rensburg into LaRue, punches this one into the offside. Feeling done by Julia Hall. Laura Moritz
Laura
three,
Moritz does the fielding.
and 1 run added to the score. So, just after watching that over, it seems as if these two batters they take a liking to the seam bowling.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was about to ask you, is it really the right ploy to use the seam bowling? It is also true that, I mean, Janse van Rensburg has been quite economical. She bowled 9 overs for 34 in the context of the game. It's been very good bowling. I just sense that if I was on the field now, just get him out before 200.
Yes.
Those psychological numbers always makes this game psychologically interesting.
I agree with you there, Mr. K. I just think that spin is at the order of the day.
Yeah, and for that reason, Giselle Abrams, very impressive performance. She picked up 2 wickets. She took a very good catch. But as they normally rate the players, but they are true drop catches. Also, unfortunately.
Abrams to LaRue.
Ooh, that's a dangerous shot. Across the line. I wonder if there was batting wolf. Yeah, there was batting wolf. As it's not signal leg by umpire Sun Marie Stradel. Well bowled, Giselle. Missing 2 fielders, and it's eventually Laura Moritz who does the fielding. Lots of flight. That's wide. Yes, so happy to make space for the ball to go through the keeper and to get another bite at a wide.
Chance.
Well taken by Nicolien Janse van Rensburg. Great athleticism and a 3rd wicket for Giselle Abrams. That's a very good catch. I think the Badgers will take a lot of confidence out of what has happened thus far this morning in the latter part of this innings.
I agree with you there, Mr. Case. We just have a look at the wicket again. Giselle Abrams giving this one air again, outside of off stump, inviting the drive, and Nicolien Janse van Rensburg does the rest. Safe pair of hands, Mr. Case. That's probably one of the, I'd have to rate this one as the second best catch we've seen her taken so far this season here at the recreation ground.
Yeah, she took the best one. But I also think that the catch that Michaela Anders took out on a deep was also a very good catch.
I have to say it's a bit of a mixed bag in terms of catching from the Hollywood Badgers
Yeah.
today, Mr. K. Put down 3, and it's taking 2 blinders so far.
Yeah, what was evident is the resurrection of their approach. I mean, at one stage we're sitting here between overs 25 and 30, and we said they look down and out, but they claw themselves back here into this match, and I just think at the back of their minds they can back themselves.
So they would definitely fancy their chances here, Mr. K.
That's
As we see the final batter, Nosipho Vesi coming to the crease taking guard, with Giselle Abrams having taken 3 for 36 with 2 balls remaining in the spell. The first question I would ask myself here as the bowler, does she have a googly, because I would be bowling that one first up. As that brings an end to the over and an end to the spell of Giselle Abrams. 3 wickets, 36 runs. She's bowled 2 maidens in that 10 over spell of hers. Well done, Giselle. I think very well bowled today. She caused problems to the very experienced Faith Tunnicliffe earlier on this morning when she had 2 chances of claiming a wicket. Two balls struck back very fiercely at her from Tunnicliffe's bat. Unfortunately for Giselle, she couldn't hold on to those chances, but she's come back and she's really redeemed herself, taking 3 wickets for only 36 wickets in a spell of 10 overs. As we move on to over number 45 with Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg bowling it from the commentary box, and facing up to it will be Tatum LaRue. Jansen van Rensburg into LaRue. Bowls this one just outside of the off stump and knocked into the offside where Lara Moritz does the fielding, and no run is added to the total. I think at that stage the Garden Route Badgers women would be looking at what would they be happy to chase, and I think where the score is at the moment, the batting group, they feel that this game is up for the taking as Van Rensburg runs into LaRue. I think LaRue will feel that she missed out with that one. Into the body of the wicket. No one back on the fine leg boundary, only a short 45, and the fielder with square leg couldn't find the gap to pierce it in between those two fielders and pick herself up another boundary. Score remains 194 for 9, sorry. Apologies for that. Jansen van Rensburg into LaRue. Punches this one straight to Jana Nell, does the fielding at short extra cover, and no run is added to the total.
Yeah, this is the 45th over. And Jana Nell has got 3 more deliveries in her lot of 10 overs. Oh, and that's a poor delivery. It should be wide by umpire, called no ball by umpire Andre Willefeer. Freed no ball.
That's the first free hit of the day, Mr. K.
That is correct.
First no ball of the day.
I saw a few wides, but
I think Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg will kick herself for letting that one.
no, absolutely. She got away with that. And as we spoke, 195 for 9, there was obviously a very good partnership for the 4th wicket of 84 runs between Faith Tunnicliffe, who made 52, and Kelsey Adams 32. And other than that, good bowling performances. Giselle Abrams, she completed her 10 overs, 3 for 36. Van Rensburg in, firmly hit. No lack of energy in that body.
I think that's just testament to the character that she is, Mr. K, diving around and fieldings out in the boundary, running from boundary to boundary, getting the fielders in the right positions, changing the bowlers regularly throughout the day. She's definitely a little jack in the box for the Garden of Badgers here today, Mr. K.
Yeah, and you said it earlier. I mean, I played it really. So what's this one delivery? Through to the keeper, Moodley. Has justified her contracting for the Badgers.
That brings in into her 10 overs, Mr. K. 1 maiden, 35 runs, and the solitary wicket. Yeah, I think she's definitely been a good signing by the Garden Route Badgers this season. She's brought energy to this team throughout the entire day, running around the entire field, covering quite a bit of ground. Also taken a very good catch during the previous over. As we see Janae Winster taking off her cap, she's about to come and bowl.
Yeah, there's still also obviously the option of Jana Nell, who's bowled 8 overs. She conceded 32. She bagged 2 wickets. But I think justifiably, Winster, although she's been wicketless today, very economical. She bowled 8 overs. She opened the bowling from that the Freda Street end. She conceded 35 runs with no wickets.
Winster into Vezi. She just fenced this one out into the covers, not even interested in taking her out. I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. K, if Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg bowls Jana Nell from the other end and closes off the innings here with spinners. We've only got 4 overs left.
Yeah.
They're allotted 50 overs for the Western Province.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems that Kayakaze Mate is nursing some sort of an injury. She was very good up front. She picked up 2 for 21 in her 4 overs. We haven't seen her back into the action. But I assume that there's a little bit of a niggle there or a light injury. And she can be very, very vital in the batting department. We can recall her 2 weeks ago when she and Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg were involved with a 50-wicket partnership for the 10th wicket, with Kaya Kaze scoring 24 of that. Winster.
At least for the first time today, Mr. Geddes, apart from the fielder hanging slightly outside the edge of the circle,
Yeah,
everybody's up saving one.
And that one is straight to Asake Nyovane. I don't think it's any worries if there's no runs. Dot ball on dot ball on dot ball.
Definitely agree there, Mr. Gay. To restrict them to less than 200 will be key here. If she hit another dot ball and a maiden over ball by Janae.
Well bowled, and let's see if she will bring Jana Nel in or back from the commentary box end. No, it will be Michaela Andrews. Michaela Andrews started off disappointingly today, but she also managed to claw a rhythm back.
She's gone for 20 overs of the first two, Mr. Kane, and the next 2 overs conceded only 10 runs, giving her figures of 4 overs, 1 for 30.
Are you right? She conceded 20 runs in her first 2 overs. But I'm a bit surprised. I thought Jana Nel will bowl the last of her 2 overs. And that's out.
Chance.
Wasn't there an to that?
I think she missed it completely, Mr. Kane.
She missed it completely.
Nasipo Vezi would have definitely been out if she got any body part to that.
Yeah, there was definitely not a hand to that. You can see, for one moment we thought there was a hand to that, because as you correctly say, Vezi out of a ground, and
I would be careful at this stage, Mr. K, if I was Nasipo Vezi backing up as much as he did that over, or that specific ball. Again, and again, no hand to it from Michaela Andrews.
well, I saw that 2 weeks ago. I think Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg hit the stumps 2 consecutive balls, and Vezi, as you correctly say, backing up quite a distance out of the ground.
I know this has been a contentious issue in cricket over the past while, Mr. K, but the man cat, in my opinion, is definitely in play here.
Yeah, I guess. And you ever as a bowler ran out to batter?
Unfortunately not, Mr. K. She enters into LaRue again. This time she misses out. I just, if I can recall, so one of the Usha games over the past, especially during the A week, there was one game, the University of Johannesburg in UWC. UWC needed 1 run, and they lost the game by 1 run to UJ, to main cat.
Yeah, it's always controversial. I can recall Premier League final played here in the 2004-2005 season between Pakosdorp United and Union Stars, where we had a very angry crowd in such a situation. But anyway, it's part and parcel of the laws of the game.
Part and parcel of the game. It's there in the rule books. As we see Michaela Andrews coming around the wicket to LaRue. LaRue hits this one out into the offside.
Lara Maritz does the fielding, and LaRue will pick up a single, take them to 197. And all of a sudden, at one stage, that over run rate was 4.7, specifically when Tunnicliffe and Adams were batting.
It's dropped right down to 4.2 at this.
Yeah, and we've been sitting in the commentary box being very critical on the body language, on the energy levels, on the field placing of the badges. But in the ebb and flow of this game, they claw themselves back into a position which, with good batting, they can get themselves to a famous victory this afternoon. But also on the other hand, and we've been critical on that as we watch this, we question the decision from the captain to have a bowl first. And at some stage, the projected score from where we were sitting was 260. So they did well.
They definitely did well to get themselves back into the game after that partnership between Adams and Tunnicliffe, Mr. K. As we see Andrews running into Vasey again. Vasey just happy to play this one out into the offside. No runs as of yet. Yes, Mr. K, just to get back to the issue of winning the toss and bowling first, Nicolin Jansen van Rensburg must have definitely thought that the wicket will get flatter towards the latter part of the afternoon, which means it will be easier to bat for her team. Luckily for them, they brought themselves back into this game, into a position where they basically now dictate terms in stating how much they would be chasing towards the afternoon. At one stage with that partnership, when we started to see heads dropping, the body line language didn't look too good. It just looked as if they had given up. But it's amazing what 1 or 2 wickets can do, and how 1 or 2 wickets get you right back into the game again.
Yeah, I just think in the context of the game, the catch with which Michaela Andrews, watch this delivery on his hit. Oh no, that's interesting. LaRue obviously like to keep the strike. Where Michaela Andrews got rid of Caitlin Weingart on the fence, on the boundary, was a very good catch and a turning point into this game. From there on, they claw themselves back into the game.
LaRue starting to farm the strike here, Mr. K. Not giving Vasey any opportunity to bat. Doesn't seem as if
She backed herself, obviously.
Definitely backed herself, Mr. K. Bit difficult for her though against the turning ball and the experience of Winster here.
And Winster, in a final over, I think she'll be very happy with 3 consecutive dot balls. She conceded 25 runs. She really bowled well today. Really deserves a wicket or 2. But very economical and always treated with respect by the batters. Airborne, that's a good shot. That's a very good shot. And that also brings up the 200 for WSB Western Province. Well executed by LaRue. And now we will see if LaRue will be sensible enough to keep the strike and try to push this total a little bit further and higher.
Two balls left in this over, 1 ball left in this over, Mr. Gish. LaRue definitely should be looking with a single now to make sure that she's got the strike again at the end.
No, that's a well executed shot. That's a brilliant shot by LaRue, and that's 4 runs.
No, he's just missing a line here. You see LaRue getting down on one knee, sweeping this one behind, square on the leg side. No fielder there, and she picks up another welcome boundary to add to the total of the WSB Western Province women. The score has then moved on to 205 with the loss of 9 wickets after 48 overs. The rate achieved is 4.3. As we see Michaela Andrews continuing from the commentary box end, which will be her last over. And
yeah, and we can assume if we go into the final over, Jana Nel will bowl that. Now, Gershon, disappointingly from the Badgers, they conceded 29 wides today. That is not sitting well with
In the context of this game, Mr. K, 29 runs out of 205 runs, that's quite a massive chunk. And I think Coach Martelis will definitely be disappointed with that, as we see Michaela Andrews bowling full delivery, and Nosipo Vezi just outpits on his way to the leg side boundary.
Yeah, that's not a good end by the Badgers. It's a disappointing delivery from Michaela Andrews, and she will pick up 4.
I think there's a little bit of momentum that the WSB Western Province woman is gaining with this partnership between number 9 and number 10. 10 and 11 will definitely be helpful. The Garden and Badgers would want to break this partnership as soon as they can.
Oh, there's an appeal for leg before. Adjudicated out. Second wicket for Michaela Andrews.
Nosipo Vezi doesn't look very happy, but she's been given out by umpire Andre Wollefair.
Gershon, that looked pretty adjacent to me.
As we see on the replay, pitching on, definitely hitting her right in front of the stumps as if she walked in front of the stumps. Hitting halfway up middle, in my opinion, Mr. K. And
Yeah.
that brings it in the WSB Western Province innings, and they are bowled out in the 49th over for 209 runs.
Yeah, just to take us back to this morning, we spoke a lot about that. The Badgers has won the toss. They asked Western Province to have a bat. Tunnicliffe made 52 from 78 deliveries. She had 2 fours. Yes, there was a run-out opportunity and 2 drop catches from the bowling of Giselle Abrams. Kelsey Adams made 32 from 42 deliveries, 4 fours, stroke, and that partnership for the 4th wicket was 84. Then Danae van Niekerk made 20. We spoke about the contribution of the extras, 29 wides bowled by the Badgers. Abrams, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 36 in her 10 overs. Kayakaze Mate bowled exceptionally well up front, 2 for 21 in only 4. And Yana Nel, 2 for 38 in her 8 overs. 209, and then there was also the 2 for 36 by Michaela Andrews. Gershon, your wrap up before we will have lunch and return back.
I definitely think walking off the field, the Garden Badgers would be the happier of the 2 change rooms, Mr. K. The WSB Western Province women will definitely feel that they would be able to defend 209. Winning the toss first this morning, if I was the captain of the Garden Badgers, and I was able to restrict one of the log leaders in the competition to only 209 runs on a fairly flat wicket or fairly placid surface, I would definitely have taken it. The batters from the Garden Badger side will definitely fancy their chances when they do come out to bat after lunch.
Yeah, in conclusion, I think the Badgers did well to, at one stage, we thought 260s on the cards. We spoke about that brilliant catch of Michaela Andrews to get rid of Caitlin Weingart. And from there on, Western Province consistently lost wickets. We will join you after lunch.
ground between the Hollywoodbets, CSA Hollywoodbets Pro50 fixture between the World Sports Betting Western Province ladies against the six-gun girl Gardenwood Badgers women's team. The Gardenwood Badgers women winning the toss this morning, fielding first and restricting or bowling out the Western Province women for a total of 209 runs, which they would be quite keen to chase on what seems to be a fairly flat wicket, which could mean that we'll be in for a very interesting and a very exciting change towards the afternoon. Opening the batting for the Gardenwood Badgers ladies, we've got Nadine Moodley as well as Michelle May.
Thank you very much, Gershon, doing the introduction. We had a lot of discussions regarding winning the toss and the opting to bat first or not. I think in the end of the day, and just a quick word with the captain, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, I really think they did well. They at one stage, at the back of their minds, had a 260 on the cards. They put it back nicely. And it's now up for the batters to show their potential. It is quite hot out there, I must confess, as we watch the first ball of Moodley, and it's through to the keeper. Very important, and that's to the rate of the Badgers. They conceded 29 wides. And one can assume that if Western Province are going the same route, we are in for an exciting afternoon. In saying that, we anticipate what could be the highest run chase here, batting second.
Thanks, Mr. Gay. We see LaRue into Moodley. She runs this one down to third man, and she's off the mark, and she's gotten the Gardenwood Badgers off to a start here in the very first over. I have to say, Mr. K, LaRue seems to have a nice rhythmical, very economic action.
Yes, I'm impressed with her. Only watching two of her deliveries.
Just looking to hang it outside of stump, making sure that she brings the one solitary slip fielder that she has into play, as Michelle May gets ready to face her first delivery of the innings.
Yeah, Michelle May, she did a lot of running today as we watch LaRue. Very solid forward defensive shot played by Michelle May.
I have to say, also, Mr. K, from the first three deliveries that LaRue has bowled, there seems to be no real sign of a swing through the air, especially the movement through the air, not necessarily of the deck that we saw this morning from the Gardenwood Badgers when they started their bowling innings.
Yeah, and you're specifically referring to Kayakaze Mate, generate a lot of swing, and that's a well-executed shot from Michelle May, and she will pick up a boundary. That's a well-played shot to the tallish lady from Riversdale in the Hessequa, traveling 192 kilometers for a practice, and that's only one way. So well played, Michelle May.
As we can see there in the replay, full and wide delivery, back offside, all the way along the ground from Michelle May, and she picks up the first boundary of the innings.
LaRue, and that should be wide. It is wide indeed. That takes the score to 6 without loss.
I think the Gardenwood Badgers will fancy their chances here in the afternoon, Mr. Gate. 210 for an outright win against the Western Province ladies team here.
Let's put it this way, it's quite a mouth-watering afternoon that we're in for. And that is very unfortunate. It's a wide-ish delivery, very good work by the wicketkeeper, and that's a departure of Michelle May.
I think Michelle May very unlucky there, Mr. K. Strangled down the leg side. She could have left that one and it would have been wide by umpire. Well, if she gets a faint edge to it, and faint Tunnicliffe does the rest behind the stumps. Sorry, apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen, but bid the leader behind the stumps.
Now, Michelle May will be very disappointed. It's a wide-ish delivery, and we often see this in cricket. You're hanging out a bat, it's just a feather and adjudicated caught behind. As you correctly said, quite tidy work from Babette de Leerde, and that's a departure of Michelle May. After she struck a very convincing, confident boundary, she's departing. Not what the Badgers would have wanted, but it's an opportunity for them to claw it back. As we see Asake and Giovanni joining Nadine Moodley.
Very interesting to note, Mr. K, Asaki Nyavane with number 99 on her back, same as her best friend from the men's team, Sintu Majiza.
We must do a story on number 99. A well bowled, she seems a bit unsure where that ball went, but at number 99, he went down to fine leg and she picked up a single. End of over number 1, besides the wicket, and that's obviously not good news for the Badgers. And I would like to reiterate a very tidy piece of glove work by the keeper, Babette de Lede. And wide is one outside leg. There was an edge from Michelle May, adjudicated, caught behind by umpire Andre Willefeer. And 7 for 1, and we will see the introduction of
Caitlin Weingart into the attack
Caitlin Weingart
from the Freda Street end.
I was very, very impressed with the way that she's batted this morning. I think one of the turning points was the dismissal of Weingart. Runs in. She hit the decks quite hard and threw to the keeper.
It'll be interesting to see. This is the first time of the day that we're seeing seam being bowled from the Freda Street end. The Gardenwood Badgers opening with Janae Wingster, and they just kept on bowling spin from the Freda Street end. I know from past matches here, a lot of seamers prefer bowling from that end. We didn't see anyone from the Badger side running up and bowling seam from there. As we see Weingart approaching Giovanni again. I have to say there's a bit of pace about them.
Yeah, I'm impressed with that. Definitely a bit of pace.
Badgers will definitely feel that if they can get 1 or 2 partnerships going here, Mr. K, they're well within their reach of getting to that target of 210. They must be very pumped and very confident of of getting there.
They need partnerships. That is fundamental in their run chase. I'm also impressed with the way that Weingart is hitting the deck.
Definitely, Mr. K, definitely. Can see that Claire de Blanche has done her homework on the Gardenwood Badgers batters.
She will. Experienced coach.
But a seam movement there for Weingart from the Freda Street end, just nipping that one off the deck away from the right-handed Asake Nyavane. Asake just looking to set up stall here, making sure that she gets herself going, get a good score for herself, and in so doing, helping the team to try and get over the line. See Weingart into Nyavane. There's that away shape we've been speaking about.
Yeah, she was very tempted to have a go at that one. But making the right decision through to the keeper, Babette de Lede. Another one outside, all through to the keeper, de Lede. Just looking at records, because cricket is a numbers game, essentially statistics. The Badgers' highest total batting second was 229 for 3 against the Northwest Dragons at Potchefstroom in the 2022-23 season, a game which they won. And then here in Oudtshoorn, in 2017-18, they scored against Eastern Province 222 for 7. And I'm very sure that Jana Nel played for the Eastern Province team. So just for the records, obviously, that is a given fact that they are a much better team defending totals. But it's an opportunity today for them today to show that they indeed have the ability to chase down good targets. And it'll do them wonders if they can get over the line here. Oh, well played by Moodley. Soft hands through to fine leg, where Weingart has done the fielding, 1 run added to the total.
That single taken by Moodley brings Asaki Nyovane back onto strike. LaRue into Nyovane, full and swinging delivery, Mr. Ken, afternoon.
Yeah.
Late afternoon, you had the recreation ground. One thing that I can say is that the Western Province ladies won't be used to the heat that they'll be experiencing out there. The temperatures in Cape Town hardly ever get up to the warm degrees that we experienced over the past couple of days here in Oudtshoorn.
Yeah, I've never been to the subcontinent, but if you want to prepare for a tour in the subcontinents, this is the place to come. As alluded by the previous national coach, Mark Boucher. He coached there as a coach of the Titans. It's hot, it's dry, it's really tapping your energy.
Agree with that, Mr. Ken. Also, the surface, we can, on certain days, have it very abrasive, preparing you for similar conditions that you would face in the subcontinent. Wicket can be very slow and suit the spinners at times. As you see, Nadine Woodley driving this one into the covers.
Firmly driven, fielded by Tunnicliffe, not tidy, but she will prevent anything more than a dot ball.
Again to straight by LaRue and just knocked into the leg side by Moodley as she gets herself another single down to fine leg. This one will be wided by umpire.
Second wide. And the Badgers will take that any given day. Apologies for the little cough here. 11 for 1. Oh, that's well played by Asaki Nyovane. She will come back. She was running to the danger end. And well run.
That brings an end to the over number 3. Gardenwood Badgers currently sitting on 13 runs for the loss of the single wicket. Michelle May being strangled down the leg side, caught by the keeper, the leader. After 3 overs, 13 for 1. Run rate achieved 4.2.
So Weingart will continue from the furthest street end of the ground. There's another match going on in this series, and it is the top of the table, Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They scored a massive 286 for 3 against the DP World Lions at home at Hollywoodbet Kingsmead in Durban. And currently the Lions are 50 for 2 after 14 overs. So that is a massive performance from the top of the table, Hollywoodbets ladies. I just want to check the scores. We referred to her earlier this morning. Alexandra Candler scoring 104 and 96 from Nicole de Klerk. Gershon, they seems to be a team that's in top form.
Definitely agree with you, Mr. Ken. Definitely, as we see Nadine Woodley pulling out of that one. Seems as if something flew into her eyes. Helmet's coming off. Just pulled out of her stance just as Weingart was about to deliver. Something definitely disturbing her there. Moody now ready to take strike.
Yeah, Moody has shown glimpses of her potential 2 weeks ago against the Knights, specifically in the T20 format, or the Pro20 format. So it's another opportunity for her to justify a move down to this neck of the woods. Right?
Drop chance there by the leader. Okay.
Yes,
No
there's a
signal
drop
from no
chance.
signal from the umpire.
I
means
really
that-
thought that it was maybe wide, but and we just compliment her with her exceptional bowling a bit earlier.
Yes,
Wicket keeping, pardon for that. Nicely played by Asake Nyovane.
I think what will suit the Garden Route Badgers women here, Mr. Case, the extra pace that these two bowlers are putting on the ball, on the type of surface that we play, and that provides you with scoring opportunities, just as that one there. The Sake plays a cut shot.
Asake seems to be, sorry for interrupting you, a very casual batsman.
Very, very
West Indian style. She hammers that one, but straight to the fielder down at third man.
very, very casual, Mr. Gain, like you rightfully say, a bit of a West Indian vibe about it. But the Garden batters will look to her and Nadine Moody to set the platform here for the batters to follow. This one is
Well, in the cap. They will pick up two, as Asake and Nyovane will run to the danger end, and they will pick up two.
the extra pace definitely helping the Garden Badgers ladies here, Mr. Gay. Just makes scoring so much easier when there's a bit more pace on.
Yeah, I think it's a very good observation, very true.
Score now after 4 overs, 17 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, I think the Badgers will like to keep their run rate run about 4 per over. It'll be safe and fine. At one stage, Western Province were batting at 4.7 to the over, and the Badgers did well to claw that back and to restrict them to a total of 209. I'm saying it again. We're in a commentary box. We projected a total of at least 260, 280 at one stage, specifically when Tunnicliffe and Adams were batting. Well left by Asake Nyovane. For how long will Asake be able to compose herself?
She's definitely itching to ever go with those wide deliveries, Mr. Gay. Just inside the wide line, LaRue getting away with 2 of those consecutively. Just think she's testing the patience of Asake Nyovane here.
Yeah, Goshen, just wait for this one delivery to be concluded. Same ball. This time she hang out a bat to that. The way that LaRue is bowling, you comfortable with only fielding one slip in Danai Fanika currently, or you think there's place for a second one?
Definitely think there's space for another slip there. Okay. Hard new ball swinging away from the right-handers. Get another catch in that just adds to the pressure on the batters already. LaRue runs into Nyovane.
And there is an inside edge. And once again, missed by Babette de Leer. No, that's indicated bias by umpire Andre Willefeer. Bit of sloppy wicket keeping. We saw the same from Nadine Moody, and we need to be consistent. By Babette de Leer, that's 4 bias, signaled by umpire Andre Willefeer.
I was just about to say, Mr. Gay, it seems like it's very difficult keeping wicket today at the recreation ground. We saw Nadine missing quite a few, and now we've seen.
And I mean, she's an experienced keeper that kept wicket for South Africa.
Yeah, and now we've seen the leader already drop a catch down the leg side, as well as letting that one through and go for four buys. Just think it would be wise for Nadine to have strolled down to Asake just to calm her down. She's now missed out on 2 full wide deliveries outside the off stump.
Taking the Rollers experience better. As I say, Asake, very much a calypso player. Once again, and then, I mean, maybe Nadine will whisper in the ear, just take it easy. We've still got plenty of overs left. 5 overs gone, 21 for 1, chasing 210.
Caitlin Weingart readying herself to start her third over. She's gone for only 4 runs. First one was a maiden over that she bowled to Moodley, into Moodley. Moodley pulls this one into the leg side, and that'll be 4.
Yeah, that's a trademark shot from Moody. Anything short, she capitalized. I assume that at one stage maybe she was a good hockey player. The way that she's very quickly on the short ball. She demonstrates the same skills and qualities here 2 weeks ago. And that's 4 runs to Nadine Moodley.
I'm very excited about the positive approach that the Garden Badges women have taken here. Okay?
Yeah, that is encouraging to see.
Climbing onto anything loose, anything short, making sure that it races off to the boundary. Weingart into Moodley again. This one she drives straight up the ground.
LaRue does the fielding.
Promising signs here for the Garden Badges. The confidence shown by Nadine Moodley. Not afraid to play her shots.
That one missing leg. It's interesting that we haven't even seen any form of an appeal there.
Weingart back into Moodley.
Oh, that's well played.
She guides it down to third man. Where Vasey does the fielding. And 1 run is added to the total of Nadine Moodley as well as to that of the. I think there's a definite trap being set by the Western Province, and that persistent line of take them the rule just outside of some foolish length, asking them to have a go and have a drive at them. Okay?
Yeah, it's very inviting, and you're 100% right. They've got a specific plan here, and they're boating towards that plan. That one is straight. Moodley just works it around the corner, and she'll pick up a single as Jones running in from third man does the fielding. 1 run added to the total.
Not to put you on the spot, Mr. K, but what do you think the role of Danesh Handicap would be in terms of the experience that she's going to guide these?
Yeah, I haven't seen her, and she's obviously also a very experienced bowler. I can't recall that she bowled a lot of overs past season.
Yes.
For Western Province, but as a captain, she's invaluable in guiding and steering, and I think it's a patience game. Just allow patience to get in. That one is well negotiated by Asake and Yavani, and that one will run away for 4.
Another 4.
That's a very important 4.
Asake dealing in boundaries at the moment,
Yeah.
Mr. K.
She will obviously be the adjutant to Leah Jones, the skipper of Western Province. And that is a very well executed shot. The Badgers, 7 overs gone. They're pretty much on track.
Very healthy run rate that they're going at, Mr. K. 5 runs to the over at this stage. As we see Weingart to continue from the Fair Street and running into Nadine Moodley.
Yeah, the scoreboard there, the clubhouse end of the ground can be deceptive. That's actually required rate is 4.1. Good line and length bowled there by Weingart. But my calculation will tell you that if you scored 35 in 7 overs, the run rate is 500 odd. Still plenty of cricket to be played. Weingart in to Moodley. Well left. Also a plan. I like the way that Weingart and Leroux is operating, but great patience and composure shown by the Badgers ladies.
Yes, Mr. Cave, you see the partnership is now moved to 29 runs very swiftly between these two at the crease at the moment. Nadine Moodley and Asaki Nyavane, very, very patient. Just making sure that they cash in when there is anything loose. As we see Weingart slipping this one down the leg side. Leg by signal by umpire Sunray straight on. As another single is added to the total of the Garden Badges. Asaki Nyavane back on strike.
Well played, Asaki.
Weingart fairly straight on this occasion, and Asaki just able to knock it into the leg side to add another run to the total.
Moodley plays this one out to mid wicket. No run added to the total.
Current score then 37 runs for the loss of just the 1 wicket, 7.5 overs gone. Moodley on 12, currently taking strike. Weingart bowling.
Just short.
Just short of the fielder doing duty at mid wicket. That brings an end to the Weingart over. 8 overs gone, 37 for 1. Nyavane on 14 not out and Moodley on 12 not out. You see a change in bowling from the commentary box end. Looks as if Leah Jones' keeper has taken the ball.
Yeah, it will definitely be the skipper, Leah Jones. And it's quite hot. I mean, 31 degrees outside. It's a very humid day today, Gershon, outside. And you can sense that the Western Province energy levels will be tested today.
It will definitely be tested, Mr. Cave.
There was a massive turnaround at one stage, run about overs 28, when Western Province was batting. The Badgers look down and out on the field, and they somehow managed to bounce back. Well bowled by Leah Jones, through to the keeper, Pape de Leerde. She's right on the money.
Good start here from Leah Jones to Mr. Cave. She'll obviously know that there is quite a big task ahead of them if they want to prevent the Garden Badgers from achieving that mark of 210 runs for an outright victory today.
Which will be an upset. Well, we didn't take any bets, but we'll not have to eat our hats up. We've been very critical this morning, obviously, on the decision to have a bowl first. We at one stage thought under the 60 will be magical if they can restrict Western Province to that number. Western Province managed to get 209. But we also agree afterwards that that is an achievable target. Very little foot movement there from Asake.
I have to say, Mr. K, I've been impressed with Asake holding herself back here today. We know that she's a batter that loves bat on ball. She likes to have the scoreboard ticking over all the time. But she's actually reined herself in quite well coming into bat at 3 today for the Garden of Badges woman.
Yeah, that's correct.
As we see Jones bowling this one slightly wide of stump, just inside the wide line, swinging away from the right-handed Asake Mimani. There's a definite trend here, Mr. K, where the bowling nice and full to Asake, trying to bring those fielders on the offside into play. There's a definite plan and a trap trying.
Yeah, no definite plan. I mean, that's very visible. Also interesting, no boundary rider, no protection out. Well, it is in the power play, obviously, on the fence. Bit of seam there, bit of movement.
That brings an end to a Jones over, Mr. K, where no runs were scored. First over, first maiden for the skipper of the WSB Western Province woman.
Yeah, very impressive first over to the captain. Putting down a maiden, 37 for 1. It's definitely not any danger area or danger for the Badgers. I mean, there will be periods when runs will dry up. And most importantly is to protect their wickets. So we've got Nadine Moodley on strike, and the bowler from the Freda Street end of the ground is Caitlin Weingart.
Nadine Moodley will feel that she missed out there, Mr. K.
I agree with you.
That one was full and straight on the legs, and she missed out. No fielder on the leg side besides the fine leg on the boundary. Would have been a free hit for her if she got some back on it into the leg side. Just an interesting observation that I've been making, Mr. K. Nasipo Vezu is fielding down at third man. She's been running from third man to fine leg all day. She must be either very fit or I don't have a lot of trust in her to bring her out.
Yeah, that reminds me of a story that was once told. It was in the 1970s. There was a former Western Province Free State Northamptonshire and England player, Alan Lamb, who had a very good social evening. And the next day, his captain, Hilton Ackerman, decided, okay, you're going to run from fine leg to third man over after over. They played a small ground somewhere up country, and Alan Lamb organized himself a bicycle to take the bicycle to take a ride outside the boundary fences. But that's one of those very good stories in cricket. Alan Lamb, of course, a great England player. And interestingly enough, he played cricket for Southwestern Districts and rugby whilst he was doing his military service down in George, building the airport. And that's a great delivery. That's the dismissal of Nadine Moodley as we talk about Alan Lamb. Great delivery from Weingart. Critical breakthrough for Western Province.
That's a very good breakthrough there by the Western Province woman, Mr. K. As we have a look at the replay, Weingart bowling this one full and straight. Moodley looking to hit this one into the leg side, misses it completely, and she's castled by Caitlin Weingart.
Yeah, great pressure applied by Western Province. Very good delivery from Weingart. And that is the departure of Moodley. And in comes the captain, Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg. And partnership for this wicket, 29 for the second. Critical stage of the game. But on a lighter note, I one day bumped into Alan Lamb, and he said to me, there's actually an untold story that the runway of the airport in George are a few meters shorter than it was supposed to be.
Very interesting story, that, Mr. K. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, but I doubt if Alan Lamb will be listening to this. But anyway.
As we see Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg about to take guard. Bowling of Caitlin Weingart from the Freda Street end where she's continuing. Again, Mr. K, can't stress the fact enough that in a 31-run partnership for that wicket, we are going to need a pretty substantial partnership between these two batters at the moment if they are to take the Garden of Badges woman across the line. And who better than the skipper to be out there to try and get that done for the team?
Yes, he's a gutsy cricket player. Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Weingart runs in. And he's immediately off the mark. We're referring to the third man. He's coming into the game immediately. And we'll wait until the next over to see if she again runs to the other side of the ground. Because in 50 overs, that's a good 5-kilometer run.
Proper. I think we're going to have to organize Alan Lamb's bike for towards the later stages of this
You
game.
don't see any bicycles around the ground. And left through to the keeper by Asa Kenyavani. End of the over, another back-to-back good overs, and there she's going again. Let's actually have a chat with the captain afterwards. Just reminded what we as commentators spotted. And the cameras also focusing on that.
As that bringing in the 10th over, the current score 38 with the loss of 2 wickets.
There's an interesting discussion there. Not sure what that is about. We had a very interesting occurrence this morning where there was a change to the team after the team sheet has been handed in. And just spoken to the umpires. It's not often that you see this happening. It was actually picked up by the scorers that Kayla Reineke, who is indicated on the team sheet that was submitted according to the MCC laws of cricket to the umpires before the start of the game, is in actual fact not even here in Oudtshoorn today, and that Sarah Smith has been coming into the team. And quite sporty, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg has agreed to allow that. The umpires were actually very tested when we asked them, so what if Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg did not agree to this? Jones in, there's a lot of swing there to Jansen van Rensburg. She plays that back. Gershon, you played with a few captains in your career. Are you sure that they would have allowed that?
No, Mr. K. Most of them would not have allowed that.
I'm not going to mention names, eh?
But very sporting gesture from Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg to allow Sarah Smith to continue batting. She was already on 4 by the time the mistake was picked up by the scorers at the time.
Yeah, it's also true. It's impossible for the umpires to put faces to 22 names. But I think they did well to manage it.
Captain to captain at the moment. Jones will this one in the leg stump, clip round the corner by Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, and she'll earn herself a free.
Yeah, I must say, obviously with all the running, one can expect that the fielder down at third or fine leg, she'll become tired. And that ball was racing to the boundary. Sorry, I missed that. Was there an edge to that?
No, leg bicycle.
Leg bicycle.
By Mr. K.
Thanks for that. My eyes was on the fielder running around. Nosipo Vezi.
This one is
Another work for Vezi. And she must make another 30 meters towards her left. That's all in vain. It's 4 more. Well played, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Maybe, you know, you've got a fine system for somebody that's late, Gershon, or maybe missing the bus yesterday late, like George Linder missing his time because his cell phone was not in time the other night in Durban. Maybe she was late.
I can only think that there must be some sort of reason, Mr. K.
You can't do that to the detriment of the team.
Nope, not at all.
Well left through to the keeper, and why would it be necessary to hang out a bat after you score back-to-back boundaries?
Already 8 of the over, 4 leg buys and 4 of the bat of Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg.
Yeah, I haven't seen a bicycle arriving the ground.
Not as yet, Mr. K. Not as yet.
Skipper to skipper. And that's well played, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. That's 4 runs behind square. And all of a sudden, after a very good start in the first over by the captain, Leo Jones, she conceded 12 runs. 8 runs from the bat, 12 runs from this over, taking the score, and also the 50 up for the Badgers after 11 overs. Confident start.
Confident start here by the Garden Badgers. Mr. K bringing a 50 up in the 11th over. Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg and Asaki Nyovane looking to build this partnership to get themselves into that winning position where they would love to be at the end of the day, the Garden Badgers women. Weingart to continue from free to street end. This one she bowls down the leg side and is called wide by umpire Sunbury Strader. 160 more runs to win for the Garden Route Badgers. And they've got all of 29 overs left in the wicket. 39, sorry.
That's exactly basically 4 to the over. That's the required rate, 4.1. Thanks for reminding us, Gershon.
Short and wide again from Weingart.
Gets past the diving fielder. That one will run away from the for 4. Well played, Asaki and Nyovane.
And yet again, Mr. K.
There's something wrong there. Asaki is out. Collision.
Collision between her.
There was a collision between her. Now, if you want to put this into rugby union terms, it was a scrum half running into a flying centre. Just have a look at that.
Only one winner there, Mr. K. Nicolien has a look at her shoulder.
Asaki looked down and out, but there's immediately medical attention.
To get back to the story that we were discussing earlier, Mr. K, with regards to Alan Lamb and seeing Nosipho Vezi having a drink at the boundary, that's possibly again a ball that she could have got into had she not been running up and down.
Absolutely.
Finally to third man. And nobody seems to be even looking at her direction to try and swap.
Yeah, that to me, I mean, we're sitting here and, as we say, but we also need to be critical. This is a professional game.
Exactly. So she should be able to field in at least 2 or 3 different positions instead of.
And we've been very critical to field placings in the Badgers innings. And Asaki seems to be fine. So it's 54 for 2. She seems to be fine. So Asaki Nyovane seems to be fit and ready to go after the collision with Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. The score 55 for 2. And we are into over number 12.
Not 100% sure that she's fine, Mr. K. She's still looking towards the change room side as the physiotherapist is busy walking off the field of play.
And there's communication there. Well, she can obviously be replaced and come back and bat later.
Sure looks as if that is what's
going to happen.
Or is it a helmet replacement?
It's a helmet replacement. It's a helmet replacement. Yeah, I think just from a momentum point of view, you know, sometimes there's funny things that happen that can change the momentum. And I just think that the momentum currently sits with the Badgers.
I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. They got all the momentum in their hands at the moment, and if I was Sake, if I was their coach, I would definitely wanted to keep on batting and not wanted to come off the field at this stage.
Well, it seems that the new helmet has done the trick for her.
All thanks to the sponsors Macron and Zone 23, Mr. K. You see Asaki finally ready to reconvene the innings. He's currently on 18 runs, and Nicolin Janssen from Rensburg on the other end at 9. 55 for 2 is the score at this stage, and we've had 11.1 overs. Caitlin Weingart to continue from the feeder street end.
I just hope that Asake will be fine. It's obviously in the hands of the umpires that the game continue. And let's see. Weingart to Asake Nyavane. Well, the way that she played that shot, I don't think there's anything wrong with her.
I agree with you there, Mr. K. Knocking this one into the leg side off the hip.
I was impressed the way that Faith Cuttycliffe has batted, looking for gaps in the field. And that's the way I think somebody like Asake must also structure her innings. But we know that she's a little bit of a calypso player.
Yes, Mr. K. She's been dealing in boundaries for most part of the 19 runs that she scored so far. And if she can add that touch game to her game, then she'll definitely become a more complete player.
Almost mixed up there, but no problem.
As we see Caitlin Weingart to continue from feeder street end, bowling for Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg.
That's wided by umpire Sunbury Stratum.
Very interesting to see, Mr. K, how much extras in terms of wides the Western Province women have conceded up until this point. We know that the Garden Badgers women conceded 29, a total of 29, but Western Province are well on their way to try and surpass that mark at this stage of the innings. So we see Janssen van Rensburg running this one down to third man, where the fielding is done by Vezi, and she restricts him to just the 1 run.
This is indeed a mouth-watering contest here. Plenty at stake. Another wide. And that will be a concern to Cleeta Blanche and her coaching staff.
I think 5 overs was maybe a notch too far for Caitlin Weingart at this stage, Mr. K. 6 overs, sorry. It's already 8 balls bowled in this over with still 1 remaining.
That one is going down leg. Just to remind our viewers and everybody that's tuned in, I really hope that you enjoy this broadcast of the 18 matches that's been played between these two sides in the Pro 50 or 50 over series competition. The Badgers has only won 1, and that's way back in the 2006-2007 season.
quite a frightening statistic if you're a Gardenwood women's team fan out there today, Mr. K. But I think that's the reason why we have stats, why we have records. They can be broken, and the Gardenwood women here today with an ideal opportunity to try and rewrite these three books by getting the W behind their name and also elevating themselves off the bottom of the table and try and get out that relegation zone that they're currently in. As we see Jones into Janssen van Rensburg, he's this one straight to LaRue, and they'll not take the single.
Yeah, on the same hand, I mean, for many years, the Badgers, when they play in the second division, they didn't often play against Western Province. But over the past 20 years, Western Province has been one of the most successful women's teams in South Africa. One things back to the years of Chandra Fritz, all the years, Laura Wolfhard playing for them. That's a widest delivery through to the keeper, Babette de Lede. No run added to the total. 59 for 2. We are into over number 13.
Yes, Mr. K, if you look back into the history of specifically Western Province women, they, between them, the Dolphins and the Lions, they seem to have dominated this women's competition.
Yeah, there was also a era where the Titans has been superb, and Northwest for a few seasons. Well bowled, a lot of swing through the air there by the captain, Leah Jones. Yeah, tomorrow obviously is the start of the test match between South Africa and England, women's test match in Bloemfontein. It's going to be a tough one for the local side, Gershie.
I agree with you there, Mr. K.
Well played, Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg.
She scampers through for a single. Yes, Mr. K, it's definitely going to be a tough game for the South African women's side, for the Momentum Proteas. Don't recall that they've played more than 5 test matches up until this point. So yeah, it will be a true test of character. And
Yeah, the player on the field, Danae van Niekerk, I just checked her stats. She played in 1 test match, wide outside or through to the keeper.
Jones into Giovanni.
Well done. She just negotiated that one. End of the over, 60 for 2. And as we said earlier, in this competition, there's also Hollywood's Pro50 match that's been played at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead in Durban. It's the Hollywoodbets Dolphins who scored a massive 286 for 3 against the Lions. And in response, after 25 overs, the Lions are 107 for 5. So by the look of things, the Dolphins, they seems to be staying on top, unbeaten in this Pro 50 series competition, Gershon.
Yes, Mr. K, it looks like they'll end the year off right where they would feel they belong, on top of the table. And at this stage, it really seems as if it's going to be very difficult for any of these teams in the competition to try and dethrone them from that position. Obviously, having won the competition last year as well, the CSA Hollywoodbets Pro 50 competition. So yeah, the Dolphins seem to be setting the pace at this stage, and they are a very well-rounded, very well-coached team by ex-former Protea in Angelique Tai, who's moved up to Durban. So the Dolphins definitely setting the tone and setting the pace, Mr. Game, making sure that they are ready to try and defend their title.
So Nosipu Vezi has been brought into the attack. She's definitely not on either fine leg as she's operating from the Frere Street end of the ground. Asaka Nyawani on the back foot just plays this one out.
Nasipo Vesi to continue to Asaki Nyavane. Looking to go wicket to wicket. Not a lot of pace behind the deliveries, Mr. K, as Asaki punches this one into the cover area where the fielding is done by...
Yeah, the runs is slowly but surely drying up here. And the run rate also dropped a little bit. Vesi to Asaki Nyavane. It's a critical time for the Badgers. Well bowled, Vesi.
Just think that Asaki Nyavane needs to keep on being as patient as she has been throughout this entire innings, Mr. K.
That is critical. You nail it on the button there.
Vesi to Nyavane. Wide
Wide.
outside of stump. Wide signal back by Sunny straight on. At that wide tally of the Western Province woman keeps on growing at this stage, similar to what the Garden Badgers woman did in their bowling innings, conceding 29 extras to wides. Vesi to Nyavane. Straight again this time. Vesi does well to field that one of her own bowling to prevent the batters from taking any runs. That brings in the over to the end. In the over number 14, the score currently 62 for 2.
Yeah, that was the wide that was bowled the past over was the 6 wide in this innings, and it can become a critical element of this game.
I agree with you there, Mr. K, as we see Leah Jones continuing from the commentary box end of the ground. She's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 0 wickets. Bowls this one fairly straight. Nicolene Janssen from Ringsburg turns around the corners down to fine leg where Vesi does the fielding, and she restricts him to just 1 run. Leah Jones in again to Asaki Nyavane. Saki plays this one out to the fielder at point. I have to say, Mr. K, Asaki really, I know that they've tempted outside of the drop stump, setting a trap for her to try and give a wicket away to the 2 fielders that's waiting just on the edge of the circle there, but she's really reined herself in today.
A lot of composure, patience. Ooh, there's an appeal for that. Could have been very close.
I think Asaki will feel that she missed out there, Mr. K. It's like a short
Yeah.
delivery, even though there's a fielder back on the square leg boundary, she should have been able to get herself a couple of runs of that delivery from Leah Jones. As you see Jones running in again to Asaki. Asaki just keeps this one up.
Waiting for the one to be dropped short. She's definitely got an eye on the mid-wicket boundary.
You know all too well that Asaki loves dealing in boundaries, Mr. K.
That is also true. Quiet period of the game. The Badgers will be happy. They're batting at 4 per over. No rush, no pressure. Besides the fact that they need another from the back foot. Partnership steadily but surely growing. That is what they will definitely need, is a solid partnership somewhere early up to get them towards the target of 210.
Asaki cuts this one, and the fielding is done by Adams in the covers.
No width presented. End of the over, end of over number 15, and I'm sure that very soon they will take drinks. The required rate 4.23 over. We've got Asaki Nyavane on 19, Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg on 13, and Vesi will most probably bowl the last over before they will have drinks. From the Freely Street end of the ground, she only conceded 2 runs in the opening over. And interestingly enough, the approach and the mold from the Western Province team has also shifted to more defensive. We don't see a slip into position. Lots of space behind the wicket on both sides. Vesey to van Rensburg, driven firmly. Fielding done by Weingart, no run added to the total.
That's the same thing. What I find surprising is the fact that they haven't introduced spin into their bowling attack yet, seeing that the Gardenwood Badgers women bowled quite a few overs of spin, especially from the Freda Street end.
That is correct.
Daisy bowls this one to Janssen van Rensburg. She pushes it out into the cover area and there's no run added to the total. And if you take a look at the fielding innings of the Gardenwood Badgers, the best bowler at this stage was Gisela Abrams, that took a 3-fer, and yet no spin from Province's side.
Correct. And to make it even worse, she dropped 2 catches from her own bowling. But she took a very good catch in to get rid of 5 Tunnicliffe. Vesey, very economical. Not offer lots of width through to Babette Leder. And
I have to say, Mr. K, not a lot of width and not a lot
yeah,
of
very impressed with her. She obviously already did a lot of running from third man to third man and fine leg to fine leg. So she should be well warmed up and she's bowling very well. From Rensburg, you can sense the frustration as she failed to pierce a gap on the outfield. He did one straight to Faith Tunnicliffe and no run added to the total. Testing time for the Badgers batters. Great composure, no need to do anything simple now, and
that brings an end to the over, and it looks as if the players are going to have drinks.
Yeah, it also seems that we are ahead of 2 coaches because we called rings before they made their way to the boundary. So it's 63 for 2 after 16 overs. We'll be back soon. So Asaka Nyavane has done all the hard work, and it's important that she must say there from a Badger's point of view. Western Province, you can see, and we spoke about the field settings in a more defensive mode. That is bread and butter for Asaka. It's in the gap. It's almost a collision there. And for a few seconds, the heart was in her mouth.
Definitely, Mr. Cash. I think she's been waiting for that. Got the short delivery, slightly top edged it, but
Yeah, and she'll be
luckily for her-
disappointed that she didn't capitalize on that.
Yeah, luckily for her, it landed safely in between the two fielders in the lead.
Forward defensive by the captain. Slightly but surely, the run rate has crept up to 4.3, the required rate.
I think Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg being out there at this point in time, we will keep a keen eye on that run rate and make sure that the required rate don't necessarily get out of hand. She strikes this one very well, and the fielding is done by Dane van Niekerk just off the square. Prevents him from taking another single and adding to that total. Jones at this stage has bowled 4.3 overs and conceded only 11 runs.
Almost a Yorker. You can also sense the anticipation of the fielders. They're waiting for something to happen.
Jones just plugging away outside of off stump, Mr. K, making sure that they've gone into a very defensive mode here where they're drying up the runs, making sure that the Badgers don't get ahead of them.
Yeah, that's a tactics to dry up the runs, to build the pressure. And can the Badgers release the pressure? It was a very good over a few hours ago where 12 runs came from it. One can sense the energy levels of the fielding side just lifting progressively as the runs start drying up.
At the end of 17 overs, then the current score 64 for the loss of 2 wickets. Current run rate sits at 3.8, the required rate at 4.4. I don't think that the required rate would be too alarming for Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg and the troops at this stage. What they need to make sure of is that they build this partnership, that they take it deep, and towards the latter part of the innings, once these two are set, they can really put the Western Province bowlers under pressure.
Vesey been very economical. She bowled 2 overs. She conceded 2 runs. I'm very impressed with her. Into Asaka Nyavane. And you can also sense that Western Province have done their homework on Asaki. There's a boundary rider out on Cow Corner.
Another one fairly square in the leg side. They're not quite fine leg and not quite deep backwards square.
Yeah, these things are very good to see, Gershon, from a coach's point of view.
Easy bowling this one fairly straight. Asaka
Very,
does
very
well.
impressed with Vesey.
Asaka does well to keep this one out. Hitting it straight to mid wicket.
Now that one is going down leg. Once again, Asaka will feel that she missed out on that one.
Just think that Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg and Asaka Nyavane need to keep their energies about them here, Mr. K. Even though the boundaries aren't coming, they need to start looking for that drop and run. Make sure that you put the fielders on the ring under pressure. Drag them in, and then once you've dragged them in, look
Good
at your
fielding, good fielding there.
Safi looking to pierce the gap and offside, fielding done there by Jones, who finds herself at backward point. Not often you see a captain feeling it back with pointers.
Yeah. Again, straight to the field, the frustration levels building up here. And I can assume that the fielders will whisper that in a year.
Definitely, Mr. Cash, we'll definitely be hearing about it. To a certain extent, some of them might even start counting the dot balls that she's faced up until now. In between the boundaries. There's into Giovanni again, floats this one up, and Nasaki, it's straight back at it. Another dot ball, another maiden by Nosito Veze, who's now bowled 3 overs and conceded only 2 runs.
10 overs gone, 18 overs gone, 64 for 2. And all of a sudden, that required rate, although not dangerous at this point in time, is 4.6.
We see a change in bowling, Mr. K. As we see Rivka Esau will replace Leah Jones at the commentary box end, bowling left arm orthodox.
Yeah. I'm just a bit concerned with bowling left arm orthodox. No fielding behind square on the offside.
Can't really miss her length in Mr.
Yeah.
K.
Correct.
She's got protection on the leg side boundary, one fielder at cow corner, another fielder just behind square.
Still rallying her troops. Eso going around the wicket. Well, if that is the length that she's bowling and the line, she will not have a lot of problems, but she can't miss out bowling anything wide. Oh, that's a good appeal, and that's given out. I think that's out. Yeah, that's out. Important breakthrough. 64 for 3. That's a departure of Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg. She'll be disappointed, but very clever bowling from Rafika Eso.
Not really turning that one, Mr. Kent, just sliding on the arm. Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg, potential or possibly playing for some turn. There wasn't any. That one just shot on, kicked on off the wicket, trapping her out in front. She's not very happy, Chappie, as she walks off. The score then moves on to 64 for 3. Just got the sense that something had to give, Mr. K.
Yep, absolutely. Good pressure applied by Western Province. Very good pressure. And that looks like Julia Hall that enters. And that is as a result of the departure of the skipper, Nicoline Jansen van Rensburg.
Well, we expected left arm orthodox to turn the ball away from the right handers, Mr. K, but absolutely no turn on offer for her at this stage.
Yeah. She bowled pretty much straight wicket to wicket. And that is an opportunity for Julia Hall to stamp her authority here today.
Julia missing the previous match due to injury, Mr. K, against the Knights.
That's correct.
Definitely look to try and kickstart her season. She had a very quiet season now.
Yeah, very quiet up to her standards.
Now.
She is from the Western Province, Cape Town area. It's been moved down to Oudtshoorn. Oh, there's another appeal, and it's given out. That's an important wicket. And all departs first ball duck. Well, will over number 19 be the turning point in the Badgers run chase? Chase, Gershon, that looked pretty leg before?
They did look pretty adjacent, Mr. K.
There you go through it again.
Umpire Andre Olivier judging that one, LBW. Julia Hall looking as if she's feeling as if she was outdone by, potentially feeling that that one was missing leg stump, Mr. K.
Yeah.
Mr. Umpire Andre Olivier judging that one will possibly hit the top of leg stump, Mr. K, at this stage. That brings Rivka Iso on a hat trick in the very first over. First time out at the recreation ground for her, and she'll bowl to Jana now, will face up to the hat trick ball.
Around the wicket to Nell for defensive. The hat-trick ball has been negotiated with.
Yes, Mr. K, it seems like Rivka Iso from the first couple of balls that we've seen, she's not really your normal left arm orthodox offie that turns the ball away from the right hand as if she's undercutting the ball, getting it to just slide on the arm back into the right hand, and that's what's been causing the Gardenwood Badgers lady some sort of trouble here this afternoon. Playing for the one to turn away from them was actually just kicking on with the arm. She'll have to handle what's about her here with Jana Nel on strike at the moment. Jana Nel, pretty big hitter, and she strikes the ball clean when she does get a hold of it.
That is indeed the case. Great over by ESO, picking up 2 wickets without conceding any runs. 64 for 4. Very good over for Western Province.
Nosipo Bezi looks as if she'll continue from the feeder straight in.
I can't see any reason why she will be replaced. Very economical bowling. She's really built up the pressure from that end of the ground. Bowling 3 overs and only conceded 2 runs.
This now becomes a key partnership for the Gardenwood Badgers, Mr. K.
Very, very important. A very simple tactic applied here by Western Province. Drying up the runs, bowling straight wicket to wicket, didn't present any width. And this time Asake Nyavane has made connection as Danai Fanika runs around. It's very interesting to see Danai Fanika fielding out there.
Up on the boundaries.
Yeah, very interesting. But she did well to cut that off, adding 2 runs to Asake Nyavane.
First time that Nosipo Bezi dropped something slightly short and Asake Nyavane all over it. Mr. K moves the score on to 22. Bezi right back on it again. Asake Nyavane just punches this one into the offside where Adams does the fielding. No run at the total at this stage. Asake Nyavane currently on 22 not out, playing a very patient.
Very, very patient by her own standards. Straight to the fielder. There's a misfield there. And that will allow Asake to pick up a single. We were very worried at one stage that Asake will be in trouble after a collision with Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. But she seems to be fine. And the Badgers will need all the experience of Jana Nel.
From a coach's perspective, Mr. K, I think Coach Michael Lees will be helping at that stage. Jana now produces something similar to what she did 2 weeks ago on the Sunday in the Pro50 game against the Knights.
Yeah, that was it. Run a ball half century. But she will need to go further than just 50 or 60. That will also help. She got an edge to that one. It's been cut off. And also on the other hand, Jana Nel. It's not the best runner between the wickets. She'll make up with power hitting for that. And it's 1 run added to the total. And end of the over.
Now that single takes the score to 68 for 4 after 20 overs. That required run creeping up ever so slightly to 4.7. The big hitters like Jana Nel and Asaki Nirvana, because I still don't think it's something for the Garden Badgers women to worry about. They just need to make sure that this is the partnership between Nirvana and Nel, that they build it up and make sure that they get it to close to, if not possibly even over 100-run mark, and that will take them over the line.
Yeah, they need to get a partnership of 100 here. Yes, so produced 2 wickets the previous over. Ooh. For one moment, I thought I saw bales flying, but that was not the case. And Eso seems to be the magician here.
Throwing this one up nice and high, Mr. King, inviting Jana now to try it over the top. Unfortunately for Eso, missing the stumps on that occasion, Jana now will feel that she's missed out. This one a lot straighter and a lot flatter. Jana now just pushing it into the leg side and no run at it. His line yard does the fielding. Eso gaining to now. Like the delivery again, Jana now has a big strike, misses it all together.
Yeah, I was looking for that ball flying over the boundary.
Jana now is not going to miss a lot of those, Mr. Gideon.
Eso is definitely presenting some challenges here and headaches to the Badgers batters. Yeah, that's a well played, executed shot, 4 runs.
1 bounce 4 off the back of Jana now. Always knew that she was not going to miss out on those for very long, Mr. Gideon.
Yeah, she's definitely got a fan club here in the crowd.
1 bounce and over the ropes.
Yeah, that's a good ploy. Keep that fielder on the boundary.
This time she
That's
goes
another
to
one.
the offside. All the way for 4, Jana now. All the way for 4. And immediately we can see that Danae van der Kerk giving some sort of advice to the young Rivke ESO. Obviously she knows Jana pretty well. As we see again, Jana strikes that one powerfully through the offside. ESO to Nel again. This one's knocked straight and ESO does the fielding. That brings an end to the over. Quite an eventful one.
Quite an eventful one. Good one for the Badgers. Yeah, Jana Nel, she made a debut exactly 20 seasons ago for Eastern Province. She played 131 matches in this format. She scored over 3,600 runs with a higher score of 193. That was against Kai in Umtata in the 2011-12 season, averaging 33. And very important, she struck 5 centuries and 18 half centuries. So she has got a lot of work to do as we watch Asaki Nyavane on strike. Having a slug at that one. That one is straight to Weingart, does the fielding, and no run added to the total. 76 for 4.
So Asaki tries to run this one down past the vacant third man area. Short third man does the fielding of it. You can only think that Asaki must be telling herself that she also wants to get in on the action, seeing Jana Nelly back-to-back boundaries previous over, as Vezi runs into her again.
Straight back to Vezi. And I must say, we can't fault Vezi's bowling. She only conceded 6 runs in 4.3 overs. That's very economical. She almost hit that one into the throat of Caitlin Weingart.
Jana Nell just walking down to have a word with Asaki Nyavane. Possibly just telling her to calm down, keep on looking for those ones and keep batting with her at this stage. Facing into Nyavane. Again, she has a big swing at it, attempting to steal a single there.
Yeah, she will have to hit it past the inner ring. Once again, straight to the fielder. And I can sense that Jana Nell will have a serious chat to Asaki Nyavane. I mean, she did exceptionally well thus far.
Really taking her time to accumulate the 23 runs that she scored up until now.
No, she did.
And she really doesn't want to throw it away at this stage. He's found a partner in Jana now who's able to strike boundaries at will. All she needs to do from here on out is to make sure that she gets Jana on strike, look for the ones, and just stand at the other end and watch the show. We've got issue to continue from the commentary boxing. Jana now will be facing. Drops this one short.
Straight to Danae van Niekerk, does the fielding.
This show again. Throws this one up. Jana now.
Straight to Vezi. Now, Vezi has been changed fielding positions.
She's in the ring.
She's in the inner ring.
Notice that.
Oh, straight hit.
Straight down
That's,
the ground by Jana.
oh, that's almost, well, great effort there. And it's 4 runs as Ulufle Sio dives, tried to stop that one, but it's in vain.
Jana now really hitting that one powerfully down the ground. She'll try and get her body behind it. Not enough as it rolls into the boundary cushion for 4.
Yes, so to now that's short. Oh, great fielding there. Diving towards the left. Prevent any further boundaries. Score moves up to 80. It's over the top. That will be a single. That will only be a single.
I have to say, Mr. Jana now has really taken a liking here to the bowling.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's not being afraid to throw it up, and Jana now accepting those invitations.
Asaki Nyavane facing ESO. That's wide it. And Nyavane, a very patient innings. She's on 23. She just faced 65 deliveries. So she's taking things very seriously here today. And why not? Straight to Vezi. End of the over.
I really think Asaki Nyavane playing an anchor role here for the Gardenwood Badgers woman today, Mr. K. She's now found a partner in Jana now who can strike boundaries at will. You just need to make sure that you bat with her for a longer or an extended period of time as we immediately see a changing bowling. Basically, they didn't do anything wrong from the Frida Street in being replaced by Caitlin Weingart to open the bowling from the exact same lane. Having bowled 6 overs, 1 wicket, 24 runs. And she'll be in to bowl to Jana now.
Yeah, as we wait for there's a bowling change. Weingart replacing Vesi from the Freely Street end of the ground. I really think that Vesi did an exceptional job. We'll just turn our attention to the Cricket South Africa under 19 national tournament that's taking place in Durban. There's a T20 match between the Garden Route Badgers and Boland. Boland score 136 for 4. And after 9 overs, the Badgers are 60 for 1. MEK Sampson is on 28. And Kelsey Steelman, and that's of course the daughter of the well-known Peter Steelman, she's on 20 from 23 deliveries. But we've got Weingart in to Jana Nel, and that will not be anything more than just a dot ball. Gershon, it's fantastic to have so many cricket in South Africa, played all over the country, in all age groups.
Yes, Mr. K. Currently have our national leagues underway. Like you alluded to, the under 19.
And that will be 4 more to Jana Nel. No, that will not be 4 more, it will be cut off. It's only a single.
Jana now feeling slightly aggrieved with herself, missing out on
She
that
will.
full delivery, Mr. K. Full swinging towards the leg side. She could have hit that one anywhere she would have liked. Will definitely feel that she missed out on that occasion. As Giovanni takes guard, and she's ready to face Weingart running in from the Freely Street end again.
Well played, Asaki on Giovanni. She will pick up a single.
I think Asaki definitely likes the pace a bit more than Mr. K.
Well bowled by Weingart. Through to the keeper, Babette de Leerder. Nel only faced 17 balls for a 15. Ooh. Just missing the outside edge of that one. Straight through to the keeper. Oh, that was hit like a rocket. Cut away for 4.
Caitlin Weingart dropping this one short and wide to Jana Nel. Jana Nel happy to oblige. Hitting that one out of the middle of the bat. No field inside. That's a welcome boundary. 4 runs.
$88 for 4. 24 overs gone. The required rate 4.7 Gershon currently. As long as Jana Nel is there, it's not a risk.
It's not at risk at all, Mr. K. Jana Nel dealing in boundaries, making sure that she puts the bowlers under pressure the whole time. Riskacer to Asaki Giovannis.
Very close to wide.
Bowls this one wide outside of the off stump. Asaki just let that one go through almost to Babette Leader, who does the tidying up at the back of the stumps. Rifkes will be happy to be bowling to Asaki Giovanni and not Jana Nel at this stage as he throws one up in Asaki.
Good fielding by Vezi.
Straight to Vezi.
Very energetic. Ooh, she came down the track.
Rifke so in an attempt to bowl that one nearly fell over her own feet there. She bailed out of that one.
Yes, so Tunyavane gave herself room straight to the fielder. No run added to the total. Oh, that is an irresponsible shot across the line. Asaka Nyavane has done all the hard work. And as we approach the halfway stage of this innings, one could say advantage to Western Province.
Soft dismissal, Mr. K. Very soft dismissal there. We've seen that Rifke so doesn't turn the ball. She only goes wicket to wicket and skids them on. Asaki Giovanni trying to play that one just around the corner, slightly too full for that shot. And she loses the off stump to the bowling of Rifke, so now has 3 wickets for 14 runs.
Well, this is a key new batter coming in, Michaela Andrews. She is also a Calypso player of note.
The one Calypso player replacing the other one, Mr. K. As we see Michaela Andrews making her way to the wicket. Jana now will probably be telling her to just hang in there with her and make sure that she gets Jana on strike.
Yeah, I must compliment Rivka here. So straight, simple tactics, bowling wicket to wicket, and let the batter make the mistakes. And that's exactly what happened here. The departure of Asaki Nyavane, she will be disappointed. And one sense that should the Badgers want to take this one over amongst Nell Andrews and Lara Maritz, some of those 3 batters need to step up. Nell is already in business. She's on 90 not out as he's joined by Michaela Andrews. And Rivka Ieso will continue from the commentary box end of the ground.
Those are what you call coach killers, Mr. K.
Absolutely.
After having done all that hard work to just give it away that softly, that is really, really a massive blow for the Gardenwood Badgers woman. To lose the wicket of Asaki Giovanni as we see Ieso into Andrews. This one down the leg side. Did you get a bat on it?
Just keep an eye on umpire Andre Olivier. Wide called. That should have been more or less the 10th wide in the innings thus far, if my calculations is not incorrect, in comparison with the 29 wides that the Badgers has bowled today. They've been very naughty.
Reverse sweep here from Jana now into the vacant area behind square on the offside.
And she will go through for 2. I for one stage thought that was good enough to reach the boundary, and she will pick up 2 end of the over. 90 for 5 with the halfway stage part of 92 for 5. They still require another 119 runs to take this one home. So the run rate is 4.7. It is going to be very interesting.
I have to say, Mr. K, 118 runs that the Badgers need here. It's not too far to reach for them. What will be concerning for Coach Bartolese at this stage is the amount of wickets that they lost. And in saying that, the amount of soft wickets that they handed over to the Western Province women here, making sure that they keep the Western Province ladies in the game instead of just betting sensibly, making sure that they keep on picking up the ones and putting the loose delivers away as we see.
And deservedly, Daisy's back in the bowling attack. You're referring to the number of wickets, unnecessary wickets. There are 5 down. Competitive wise, and we normally use that as a barometer to gauge the run chase. The Duckworth Lewis competitive score was 125 to win. So they're slightly behind also on that. And that is mainly because of the number of wickets that they've lost thus far.
Yes, Mr. K. The only way to peg the run rate back is by taking wickets. And the Western Province ladies have been meticulous about their business here today. At one stage, the Gardenwood Badgers were cruising with the skipper Nicolene Jansen Marinsburg and Asaki Nyavane. They brought on Vesi, brought on the skipper herself, try and control the run rate, get the run rate right down to 3s. And as soon as the spinner came on, she started picking up wickets.
Yeah, Andrew's yet to open her account. Nell is on 21 from 21.
Vesi to Andrews. Just a forward defensive, which plays this one out into the cover region. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Kenna, but unfortunately I have to say that I don't see Michaela Andrews hanging around very long.
No. She will not hang around.
She'll definitely look for 1 or 2 to hit.
And in saying that, we look at the current field placing. I mean, yeah, she will take some time to play herself in, as you correctly say. She will not hang around. And immediately as we spoke, they drop out 2 fielders.
Immediately, Mr. K.
Yeah, it's good to see that our teams are doing their homework.
And immediately that fielder long has to do the fielding as Michaela hits one straight at her. That brings an end to the Vesi over.
And of over number 26, the total now 93 for 5.
So to continue from the commentary box end, she now has figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 18. Very interesting to see with Michaela Andrews facing up to a mid on and mid of both up in the ring here, Mr. K. As she throws this one out nice and wide outside of off stump, Michaela just lets it go through harmlessly to the keeper, the leader, who does the tie.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic of Michaela to let that one go through. Thought you can have a go at that one.
This one is thrown up and Michaela obliges happily as she pumps this over all the way for 6.
The first boundary 6 of the day. We had to wait until over number 26 in the Badgers batting innings, and Michaela picked up a maximum. I can recall here not so long ago where Michaela in a T20 match destroyed Western Province in a T20 match to win a game. I would say 3 seasons ago. She played a real cameo.
She definitely has the ability and the talent, Mr. K. It's just she needs to apply herself a bit more here today. Michaela just playing this one out into the cover region where Dane van der Kent does the fielding. That's when she plays behind square on the offside. Won't go all the way to the boundary, but Michaela Andrews will come back for 2. That brings up the 100 for the Gardenwood Badgers, 101 for 5.
Yeah, there's a nice crowd, as we referred to earlier here at the ground, sitting down, very picturesque recreational ground in Oudtshoorn, watching this contest here in the Cricket South Africa Hollywood's Pro50 series. Eso to Andrews. Straight to the fielder. 101 for 5.
27 overs gone, 101 for 5. That required rate sitting comfortably at 4.7. With these two batters at the crease, they won't be too worried about that, right? They know they can strike boundaries at will. They just need to make sure that they spend enough time together at the crease, build this partnership, and make sure that they put some pressure on the Western Province bowling lineup.
So Vezi will continue from the Freda Street end of the ground. Very economical in the context of this game. She bowled 6 overs and only conceded 7 runs. And her job will be to contain Jan Anel. Well bowled.
You wouldn't want to miss a mark in this over to Jan and Nell, Mr. K. Jan and Nell, happy just to play out there at this stage, Mr. K.
Yeah, very happy. Experience. We saw the experience of Danai van Niekerk. It was missing the woodwork.
You could see by the excitement on the faces of the Western Province players there, Mr. K. That would have been a very big wicket that they got to.
Yeah, they will also sense that with the departure of Jan Anel, they are almost breaking the back of this Badgers batting lineup. Yeah, 20 seasons of cricket. It's quite a lot to play, and Jan Anel is still competing on the highest level.
This one she plays down to short third man. Where SR does the fielding and no run added to the score.
It's the correct translation, third man.
Short.
Of course, it can't be a third man. Just thinking about it, Gershon.
Yeah, I was thinking. Short third. Where's the internal again?
Oh, that's powerful. Hit for 4. Nell bulldozes it through the covers for 4.
Yeah, and I'm now really feeding on anything loose here, Mr. K, making sure that she cashes in every time when she gets a delivery where she's able to score a boundary off. This one, she's through the covers. No fielder anywhere near that one. As it adds another boundary to her tally. The score now 105 for 5 after 28 overs. Ghana now on 25 and Kayla Andrews on 9. Gardenwood Badgers now require another 104 runs. This partnership has moved along to 17 runs in very quick fashion. 105 runs.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For 209, the target 210. Yes, so to Andrews. And that should be another couple at least. As Andrews turns quickly, and that's 2 easy runs for Michaela Andrews. Now, Gershon, as the National Weeks are in progress, I can recall when Michaela Andrews was still at school. She won the award as the under-19 girls schools cricketer in South Africa.
Yes, Mr. Gary, I do remember Michaela picking up that award quite a number of years back.
Yeah, receiving the award from the great John Paul Lumini. And I mean, she was a great prospect. She played for the South African emerging team together with Janae Winstead numerous times. As we see ESO to Andrews, well negotiated. ESO, the pick of the bowlers, also a spin bowler, 3 for 28. And we saw earlier today, as we just watched this delivery, with upward outside all through to the keeper, Babette Leder. Giselle Abrams, pick up the bowlers for the Badgers, 3 for 36 and 10. Oh, that should be wider by umpire Firenze.
Very surprised that Michaela didn't have a go at that.
Yeah. But she also matured during the years.
Yeah,
Let's hope that'll be the case.
Definitely, because that would have been a free hit through the cover area there. No fielders back. This one fairly straight from yourself.
Also missing out on that one. Should have worked it a little bit more finer. Well played, Michaela Andrews. That should be only one. Yeah. Wisely called to settle for the single. 4 runs from the over. 29 overs gone. 109 for 5. So it's a pretty simple equation. 21 overs to go, and they need 101 runs. Just 5 and over will do it. But then you cannot lose any further wickets, eh?
Yes, it's okay. I agree with you there. With these two batters at the crease that's currently there, they're well capable of batting at 5 runs to the over. The partnership has now reached the 21-run mark, and I'm sure that these two batters that's currently there would love to see this partnership go from 21 runs to possibly 91 or at least 101 runs.
Yeah, that's the difference between the two teams, is the lack of partnerships in the batting innings of the Badgers. Remember, there was that 84-run partnership for the 4th wicket between Faye Tunnicliffe, who made 52, and Kyler Adams, who made 32. Kylene Adams, 32.
Is he continuing with that stingy line bowling wicket to wicket, just again making sure that the batters have to play it there? Really been consistent. There's been 8 overs, about 3 maiden overs already, conceding only 11 runs, of which 1 came off the previous over of boundary by Yana now.
Yeah, that's a little bit. Should have been a single, maybe there.
I think there was definitely a single there. Seo misfield at that one. Too bad it's not really interested in taking on that run, Mr. K. There's he into Andrews again.
Well worked around the corner. As Dadai van Niekerk running in does the fielding.
And immediately, the minute Yana now comes and strikes Mr. K, you just see that all the fielders go back right onto the edge of the ring here. Daisy runs into this one, she hits into the leg side.
Once again, disappointed she missed out there. Once again, Dadai van Niekerk is brought into the action.
Kept her busy this evening.
Yeah, very busy. She will be disappointed with her performance today. I think she only made 20. Was it 20?
Could be 20 or close to 20, Mr. K.
Yeah, it was 20.
She definitely set herself up the way she started off the innings to take it nice and deep here for the Western Province ladies. Brilliant catch though.
Absolutely.
To get rid of her as Vaser runs into Yana now. No runs as this one is knocked into the leg side. That brings the 30th over to a close. Current score 112 for 5. Yana Nell on 26 and Michaela Andrews on 14.
Yeah, what's also noticeable, and I know it's just a theoretical comparison, but the Badgers are creeping closer and closer to that Duckworth-Lewis par score, which was 130 now. They are basically only 18 away from that. So slowly but surely, this partnership is developing into bringing a very interesting contest here at the recreation ground.
I can tell you, Mr. K, that the longer this partnership grows, the more they'll create panic and chaos amongst the Western Province ladies. They just need to make sure that they stay at the crease for a fair amount of time, these two batters, to make sure that they put the Western Province ladies under pressure. And they're well capable of doing it, the two batters that's currently in, Michaela Andrews and Diana now. As we see a change in bowling, Faith Tunnicliffe onto bowler right arm off spin.
Tunnicliffe was a top run scorer today, 52. Unfortunately, Giselle Abrams, from a Badgers point of view, put her down twice in the same over from her own bowling. And then there was also early run-out opportunity. But it's those small margins that normally determines the outcome of a game.
I agree with you there, Mr. Keith. Michaela Andrews had a full swing at that one. There's a bit of miscommunication
No, I
here.
think
She's got
there's-
to hurry. She's got to
Oh no, it's a comedy of errors. She's back, and that can also be a crucial mistake. There was an opportunity from Faith Tunnicliffe. She unfortunately missed out in running out Michaela Andrews.
definitely.
You can have a look at that. There you can see
She's not even in the picture by the time the ball gets to Tunnicliffe.
outside the picture frame, you're right.
Definitely a run out chance missed there by Faith Tunnicliffe. That could be costly for the Western Province woman.
It's another wide.
Down the leg side, wide called by umpire Andre Oliphant.
Yeah, it's disappointing. We also saw in the previous game the high number or amount of wides that been bowled.
Reverse sweep again by Ananel. This time she beats the fielder on the offside. That will run away for Pearl. Brilliantly executed reverse sweep there by Ananel. Second time in this innings that she's played that shot. This time around she's got all of it, beating the fielder, the point fielder on the offside, and it races away to the boundary for 4.
A very confident shot from Nell, taking her score to 30. And Tunnicliffe will bowl to Nell.
But straighter this time from Tunnicliffe. Ananel just plays it out. No runs added. Slightly straighter.
Very important stop there. A very important stop in the context of this over.
That brings it to an end, the first Tunnicliffe over. After 31 overs, the score is on 118 for 5. The Garden Road Badgers women needing 92 more runs to win. Jana Nel currently at the crease on 30 and Michaela Andrews 14 runs.
So they need 92 more runs to take this one home. And we're in for a very exciting last 20 overs, 19 overs of this match remaining.
Moshipovezi continuing this bowling spell of hers. She's bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, gone for only 14 runs and no wicket.
Yeah, we're very impressed with her bowling. She impressed us a lot. Hallelujah.
Michaela Andrews hits this one over extra cover. Racing to the boundaries, stopped just short as she comes back for 2.
Yeah, she didn't properly connect to that one.
I think Michaela Andrews have seen enough of Moshipovezi here, Mr. K. She's going after her in this.
No, she will not hanging back today. Very interesting. I thought there would be a sweeper out on the offside.
Very brave captaincy here, Mr. K. Asking her to do it again.
Yeah.
She goes again. This time she goes dead straight. 6 all the way.
That's a massive hit from Andrews.
Kayla Andrews definitely making her intentions clear in this over, Mr. K.
And she's also waking up the crowd here. Lots of support for the local team.
Kayla Andrews with her 6 as well as the second 6 of the day. Straight down the ground.
Yeah, even at the men's field, that was a 6, Gershon.
Yes, Mr. K.
That was and it's a long boundary towards the further street end of the ground. Vesey to Andrews. Oh, that's well negotiated. No need to take any further risk here. There's even a lot of excitement here in the commentary box from the technical team. They obviously are big friends with Michaela Andrews. But I would still say advantage to Western Province where we currently sit.
Eight runs of the over so far. Michaela Andrews looking to capitalize on this Vesey over. Already having scored a 6 straight and 1 over extra cover. Only getting her 2 runs as Vesey runs into her again. Massive swing and she's bowled. Vesey is the last laugh and then she missed. Michaela misses a straight one that takes a top of middle stump.
Yeah, that's the one thing that the Western Province bowlers executed perfect, and that's just the basics. Bowling wicket to wicket, waiting for the batters to make mistakes, and Andrews should be furious with herself, and so will be the coach. And that's the departure of Michaela Andrews. Vesey only picking up her first wicket, but a very exciting innings comes to an end. Andrews departs, and it will also be the drinks break.
I don't mean to be overcritical here, Mr. K, but that is very irresponsible cricket there from Michaela Andrews. She's already gotten 8 off the over. The required rate is down to 4.6 at this stage. She didn't need to go again. And we've seen that Vesey's bowled well throughout the day, trying to take her on. Probably one of the most dangerous bowlers today on show for the Western Province women.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, if you score 10 runs from the over, there's no need to do anything silly. And that's exactly what she did. And the players will have drinks and we will also take a breather.
We're back live again after the drinks break. The Gardenwood Badgers on 126 for 6, 31.5 overs. Vesey to continue to Laura Maritz, the new batter. It's safely negotiates the final ball of the over. There's in 9 overs, 3 maidens, 22 runs, just the 1 wicket of Michaela Andrews that just departed shortly. At the end of 32 overs, the Gardenwood Badgers are on 126 for 6. Jana Nel still at the crease on 30 not out, and Lara Merritt's just joining after the loss of the wicket of Michaela Andrews. A little cameo, but at this stage, I definitely think the Gardenwood Badgers needed her to be at the crease for a little bit longer, and going in partnership with Jana Nel for slightly more runs. As we see changing bowling at the commentary box, and with Tatum LaRue being brought back into the attack here by skipper Leah Jones. And I can only think of one reason why she's bringing back a frontline seamer, and that is to try and get a couple of wickets for her to break open and end here, so that the Western Province women can get themselves firmly on top and ahead in this game. Key wicket will still be that of Jana Nel. As long as she's out there, the Gardenwood Badgers will still definitely feel that they have a chance of winning this game or getting over the line. Tatum LaRue into Jana Nel. The bowls this one fairly straight. Safely negotiated by Jana Nel. Pushed into the covers where the fielding is done by Jones. No run is added to the score. LaRue into Nel again. This one down the leg side. Umpire Andre Olivier stretches out the arms. There's another wide is added to the score. Score then moves on to 127 runs with a loss of 6 wickets. Figures for LaRue at this stage 4.1 overs. Only got the 1 wicket, and she's conceded 19 runs this far. LaRue into Nel. Safely negotiated by Nel.
Yeah, one sense that if the Badgers can hang in there, restrict the required rate to less than 5 per over, they're still in for a slight chance.
It's definitely still a chance while Jana Nel is out there, Mr. K, and that should be what the Badgers and the Western Province women coaching staff must be thinking at this stage. As LaRue runs into Nel again.
Well bowled. Generate some movement from the seam there.
But a seam movement, yes, Mr. K, back into Jana Nel, off the seam from Tatum LaRue, making sure that they don't give Jana Nel any room or any width. Interesting to see that LaRue bowling to a very leg side dominated field with long on deep mid wicket as well as deep backward square in the ropes. This time she gives the width outside of the off stump. Easily guided through that vacant area, and it runs away to third man for another boundary for Jana Nel.
Yeah, that's 4 runs, 4 vital runs, taking the score to 130. 1 for 6, still 79 runs required to take this one over the line.
LaRue into Nel again. Full delivery, punched down the ground by Jana Nel, and LaRue does the fielding herself. The Western Province woman might feel at this stage that with 79 runs more to get for the Gardenwood Badgers woman, if they can see the back of Jana Nel, they'd be so much happier at this stage. The Gardenwood Badgers woman on the other hand would feel that if Nel can stay there for 5 more overs, she'll definitely take out a big chunk of that 79 runs needed to win.
Yeah, you can see she's quite upset with herself.
That one pretty wide outside the off stump, the last ball of the over, Jana Nel, with no fielder protecting the boundary on the offside. She would have felt that she missed out on the chance of getting herself another boundary. Masipo Vesi then preparing to bowl the last over of a 10 over spell. Running in from the free to street end, 22 runs so far, conceded just the 1 wicket. And she'll be bowling to Lara Moritz, who just joined Jana Nell at the crease.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Laura Moritz to stamp her authority. No need to panic at this stage for Laura Moritz. Play herself in, try to be there at over number 40 and then take the game forward, should the opportunity present itself.
I think a key focus at this stage, Mr. K, should be to get Jana on strike. Jana's been striking the ball pretty well.
Good connection there from Nell, but straight to the fielder. Caitlin Weingart was on cover point.
Daisy persisting with that foolish length. Wicket to wicket, stump to stump, making sure that she doesn't leave any room to free the arms. As Lara Moritz just punches that one towards Faith Danica doing a fielding at cover. Daisy in again. This time around she gives it a bit of room. The fielding is done by Isho at short third.
Good fielding. Adams, Caitlin Adams does the fielding.
Good looking shot that by Moritz, Mr. Gibbs.
Yeah, good looking shot. Good fielding by ESO. Adams, correction. Diving towards the right, preventing any further runs.
This one into the leg side by Moritz. Touches down, but Jana Nell says no for the second run.
Yeah, by the way, that Moritz is playing the shots. Good connection. Bat on ball. End of the over, end of the Vesi over. A very, very economical bowling spell from Vesi. She bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23. And I think she's done her job for the visitors.
I agree with you there, Mr. K. And just before Tatum LaRue gives a cap to the umpire to start the next over, Vesi definitely brought the run rate down first time for the Western Province woman at a stage where Nicolene, Janssen van Rensburg and Asaki Giovanni were going quite well. Brought the run rate down, got the pressure up, and Referius came and claimed 3 fairly easy scalps just by the pressure that was created by Vesi from the other end.
Yep. Now, role is fundamental. This game is not over yet, but a very good bowling performance. And Tatum LaRue will continue from the commentary box end. Nothing wrong with that. Play yourself in. The run rate, as we say, is currently the required run rate, 4.95 to the over. It's not panic stations yet.
I have to say the wicket has played quite well.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
We would have thought that because a used wicket being played on that, it would have been deteriorating by now, but it's actually held up nicely as Tatum LaRue bowls and yet another wide.
Now, that's a disappointing feature of this match, and that's a high number of wides that's been bowled. The badge is very guilty of that. They bowled 29 wides in total.
What is interesting to see, Mr. K, is the gamesmanship of the Western Province ladies and the captain here. We'll see that they'll bowl 3 to 4 balls to Moritz, spread the field to make sure that she keeps the strike, keeping the dangerous Jana Nell away from the strike here at this stage. You see LaRue running into Moritz again.
Dot balls will add some additional pressure.
Maritz really need to make sure that she gets Jan and Nel back on strike games. Find a way to get yourself to the other end. Jan and Nel, the in better. For the Gardenwood Badgers women's sake, they need her on strike. They need her facing most of the deliveries going into the back end of the innings. Leroux runs into Maritz again. Pulling wide outside of the off stump. Fielding done by Daisy. No run at it.
3 consecutive dot balls. And Maritz will also start feeling the pressure. That will be a couple. You got that through the gap. That's 2 vital runs. 2 vital runs to Lara Maritz. And she's proven that she can definitely hold the bat. Plays nice and straight to the offside.
But a miscommunication in the cover region
Yeah.
by Daisy and Jones. Both women diving, yet the ball still managed to get through to both of them.
Yeah, Leah Jones, of course, the captain of the visitors. Well bowled, well bowled. You can still, if you keep an eye on Danae van Niekerk, I mean, without taking over the role and responsibility of Leah Jones, the captain, she's still rallying the troops.
She's still rallying the troops, changing the field. And just as we said it earlier on, Mr. KBC, with last couple of balls, or 1 ball remaining now, this field spreading to give Maritz the 1. And Maritz and Bly just taking that 1, keeping the strike for the start of the next over. That means 2 overs have gone by where Jana Nel hasn't faced a single ball.
Yeah, this is always the interesting tactics that teams deploy. And I think they won't mind having Nel off strike.
I agree with you, Mr. K. Definitely have to applaud the Western Province bowling outfit for the execution of that tactic, though. Even though the field is being spread, you still have to bowl the ball in an area where the batter can hit it so that you get off strike. And they've successfully kept Jana Nel off strike for 2 overs, having faced only 1 ball in the past 2.5 overs. I have another break in play as we see one of the Western Province players down.
It is hot outside and some beverages for Jana Nel. I think she will appreciate that.
Welcome refreshments there for Jana Nel, Mr. Gaze. We've got a break in play, both visitors on the park at the moment. Greeting and saying to one of the Western Province ladies that's down on the ground. Looks like the skipper, Leah Jones, getting some treatment.
Yeah, it's definitely Leah Jones. Let's see what he can go, please.
So nice dat we zitten om te zien dat die comparative scores distance is.
Ek het dit nog nie gehou nie.
Ja, die keer was het dus.
Maar gaan vra gou wat was die skoor na 35 overs? En nou hoor jy sommer hoeveel wides het hulle gebou? Hoeveel wides het WP gebou?
She will be bowling to Lara Maritz.
Yeah, competitive after 35 overs, Western Province 154 for 5. The Badgers 136 for 6. So that is a bit of a challenge here if you look competitively for the Badgers. And one sense that as long as Jana Nel is there and Lara Maritz is there, the Badgers are still in for a chance. Tunnicliffe to Maritz. Oh, stop, but it will not prevent a single. And that will bring Jana Nel back on strike. Yeah, another comparison is also from a wides point of view. At the same stage, the Badgers bowled 26 wides. They bowled 29 in total. And Western Province has bowled 13 in total, which is quite a high number of extras in the form of wides.
Tunnicliffe into Nel. Nel just defends this one. And Tunnicliffe does the fielding of her own bowling. Interesting to see the field here, Mr. K. Backward spur on the ropes, cow corner, as well as long on and long off. Jana Nel hits this one into the leg side.
That's magnificent
Tunnicliffe
hit.
won't get there. 4 runs to the total of Jana Nel.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not over yet, but Jana Nel will be crucial in the quest for the Badgers to record an historic victory here today. Tunnicliffe, she did all the good things, but at one delivery, she dropped short and Nel capitalized.
Get the sense that the Western Province women are slightly behind on the over right there, Mr. K. We see Tunnicliffe running back to a mark as she's back into Jana now.
Yeah, also obviously tried to rush the game a bit, but yeah, you're right. And importantly is that Nel kept the strike.
Very good batting here by Jana now, Mr. K, making sure that off the last ball of the over, she gets a single into the leg side to maintain the strike.
Nel is on 39 not out.
You see Tatum LaRue continuing the bowling from the commentary box, and the current score 137 for 6 after 36 overs.
142 for 6.
142 for 6, apologies.
LaRue to Nel, forward defensive.
LaRue's into Nel again. Pull
In
up
the
side
gap.
off stump.
That will be at least a couple. Long chase down. And Nel will easily strolling back for the second. Yeah, what is impressive is the easy way how Nel finds the gap in the offside.
A little bit of finesse there from Jana now, showing us that she doesn't only have the power game, but she can also caress it through the covers or through the cover region to get this off 2 runs as LaRue runs into Nel again.
Ooh, firmly hit. Straight to Vezi, who does the fielding. Not cleanly, she knocked it on to Leah Jones.
On top in this game, Mr. K, as the Golden Badgers moves on to 148 for 6. Jana Nel moves on to 45 runs not out. To get back to Danesh van Niekerk, Mr. K, yes, you will see that she's been moving fielders around, helping Leah Jones out, getting fielders in the correct positions as LaRue runs into Nel again.
Oh, that's a very good call.
Big appeal.
That's a very good call. Umpire Andre Willerfish shakes his head. But on the other hand, LaRue doesn't seem to be too upset about the adjudication from Umpire Willerfield.
I can only think there might be a bit of batting.
That's
on
what
that
we
one.
imagine.
I do think that was a signal from Mr. Andre Olivier to the bowler taken away, Mr. K.
And the Rumors probably realized that. Very sensible batting into the gap. Will they turn for a second? Yes, they did. And not very good awareness by the Western Province fielder. Instead of throwing to the wicketkeeper's end, they throw to the danger end. And Lara Maritz, obviously, safe home, end of the over. A very good over from a Badger's point of view. Taking the score to 150. They only need 60 now from 13 overs.
Game on, Mr. K. Game on. We're in for a very exciting finish here at the recreation ground today. You called it this morning when you alluded to the fact that we're in for some exciting cricket towards the afternoon here.
Yeah, it's the ebb and flow of this wonderful game of cricket. Are we going to... we're not going to take it anything further.
We see Tunnicliffe continue to bowl from the Freda Street end into Lara Maritz. Pulls this one down the leg side.
It will run away for 4. It will run away for 4. It does.
And 4 runs it is. 4 wides as signalled by umpire Sunbury Stratham.
Great effort there from Rivka Eso, but she couldn't prevent a boundary and 4 wides. So that's 5 runs added to the total.
We spoke about it this morning, Mr. K, but if you see the body language of this Western Province outfit now, you can see head starting to drop, pressure starting to get to them a little bit as the Garden Badgers approach that extra 55 runs that they still need to reach the target here at the recreation ground today. Tunnicliffe into Lara Maritz. Outside of off stump, cuts.
Couldn't get it through the gap. I'll sense that she'll be quite upset with herself because that was an opportunity to get that one through the offside. 155 for 6. Tunnicliffe to Maritz.
Gives this one air. Maritz drives, fielded in the cover region by Adams. Misfield and yet no run.
Sensible to not run from that misfield. Kayla Adams. Sensible batting from Maritz. She's already got the 5 runs in the over.
Maritz just happy to find that one towards the cover fielder.
You can see Leah Jones is also running changes in her field. Now is the question, over bowled.
End of 38 overs, the score moves on to 155 for 6. The Garden Badgers with Jana Nell on 47 and Lara Maritz 5 runs. Partnership of 29 currently at the wicket.
Yeah, Gershon, a very interesting competitive. In terms of duck with Lewis, the Badgers are only 3 runs behind now. So at this point in time, it will give you an indication how neck and neck this battle is. A wicket now will be crucial. As we will see.
Leah Jones back into the attack, Mr. K.
I don't think the figures on the scoreboard is correct. He bowled a few overs.
He's bowled 5 overs, 0 runs, and she's conceded only 11 runs. Jones into Nell, full outside off stump.
Here is the misfield.
Misfield, and she scampers through for a run.
Gershon, I want to ask you this question. From a coaching point of view, was that single we rather wait? It was the first ball of the over?
I would definitely have rather waited, Mr. K. I'm thinking Jana Nell is telling Lara Maritz that we're taking every run that's on offer to get us closer to the target, Mr. K. Jana Nell at this stage on 48 runs, needing 2 to get to that half century. Maritz on 5. Maritz's job should be now to get a single so that Jan can be back on strike.
That was a short pitch delivery. Rushed it a little bit.
54 more runs to win for the Garden of Badgers women. The Western Province, or WSB Western Province women, needing 4 wickets if they want to walk off the park as victors today. Jones into Maritz.
Defensively, fielding's been done.
Only 3 fielders out in the boundaries again. They're all stationed on the leg side boundary. A free hit for Maritz actually over the offside there, should she decide to take the option. Jones into Maritz again. Pushes this one into the offside, where one of the substitutes does the fielding. I have to say, Mr. Gay, I know we are deep into our commentary stint at this stage, but I haven't seen Sarah Smith on the field at all today.
That's correct, yeah.
One of the subs, Yandiswa Mangela, has been fielding at point all day.
That is correct. The controversial sub.
Jones into Maritz. Maritz just keeps this one out. Jones does the fielding of Owen bowling.
Yeah, I would say sensible batting from Maritz, protecting her wicket, stay there. She is an experienced player. She played a hell of a lot of cricket in Ireland on the circuit in the setup there. And once again, very interesting and fascinating, the good captaincy from Western Province, how they really rally their troops. As we approach the last ball of this over.
Full and wide outside of stump. Straight to seal, no run for Maritz as it brings to an end the Leah Jones over.
So the score now 156 for 6. 39 overs gone, the required rate 4.9, and we're in for fun and games here on a Saturday afternoon at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn.
Key wicket is Jana now, Mr. K.
Yeah, she's on 48.
Key for both teams here this afternoon. For the Garden Badgers, they need her at the crease till the end here. For the Western Province women, if they stand any chance of getting the W, they need to get rid of Jana now. Is currently on 48 runs. She's about to take strike. Change in bowling from the feeder street and with Caitlin Weingart running in.
Yes, Caitlin Weingart approaches to run in. I just want to refresh.
Tatum LaRue, apologies.
Sorry, Tatum LaRue. So watch LaRue running in to Nell. Well bowled. The Badgers won the toss this morning, and against all the odds, they decided to have a bowl first. There was an 84-run partnership for the 4th wicket between Tunnicliffe, who made 52, and Kelsey Adams, 32, who allow Western Province to 209 all out.
LaRue into Nell on 48. Drags this one short, pulled into the leg side. And Van Niekerk does the fielding, restricting them to just the 1 run.
Nell will again feel that she missed out an opportunity there.
You see the field changing again as Lara Maritz is back on strike. I have to say, Mr. Gay, whenever Lara Maritz is on strike, the Western Province ladies make sure that they get enough fielders inside the ring to prevent her from taking a quick single and getting Jana now back on strike.
Yeah, there's also the risk that should she pierce the gap, it will be a single that's well positioned there into the gap. Fielding is done, 1 run added to the total, 157 for 6. The required rate hasn't been above 5 runs to the over, and one thinks that as long as Jana now is at the crease, 5 runs is an achievable required rate. Into the pocket. That's an easy single. And we've got a very exciting crowd here as Jana Nel reaches half century. Well played, Jana Nel. That's a great knock from the veteran.
See, Jana Nel has got her own renter crowd here today, Mr. K.
All the way from Kabega.
knocks this one into the leg side and scampers through for the single to get over the line and get that well-deserved half century. Well batted Jana now. Bringing back onto strike Laura Moritz. Facing up to LaRue. Full delivery.
Well bowled, LaRue. Well bowled, Jana LaRue.
Miss,
Oh, and that's a misfield.
misfield by Faith Tunnicliffe. Scamper through for another run. Tell you what, Mr. K.
The pressure is mounting.
There's an old adage and a saying in the game of cricket that pressure reveals your character, and I can honestly say that pressure is starting to get to the Western Province ladies out there tonight.
Well, let's wait and see.
Elementary mistake there from Faith Tunnicliffe.
Now,
Now,
oh, that's it into the gap. That will only be one run. Tidy fielding them there on the boundary. Very confident, but tidy fielding.
You say tidy, Mr. K. I would have said nonchalant fielding there.
Yeah, let's rather call it nonchalant fielding, but it will keep Nell on strike. And 10 overs to go. They need 49 runs to take this one over the line for a remarkable victory here. Everybody is on the edge of their seats. It's anybody's game. Western Province, I assume they will stick to their conservative approach, doing the basics right, bowling wicket to wicket. And as we see, there is a change in bowling. No, it's not a change in bowling. It's the captain, Leah Jones, very economical. She bowled 6 overs, only conceded 12 runs, and she will continue from the commentary box end of the ground.
Just had a glance over on the scoreboard there, Mr. K. The DLS bar is 154 at this stage, which means the Hollywoodbets has gone ahead of it as we speak.
Providing that no wickets must fall. But we will definitely not have a range interruption today. We just use it as a gauge, as a barometer.
Jones into Nell, and Nell just punches this one into the cover area.
Just waiting for the bad ball. Yeah, it's a very fascinating, absorbing day of cricket here in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. Jones to Nell. Boom, 4 runs. That's a magnificent executed shot from Nell as it runs over the boundary.
Jones missing a length in this occasion, allowing Jana Nell to free up the offside. Throw hands at that one, all the way to the ropes for 4. Jones into Nell again.
And that will be 4 more. Will it run away? It will not run away. But they will come back for a second. They will come back for a second.
Just again, that one definitely touched the cap of ESO as a cap fall off. That should be 5 penalty runs if the umpires paid any attention to that.
It's a very interesting observation. Very, very interesting observation. Just have a look at that, what co-commentator just alluded to. There you can see it touched the cap, so that should have been 5 penalty runs.
Penalty runs. Unfortunately missed there by the umpires. As Jones runs into Jana Nell again. She walks down the wicket this time around, squeezes it out into the leg side. ESO does the fielding and restricts it to just the 1 run. Those 5 penalty runs could prove vital at the end of this game, Mr. K. Contest becoming very close here between these 2 teams. You don't want it to be ruined by umpiring mistakes such as those.
Yeah, talking about umpiring mistakes, that was not an umpiring mistake what happened earlier today where players who name wasn't on the team list played. It's a very wide delivery, but not wide by umpire Olivier. Through to the keeper, Babette de Lede from the Netherlands.
$168 for 6. After 40.5 overs. Required rate sits at 4.6. Jones into Moritz, full and straight. Moritz hits it down the ground. We're done. They trying to kick runs off the boundary through the fielding.
And that's the end of the over.
41 runs to win for the Garden Route Badgers. 4 wickets to get for the Western Province women. Still anybody's game at this stage, Mr. K.
9 overs to go. And Gershon, this is a type of games where you will pay money to come and attend it.
Definitely, Mr. K. This is the crowd that we had, the little crowd that we're having today. They're getting their money's worth, even though they came in for free.
But anybody's game, and one can sense a bit of cramps there with Jana Nel, and while she's going to receive some treatment from the medical team, the Western Province players called themselves into a huddle. You can see there's a bit of cramps there, Jana Nel, Maranay Strauss, and that is not as firm as a physiotherapist bed, but she makes herself down as she will receive some ice on that latissimus dorsius muscle.
I don't know about you, Mr. K, but I really wouldn't want anything to break the momentum.
Yeah, I agree with you.
As a batting unit, you really wouldn't want stuff like this, interruptions or breakages in play, because it's now giving the Western Province women another opportunity to get themselves together in a huddle, gather themselves, and just make sure that they know exactly what they need and what they need to prevent the Hollywoodbets to do in order for them to get the W. At this stage, with the partnership having reached 43 runs, 43 very vital runs in the context of the game, with 41 more runs to win. As you see, Leah Jones just getting the troops together, trying to get them nice and composed so that they're focused on the task at hand. Jana Nel and Laura Maritz at this stage will have other plans in mind.
Yeah, what do you think would be the message there in the Western Province huddle?
I just think they would tell themselves to remain calm and remain composed at this stage, and to keep on doing what they've been doing. Yeah, but like we said earlier, pressure does funny things to you as a human being and as a person. That required run rate is dropped right down to 4.6 at this stage with 9 overs to go, 41 runs required for victory.
So Tatum Leroux will bowl to Jana Maritz, who's on 8.
He hits this one into the leg side, fielding done by Weingart.
Very, very nonchalant again.
I know that Mr. Gale, she's got a very good pair of hands.
Yeah, I know she has. She has. And she's also trusting the bounce of the outfield.
The route to Nel just defends this one.
Only 40 more runs needed.
Swings this one into the leg side.
It will only be one. Don't think the run rate will be a big issue at this specific point in time. It's 4.6.
Not as long as they've got Jana Nelson.
Not as long as she's there.
I think she's that ability that she has to hit boundaries that will give the Hollywoodbets some confidence, as we see Maritz also starting to find her range.
I think she'll be disappointed in herself. I mean, she faced quite a couple of deliveries, but she couldn't pierce some gaps out in the field.
Well, I have to say, we have to compliment her as well, Mr. K, for the fact that she hasn't gotten frustrated with herself. She's just
great composure, great composure.
And she hits one of the fielders in that cover region yet again.
Nasipo Vezi does the fielding.
Changing fielders, finally making third man come up, long off, goes out, as well as a fielder running towards the deep mid wicket corner region. The ruin to Maritz.
Oh, that's an edge. And that's 4 runs.
That'll be 4.
Yeah, but Bet de Leerde, she took a very good catch down leg side early today. But I think after she's looking at this tonight, she will be disappointed. She moved slowly there, and that allows 4 runs to Maritz. 4 valuable runs in the context of the game.
The score then moves on to 175 for 6 after 42 overs.
Yeah, Nellie's on 59 from 59 deliveries, and Maritz is on 13 from 34. 8 overs to go,
35 more runs to win.
35 more runs to win. So the spinner,
Almost seems like this is the last throw of the dice here by Leah Jones, Mr.
Rivka
Kane.
Eso.
We saw what Jana Nel did to Rivka Eso a little earlier on in the day. She throws this one up.
Yeah, Rivka is bowling wicket to wicket very straight.
Undercutting the ball, not really turning it away from the right-handers. Making sure that it just slides on back into the right-hand area.
Now she backed 3 wickets.
This one she throws wide outside the off stump. Maritz sets off for the run. Sent back by Jana Nel. Wrong hand, Caitlin Wynberg.
No need to panic, Maritz. Yeah, that's, the small basic things like throwing to the wrong end. Should not expect to see at this level. Must say she offered a lot of width with that previous delivery to Nell.
And again, Mr. Kane. This time around.
Oh, that's a big hit. That's maximum.
6.
That's a big hit from Nell. Taking the score to 181. Only 29 runs required here. And where we sit, just keeping an eye on the fielders. When the ball is delivered, they're all on the edge, on their toes. Yes, so to Nell. It's a dot ball. She will feel that she missed out on an opportunity there.
He definitely will, Mr. Kane. That one was slightly straighter from you, so sliding down the leg side. Would have been a free hit for Jana Nel had she made any contact. Only one fielder behind square on the leg side. This one she throws up outside off, straight through the hands of Oudtshoorn.
Oh, she's in trouble here. She could be run out. No, she's not run out.
She's back for the second one.
Yeah, that's a very critical catch, but she hit that like a train, eh? Gosh.
Hit that like a trace and bullet, Mr. K, straight through the hands of Seal.
She actually did well to prevent a boundary there. Jana Nel, she must be very tired by now.
Chance of a catch. 4-6.
Oh,
And
six.
6
That's
it
6.
is. Another 6 from Jana Nel, straight through the hands of Kelsey Adams.
There was a catching opportunity there on the boundary. It slipped through the hands of Adams over the boundary for 6. The badge is now 189 for 6. 7 overs to go. And Jana Nel, well, she offered an opportunity there which wasn't taken.
Straight through the hands of Kelsey Adams. Ball before that, straight through the hands of Oudtshoorn. 21 more runs to win with 7 overs remaining. Gardenwood Badgers 189 for 6. Jana Nel on 73. Batting with Lara Maritz on 13. Tatum LaRue to continue from the previous speed room.
And that's a great delivery. That's the end of Lara Maritz. There's always a twist in a tail.
Watch the replay there. LaRue just getting this one to nip back off the seam. Top of the stump. Exactly what any bowling coach would ask of their frontline seamers. Removing Lara Maritz for a well-played 13. They have to applaud her for that partnership that she had going in with Jana Nel. Getting the Gardenwood Badgers to 21 runs off the last 6.5 overs. partnership of 63 runs being brought in by a beautiful delivery from Tatum LaRue. Next batted in, Giselle Abrams. The score now moved on to 189 for the loss of 7 wickets, as we see Giselle Abrams arriving at the wicket with 21 runs needed for victory by the Garden Badgers women.
Giselle Abrams, she can hold the bat. She takes strike. She bowled quite well today. She picked up 3 for 36 in her 10 overs. She's got another job to do now. Very good delivery that from LaRue. Into Abrams.
Giselle Abrams just keeps this one out. LaRue into Abrams. Again, full and straight. Abrams happy to just keep this one out.
Well bowled, well bowled. LaRue. Tatum LaRue.
As required, run rate has been brought right down to 3.3 at this stage, Mr. K. So I don't think the Garden Badgers would be too unhappy by conceding a couple of dot balls here.
Yeah, protect your wicket and the rest will take care of itself.
Played there by Giselle Abrams.
Yeah, Asaka and Giovanni made 24 from 71. Michaela Andrews, a brisk 22. And besides that, it was Jana Nel who was on 73 not out that has kept the Badgers innings together here. LaRue to Abrams. On the wicket. Oh. Whoa. No need to take any risks. There's one more ball left. It's overbowled. I can't see why they even think about the single.
I haven't thought about the single there. That brings it in the 44th over. Score currently 189 for 7. Gardenwood Badgers requiring another 21 runs for victory. Diana Nell on strike. She's currently on 73 not out, and Giselle Abrams yet to get off the mark. As we see Rivka Eason to continue from the commentary box end. Quite an expensive last over from Rivka Eason, going for 2 sixes off the back of Diana Nell. Also creating 2 chances, it has to be said. Not taken by the Western Province women.
Yeah, so to Nell.
This one right outside of off stump. Hit dead straight. 6-5.
Yeah, one sense, I said it before, I actually said before this over, I just sense that this over will determine the destiny of the outcome of this match. So it's only 15 runs required.
Only 15 runs required. It could all be done in this over. Vishka keeps that line of attack to Diana Nell, Mr. K. As we see, she's moved away from Nikkei slightly straighter. She's into Nell again.
Short. Very lucky to get away with a dot ball there. Still tension in the crowd, tension in both dugouts. And I also sense some tension in the commentary box.
6 again. Another drop chance, this time by the skipper Leah Jones. Straight through her hands. 6 all the way for Diana Nell.
I love you, go.
Gershon, it's basics. You can't walk from behind you. You need to walk from the boundary onwards.
You need to end up on the rope, Mr. Gay. On the rope. No need for them to move in. They know Jana won't be taking quick singles. Jana is this one dead straight again.
Another one! Another one! Another one! She punches the air! Jana now has taken the Soya!
18 runs off the over so far.
18 runs off the over, and I've never seen a crowd like this. Jana Nel, she's the queen of the recreation ground.
9 more runs.
4 runs to win here.
3 runs to win here, Mr. Gay.
3 runs, pardon for that. Will she be clever? Just forward defensive. Just forward defensive. There's 1 more ball left. Will she take the single or will she finish it?
Wide. Cut through the offside.
That one will run away for 4, will it? Victory for the Badgers!
For the Badgers, Jana now punches the edge.
I've never seen something like this before. The biggest run chase in a Pro50 women's match at a recreational ground in Oudtshoorn. The Badgers, 5 overs to spare, 211 for 7. A brilliant innings from Jana Nel.
You can see how much it means to the Hollywoodbets Badgers. All of them come running onto the field.
She scored 95 from 71 balls. The Badgers in business. Well, you can see the disbelief in the body language of Western Province. That has been an exceptional performance here. As Jana now played the innings of a lifetime. 95 with some big boundary hits. They shake hands. A great game of cricket, Gershon.
Yes, Mr. K, you can see how much it means to the Hollywoodbets Badgers women. All of them on the field as that ball found its way to the boundary. Jana now, brilliant innings. 95 runs scored of 71 deliveries. Wow. I think Western Province still can't believe that they've actually lost again to the Hollywoodbets Badgers women here. Something that hasn't happened in more than 10 plus years, Mr. K.
No, it's the first time in 15 years that the Badgers, it's actually 17 years, that the Badgers managed to beat the big team from Cape Town. They're leaving the field. It has been a fantastic game of cricket. The Badgers, after winning the toss, taking the risky option to put Western Province into bat. They scored 209. Tunnicliffe made 52 from 78 balls. Adams 32. Tanay van die Kerk 20. Giselle Abrams picked up 3 for 36. Kayakaze Mate 2 for 41. The very own Jana Nel 2 for 32. The Badgers came back. A brilliant innings by Jana Nel, 95. She steered the ship home. And from that, we're back tomorrow morning for the Pro20 match. Gershon, anything in conclusion?
I'd have to say kudos to the Hollywoodbets Badgers women out there today, Mr. K. I think from my side up in the commentary box, I was second guessing the choice of opting to bowl first, but it paid off in the end as the wicket only got better for them to bat on, as we saw out there. Jana now getting 95 of 71. So their plans, the execution of their plans worked well today as they walk away victors against a very fancied Western Province women's team. I don't think a lot of people gave them a chance to pull off the victory here today, Mr. K, but I think they've done the inevitable here today.
Look what it means to this crowd.
Crowd on their feet, applauding the heroes here today, Mr. K. Jana now leads the team off the field. Well played, Jana now. 95 from 71 runs.
Gershon, just the last question. Your player of the match?
Definitely Jana now, Mr. K. Definitely.
So we're back tomorrow morning for the Pro20 fixture.